completing the steps. They've taken just as much time, if not more, trying to complete them, but they haven't quite been as successful. And aggressive players tend to punish them. We saw that. Vinny completely uncovered, whether it's communication breakdowns, perhaps Diesel was a primary force behind the communication, but the most vocal player on this roster, we don't know for sure. I will say that Silex is an excellent player individually. He has an incredible knowledge of the game, and he's an incredibly supportive player. He's always ready to help his teammates, but losing Diesel is a significant blow that the entire of this team is going to have to shoulder.
It's a great point you make about realistically everyone having to come together for it, because that's just, it is the unfortunate side of this right now. You can't have any players hiding. Look at this from Cutie right now. They pre-prepped that run out. They tempting fate here. Emo ring with some pre-fire, nearly catches Ippy style, and Cutie walked away just in time, so that's just the warning shots.
For now, at least, Wildcard very spread out, looking to put some pressure on the bottom garage wall as Pat. Silex gets to work on this main wall. Cutie, a successful jump out, takes down Emo. Silex looks for the refrag for a moment before knowing that the situation is fraught. Much more difficult now. Silex is going to have to get one of the other players, ideally Geo, to rotate over and help remove the soft part of that wall. But Geo's off looking for this roamer. He knows he's been called over and he has to rotate. Vinny's actually going to do it for him. Goes to show how Wildcard are dealing with these player losses. Doesn't waste too much time. That's only step one of this attack.
I was going to say, Geo rotating all the way around. It was going to take him, I mean, at the very least, it would have taken him 20 seconds. No, not like this, Silex. Ippy style finds the free kill. From bad to worse here for Wildcard. The run out, then to the cheeky little peek from Ippy style. There's no one there to try and affect that trade. There's nothing that they can do. Warning shots from Jack Daddy. This is looking improbable, to say the least, for Wildcard.
45 seconds left. 2 players low on the order side, but where's the teeth to this attack? Vinny desperate, as is Pat, leaving just Geo left, and a flawless round at the end of it for order. It's exactly what the doctor ordered, and they found 2 back-to-back looking uncontested.
Definitely not the greatest of signs, but from Order's point of view, you know that Specker and co, they're going to be loud on those comms tonight. This is a must-win game for Order. It's one of those points so early in the season, 3 points on the board against what was the best team in Oceania. And it just sets you in the right stead from the get-go. Ippy style 6 picking onto the Goyo. We see Gym and Bedroom picked. Unless he's playing with our hearts here and he's got a 6 pick back to the clash. Go on, you wouldn't.
He sticks the 6 pick in the end. No clash today, but Order has been known to run the clash from time to time. I think it's usually Joker that plays it, if I recall. So I like that, just keeping Wildcard on their toes, not letting them get too comfortable at this point. And 2 rounds on the attack down. I think this is really going to come down to how many attacks can Wildcard get. I think 2 is manageable. If they move over to their defense, they could have a really strong defense showing. The lack of Diesel, I think, is really going to hurt them on their attacks. That's when the team has to be so coordinated. And it is the coordination that Wildcard is suffering from at the moment. We saw that round number 1 and round number 2. Not having a clear call for their plan as well. I mean, I don't know what the strat is going into these rounds necessarily, and it may well be planned. But in terms of changing things on the fly, it's just not hitting the nail quite dead on.
No. And it's it's something that we were talking about. Just the defense is always going to look somewhat more comfortable for Wildcard in this situation, and so they just need to stay within arm's length of Order here on this defensive side. Now, Silex, this is where he died in the previous round. Obviously, you're not going to be peeking that aggressively from Order's point of view on this kind of hold, but he'll be cautious nonetheless. As Geo now opens up nice and quickly. Wildcard all on one side of the map for now.
Taking this map control, but still Joker to deal with. Vinny punished downstairs. Cutie finds that opening pick that he was looking for. Second round in a row, he's done so as well. And he goes down on that signature IQ. But it's still not enough to save him here. Water looking so comfortable, so free, and Jack Daddy just retreats back to site. Cutie as well. So much info for Order at this point. Wildcard looking desperate.
Desperation will make anyone do some pretty absurd things. So you're back up against the corner. Some people love it, some people hate it. Right now, it does not look all that comfortable for Wildcard. It's not a good look for them. But we are still very, very early days, especially when it's been so fresh that these changes have been made. It's going to take a little bit of time to make this right, but Pat and the rest of this roster, you know, if you do give them a little bit to work with, they're going to be able to make it work. Just like that, Emo Rin somewhat evens out the odd. Still have a lot more to be doing here. So much control that's still left in the hands of Order with Cutie.
But Gio's found one as well. Joker fighting back. Silex goes down and he gets a second as well. Pat shut down. Is the trade on? Emo Rin needs to find this, but the shotgun is too good. Joker holds down the floor, all in his lonesome, and cleaned up at the end by Specker. Order a very strong round once again. But it looked like Wildcard had a way back in. Joker stepped up.
That's the thing for Order. When things are rolling for them, they are so good individually. They are so sharp. And Joker highlighting that kind of presence right there. Wildcard somewhat looking to get back in that round. Somewhat looking to affect Order's play style. Joker just standing so strong. So firm, shotgun playing a pivotal role on that close angle against Emo Rin as he made his way through to bedroom door. And now that's the full sweep. Wildcard have seen all three sites and failed on every step. Now they'll be feeling a little bit more pressured, if you will, to ensure they can claw back at least one or two of these rounds, give themselves room to breathe when it heads to that second half.
If I'm Wildcard, the more time this game goes on, the more confidence I'm going to build. Keeping in mind that Silex hasn't had a great deal of time with this roster, and he wasn't actively scrimming or really playing a lot before getting introduced back in. It's fairly sudden here, so every single round that this team gets as experience together is going to improve them. Keeping in mind as well that a lot of the things that are winning these rounds for Order are capitalization on mistakes from Wildcard, and simple mistakes at that. Things that Wildcard can fix from round to round. Starting to realize, okay, you know, we just didn't deal with that roam game. We didn't cover each other. And now Wildcard can start to hopefully tighten up these little tiny problems that are turning into avalanches.
That's something that we see so often. Just one mistake that's repeated round after round will really do some damage to that mental state. And so it's something that we look to them for. That's a nice long line for Emo Rin there. Doesn't really need to hold it though. Love to see a shot from that distance, I'll tell you what. They still have one to deal with on this close angle. Vinny opening up the bank account onto Jack Daddy. That's a big kill, but Mike just so quickly traded. Ordered are not giving Wildcard a second's rest. And that from Geo catches Specker on the swing. Much better now. A little bit more comfort for them, no doubt about it.
Order are giving as good as they're getting. Wildcard might, for the first time, have that man advantage, and for the first time, have found the opening kill, but Order ready to bite back. Cutie here unaddressed on the roam. There doesn't seem to be info for Wildcard. He's been so potent these last 2 rounds, finding the opening pick, reveals his position though to Emorin on the other side. Immediately backs on off. Ifby Style is taking the ground that was forfeited. Joker's found his second as well. Wild card. They can't deal with this far and wide roam from Order. There's nothing that they can do. Every time they start to close their grasp, Order slips through it.
Slipping through the fingers for Joker there, literally being able to get away on main stairs when they had that vertical line as well. And now Wildcard are going to look to try and press from main stairs, give them something a little bit extra here. Really nice long line from Pat from main stairs, catches at least one. Brings it back into a 3 versus 2. And Itby Style getting antsy there. That may be the round for Wildcard, and one that is very much needed.
It's on Cutie. The spray comes through. He sees the player. Bit of a wall bang. Finds Silex. It's a 1v2. Pat going for that plant. The player to cover. And Emo finally locks in the first round for Wildcard.
Excellent work from Emo there. Knew what his job was to a T. Sits back. No need to take that fight until he has to save a life. And that is the round that they will need moving forward. We go straight back to Church and Arsenal here for Order. Worked so well so early on. Comes down to that push and shove. Itby Style gets aggressive, falls down. They lose a player on site. And for now, I think you'd be pretty happy if you're Wildcard. That's the room they need. Now they can work on the back of it and take their time, which we know they do so damn well.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Definitely seeing some of the players on Wildcard starting to warm up. Emorin definitely had a much better round that time around, and Gio and Pat as well stepping up. Though the presence is still always there from Order. They're always knocking on that door. Massive game from Joker so far. 7-1 across 4 rounds. That's pretty nasty. He didn't die in any of the rounds except the one that they lost. And even in that one, he found 2 kills.
It's crazy, right?
Just nuts, dude. That's very impressive, especially because as far as Order goes, like, Joker's a great player, but he's not the player we usually talk about, right?
No. No, it's funny actually. Now that you preface it with that, Joker has. I feel like Joker's been the quietest one on the roster. You know, like generally you're always going to look to someone like Specker, Cutie, who puts in the whole 9 yards. But Joker's always just been under the radar, but yet such an impactful and great player.
That kid at the back of the class that you never know he's there, but he's actually getting straight A's the whole time.
Yep. He's killing it. And this is just the fruition of it all. So this year may be the year of the Joker. And Specker was actually coming. Oh my word, that's just
That was scary, that was. Wildcard are back in this though. 1 round I think is all they need to start to get that confidence and momentum back. You know, these are some of the best players in Oceania, and you look at the statistics from last year, some of the, well, just it's by far and large Wildcard have the best performing, the best statistical players of 2020 as a whole in Oceania. It's not even debatable.
no.
And those highlight players, Vinny, Pat, Gio, Emo, they're still on this roster. Diesel was a great player, but he wasn't one of the ones racking up the kills. So it's not like Wildcard are lacking the firepower.
Yep.
It's just that they've had to completely deal with this change and get their momentum and get their confidence and motivation back.
Yeah. It's a killer as well, because you honestly it just becomes so difficult, because at what point is a leader more important than a fragger? Well, I think we're going to see that this season. We're going to see how important it is to have that player on your team that you can lean on, that you can look to when times are tough.
The IQ?
And that's what he's going to be careful of, Dev. They've got so much intel gathering here on the side of Order. That's an early C4. Oh! See you later. Bye-bye. 3 players from Wildcard, just like that. And now Pat has to try and do something. Emo Rins come down blue. They are getting shut down every which way, Dev.
All on Pat now. The 1 versus 3 is not gonna happen. Not when Cutie drops a nuke on Wildcard. What a play. The C4 that claimed 3 players from Wildcard. When there's a Buck and an IQ hunting him, he still gets away with a massacre. That is insane.
Here we go. The vision on it. Look at that. The timing. They all huddle up.
Attackers recovered.
Oh, Kobe. My goodness. And that's just something from Wildcard that you... What do? You throw your hands up in the air. That's absurd.
To get a little bit of insight onto how exactly that happened, if you might have noticed that usually the pulse is C4ing the roof of Arsenal, that just goes into kitchen and into the kitchen hallway, right? But there was actually a tiny bit of the wall, the reinforced wall of Arsenal that leads to that long part of the 90 hallway, right under that default camp. The top of that wall was shot out. So Cutie, instead of throwing the C4 onto the roof of Arsenal and hence into kitchen, he threw it just over the top of that wall, which meant that it went into the hallway near where the default cam is. When he blew it, it landed, and basically it was like a nuke. If we can see, Rappel, I don't know if we can get a view of where that C4 detonated. You'll kind of be able to see it leads into the hallway. Thank you, Mandy. So this is the hallway right here, yeah? On that, the corner of the brick. And if you go into the floor below, you'll notice it's actually in the hallway, not in the kitchen. And so he threw over a tiny hole in this wall. Really clever play here from Cutie. I've not actually seen that exact usage of that hole before. But you just see, when you know little tricks like that, it can net massive rewards.
How's that 5-head going for you?
Yeah, I'm doing my best, mate.
Pretty wrinkly brain. Pretty wrinkly brain.
The wrinkliest.
The wrinkliest ever. Not a smooth brain. Not a smooth brain at all. But now we move forward, and this is where Order kind of crumbled in their previous attempt. He got run out by from Cutie. Hit me style, got aggressive when Silex was looking to open up the garage line. This time things are looking a little bit more succinct, I would have to say. Wildcard getting in nice and early now and putting pressure from more than just one angle. And this is where the difference is going to come in from the game that we saw prior. You can see a handful of roamers from Order there. Well, at least one was moving back up. There we go. Specker back up from red. And Ippy style, Cutie as well, sitting in and around, waiting for any kind of intel to be able to capitalize. Cutie now in bar, and slowly but surely will inch over to that main stairwell, I'm sure of it.
On the roam, we've seen Cutie, such a dangerous player. This is such an important round for Wildcard. Such an important round. To go down 1-5 on their attack would be likely the end of the game for them. I don't see them being so strong on defense that they could come back from that. They need to win it here.
Oh,
another C4!
No way. No way. Pack it in, Dev. Pack it in. 5 kills with 2 C4s in 2 rounds. You're not even talking about 2 birds, 1 stone. This is absurdity. And Gio can't get past him. Nearly finds Pat as well. Oh, talk about digging a deep grave.
Have recovered their diffusers.
Holy moly.
Cutie has been the explosive force for Order, and Wildcard can't deal with it. 2 versus 4, and the rest of Order, they know they have the advantage. They've just got to wait, but suddenly Wildcard start to turn things around. 20 seconds left for Pat and Emorin to take this 2 versus 2. Just looking the wrong way. Pat loses it, and Order come away with 5 rounds on their defense.
A huge hit out in the first half. Well, an explosive end to the half, and I mean that in every which way. Cutie with 5 kills in 2 rounds with 2 C4s It doesn't get much better than that. We head to the second half. Wildcard show us what they've got on their defensive half, but there is no doubt about it. There is no question. There are gaps in this wounded roster.
And Order is exploiting that weakness to its full extent. Cutie is having the game of his life right now. Those C4s are honestly some of the most crazy C4 plays I've ever seen. And now guess what, Rob? He's got a different kind of explosive in the pocket. He's got 2 nades on the signature sledge that Cutie loves to run. And I just, I can't wait to see what he's been cooking up.
Well, let's hope that he's nothing like Dino as a chef. That's all I've got to say. Because he's going to cook that
Dino
nade
did
too
make
damn long.
Dino did make something explode, right? When he was cooking.
Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. It's all fun and banter, but at the end of the day, I still am flabbergasted at what I've seen from Cutie. Unreal with that. And now we get to see what it's like for Order on the attack. More importantly, we get to see what it's like for Wildcard on the defense. And they've had no real kind of hesitance, no real presence on that second floor. And this could be very, very interesting with how much time Order have to play with.
Good info from Geo. C4 goes forth by Silex. Perhaps it was shot. No, he just waited to let it off, and there he goes. Specker and Cutie together to open this kitchen floor and hopefully enable Jack to open this kitchen hatch. It's looking promising at this point. Hibana Ban not seeming to impede Order whatsoever. And the kitchen hatch is open, and nade to follow. It's Cutie himself. Surely that gets dodged. There's no way that finds it. The ADS chews it up, thankfully for Wildcard.
Oh, I got baited so hard. I don't even care where the ADSs are. I just wanted to see it. Oh, I wanted to see it so badly. He's still got one more from what I believe, so I've got the belief. The Pokeball is still in the pocket, and we still have more to be done. Look at this information from that drone. This is unreal for Order right now. They've got so much to work on. And now...
Looks the first.
Yep, that's it.
I think the ADS, there were 2 ADSs there. They only threw
Correct.
1 smoke, so that's the second nade as well now chewed up.
Big.
Wildcard not in a terrible position, and they've got a camera black eye in sight as well for that retake, which may well be the difference maker when it comes to the end of it. This 5v5 execute is difficult, but it's no longer a 5v5.
This is not going way Wildcard would be hoping for it. Jack Daddy legs it through and is now planting at the back of Arsenal.
Oh.
That's gone too high. It's caught the wall. And Jack Daddy's got the cover of the reinforcement, but needs to be careful from the swing of Geo. Now in a safer position. There's absolutely nothing that Wildcard can do to stop the plant right now. Shots through the wall, and it's down. It's too dangerous. Wildcard are going to be looking at up to map point if they can't manage to claw this back. Dev, have they been able to do this? It is a 3v3 still.
They took down the player on site, though. That's Jack Dad. Now the retake is on like Donkey Kong. So many players from Akami upstairs. Joker holds his own, finds one and retreats. 2 players from Wildcard to try to retake. It's a desperate attempt. And Gio doesn't know how many angles he's got to watch. Another cutoff, and there's no way that's going Wildcard's. Order has stormed all the way to match point.
Order up, baby. Order up. Well, I really don't know what else to say here for Wildcard's favor. Let's look at what Order have been able to do. Let's talk about how good they are looking. The decisions they're making, impeccable. Joker there fighting main stairs. The second he knows that he hasn't hit that first shot, he just backs away. Order are in perfect positions to, at the very least, trade if they don't have any crossfires set, which of course they do. You highlighted Joker in the previous half and once again steps up. Match point 7-1 could be the scoreline for Order here, and this is what we wanted to see from them on Thursday night.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Certainly wasn't the debut they were hoping for in APAC South, but here in Oceanic Nationals, Order have stepped up hugely, and a 7-1 is on the cards and looking almost likely at this point. Order haven't slowed down whatsoever on their attack, looking incredibly confident. Cutie 13-4, that's a +9 KD. Same case for Joker, 11-2, +9. They're not even letting the rest of those players back into it. It is so nuts to see massive numbers put on the board by these Order players. And on the flip side of that, you look at a player like Vinny. Now, Vinny and Silex both on the breadstick.
Yeah.
Silex, you can kind of give him the excuse of being not only a support player, but also having been out of the game for about 2 years. Vinny, he's the star of Wildcard. He is one of their core fraggers, flex fragger players. And we're just not seeing that from him.
Just whatever you do, don't tell Xenox that you just said that Vinny's the star and not Geo. I think he'll have something to say about that. But it's, you know, fully validated in that Vinny has always been, from my eyes, and I think a lot of viewers' eyes, just such an incredible pickup for Wildcard. And right now, just not being able to do what we wanted him to really achieve, and it is impeding quite deeply on Wildcard's success, especially in this game. We obviously, it's very early days, and I think that we 100% need to cut out a little second here to frame that this was always going to be an incredibly hard challenge for a team like Wildcard that have just lost such an instrumental player. I cannot go past without making that as obvious and as loud as I can. This isn't a game where it's easy to just trade a player out and you can play like normal. But alas, Order, they're flying.
And with Knights losing earlier today, this is Order's opportunity to shoot for the stars. Convincing win here over Wildcard would mean so much for them. Tied first place on the standings as well after today. See if Wildcard can hold on a little longer on this defense though. A lot of deployable shields, but a lot of progress from Order. The Wamai ban coming out as well from Order means that taking control of Garage Rafters won't be too hard. Pat though, doing his best to put the team on his shoulders, takes down that heavy hitter, Cutie, the player we're talking about. Imorin contesting with the pistol. Not sure what's happening there.
He's a gamer. What can I say? He's an absolute gamer.
Oh, Pat!
No
again.
way. No way. That, all he had in that was a whisker. How on earth did he find that kill?
And Emo, I think he's out of ammo with the TCSG. Oh, I thought that was Emo's kill for a second, but no, it's Silex. Joker, though, steps up, takes down Pat, the player who's already found 2. Jack Daddy is down. It's all on Joker as he picks up his teammate. 20 seconds left, and this could be Wildcard's way back into this match.
15 seconds left.
It has to be. They're going to funnel through Garage, and there it is. Imorin, secondary on the pistol, whips it out. 1, 2, and it's all left up to Joker.
Oh, no.
No free kill for you.
You can't even confirm that one. I can't get over the fact that Emo ran out of bullets or slugs with the TCSG, so he's just contesting long angles against ACOGs with the pistol. Imorin has guts, if nothing else.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, I'm just having a look at the stats right now, Rob, and sorry to interrupt.
No, interrupt me.
Cutie, right? Like, he's nuts this game, and he's got 5 kills with explosives across 2 rounds. But you know what else? He's managed to get, what, 5 out of the 8 opening kills in this game so far. He has been the first player to get a kill in 5 rounds out of 8.
Jeez.
That is just nuts. And you know what? Wildcard won that round, and Cutie was the first to fall. Coincidence? I don't know, mate. Doesn't seem like one to me.
Honestly, this has probably been, I've been commentating Siege for the better part of nearly 2 years now. A year and a half, I think. This has it's not even close. This has been the most explosive start to a league that I've seen. And Order, I mean, like, this is such a great place for Order to be in, you know? If you were to tell me 2 weeks ago that Wildcard were ever going to have issues coming into OCN, would have told you you're mad. But with everything that's kind of fallen into place for Order, this is what we needed to see from them. I love that Wildcard aren't holding back. They're still fighting, and they're gonna fight down to the wire. That's just it. They're not gonna stop. And it's what we need to see from them now. Order approaching the building with pace, as they have a fair bit of information. First floor and second floor included.
For Wildcard, right? Yeah, you're staring down the jaws of what looks like a very likely defeat, and Pat goes down thanks to Itby. But the thing is, for Wildcard, right, there's no losing here. You need to be working with this new roster. It's the hand you've been given. You need to deal with it. Even if you're to lose this game, you may as well get all the practice you possibly can out of it. Give it your all. Specker, though, in such an aggressive position. There's no one in church.
I'm shocked at this right now. Specker has allowed Jack Daddy as well to drop in. Cutie can stay above.
What is the play?
Well, I think they're in a little bit of a tight corner. Specker has been able to cross back.
They're just
to
gonna
main
go.
Stairs. Are they really going to send it here? Surely they're not. Surely they're not going to be able to just fight this. It looks like they're exactly what they're going to be doing. There's the initial openings for Wildcard. And Order have put their backs up against the corner. This could still work here as they claw back in. But so low for Jack Daddy. So little time, Dev, as he really has no room to move.
And completely cut off at the end of it as well. A valiant effort there from Order. I really like the ambition. You're seeing, there's two unreinforced walls on site. One directed to Arsenal, one directed the church. We just pick which site we want to go for. Use a skeleton key to make a quick doorway and send it on through. But Wildcard were ready for it. And suddenly 3-6 isn't looking like such a shocking scoreline after all. This was looking to be a 7-1 in favor of Order, but Wildcard are starting to redeem their pride, starting to claw this back piece by piece, and it's the fact that they're just playing their game. They're just looking to take it round by round in a vacuum, not worrying about whatever the stakes are. They're just giving it everything that they've got and enjoying it at the same time. I think that's the key to this.
Yeah. That is 100% the key for Wildcard right now, is they have to sit here and they have to be able to enjoy realistically what will be the next 7 weeks, regardless of whether they replace Silex, which you would imagine they will at the end of this. They have to come together as a team and really just enjoy every second of playing together. And I think you're gonna, if that's the approach they take, I think you're gonna see a completely different Wildcard to what we've seen in the past. Slow and methodical, and very cautious in their approach. I think they're going to change it up completely, and I would love to see that. I would love to see them back into it a little bit more and lean into that side of Siege, because it could catch a lot of teams out. Now, one thing I want to make very clear is the fact that this is almost a replication of what happened at the end of OCN Stage 2 for Wildcard. Last Playday, they were up against Ferox, I believe it was, and it was a 5-1 first half of them. They went to defense, and they either pushed it to overtime and won, or they won flawlessly from there. So do not, I repeat this, do not count them out here.
I mean, that's our job, right, as casters. We always like to be over-optimistic. I like to be a bit of a realist sometimes. Order have been insane today, but hey, even if Wildcard can't take the dub, which they still can, technically it is very possible. Even if they can't do that, then they can certainly get some experience out of this, because that is very much what they need, experience and practice with this new roster. And we get to see more awesome Siege, which I'm not going to complain about.
Ever. You'll never hear me complain about more Siege. Right now, Ippy style, watching that hard line. We saw it in the previous round. Someone, I can't even remember, I think it was God Legion, swung and found 2 kills completely unaware. This time, that's not to be the case, and Wildcard are pretty happy to sit here firm, and now Order are going to start to put a little bit more pressure. Spec It Out coming up the red stairs as two more players. Actually, Ippy is going to back him up here. Perfectly done. They've got to be cautious from behind.
Oh, no.
A flank on a flank on a flank on a flank, and Pat is left in a 1v4.
Out of nowhere, it comes to this. Match point for Order in a 4 versus 1 with Pat. Everything laid out in front of him. With the SMG-11, takes a lick of damage, can't find the seconds. Joker seals the deal for Order in their first game of the Oceanic Nationals. They take down Wildcard in a dominant 7-3.
That's what we need to see. That right there from Order, that's the promising sign. They step forth into stage 1 of Oceanic Nationals with a big 3 points. 15 kills on Cutie, 13 on Joker. Specker and Ippy Style not even called upon, not even required to peak in the game. What a top-heavy game that was. And now we move forth, Dev. We have to brush that off a wild card because Order well and truly deserve
It's
that.
been responded on, but here we go. Haywood in a 1 versus 3 to save their chances. It doesn't look like it's going to be doable. The Chiefs are clawing bit by bit, inching their way closer and closer to the throne of OCN. They are right on the cusp, and it's digital. Of course it's digital. He gives the Chiefs their first ever title, and it's OCN Nationals Stage 1. They are your champions.
Welcome to OCN.
Winning Stage 1 definitely has been a bit of a uplift in spirits after our disappointing year last year. We put in a lot of time to improve our in-game performance as well as early game performance, how we prepared for matches.
Before the start of the last stage, we took a different approach to the game. We had a look at things we felt like we were doing wrong in the way we were practicing, and we just try to make everything that we do in and out of the game as efficient as possible.
We changed up our role structure in-game, heading into the 6 Invitational qualifiers. After a brief run there, it looked promising, looked a lot better, but heading into the Stage 1 of OCN and Apex South, Fisher Guy, IGL, became available after his previous team disbanded, and we felt it was just an opportunity we couldn't pass up. So we made a roster move, brought him in with about 2 weeks notice, and we ended up winning OCN Stage 1.
I think me joining the Chiefs, they sort of all knew that I was going to be dead weight, and there was a really big responsibility for all 4 of them to step up and really start carrying me, which I think they realized and managed to pull off pretty good.
The way we incorporated Fisho into our team was kind of giving him that freedom. We allowed him to come in and be the IGL of the team and have, freedom over how we play.
I think bringing in Fisher Guy as a roster shakeup prior to the season starting was definitely a huge part of our reason for success. He did bring a lot of new ideas in game and out of game that helped us, but I think everyone played their own part towards our success in Stage 1.
I think all the players were already really skilled and talented when I joined. I think just giving them the freedom to really shine.
The reason we succeeded in Stage 1 is just everyone put in the time, everyone put in the effort. There was a lot of hard work from everyone behind the scenes and just showing up on game day, week in, week out. Eventually, we did get to a point where we were burning out, but it all paid off in the end.
Winning the first stage was awesome. I've been working towards winning OCN for such a long time, and I finally did it, and it feels awesome.
So the secret to our success, I guess just making sure that everyone's ready for anything on game day.
I think something that we're doing quite inefficient was scrimming without any goals in mind. At the start of the first stage, we started implementing more of a goal system in the way we scrim, and it's helped so much.
In practice, sometimes I like to get sneaky, give intentional missed calls when I'm droning and just make things really hard on them to, a bit of resistance training before game day.
As the Stage 1 champions, I think there are quite a few good teams in OCN. It's a competitive league.
Yeah, pretty much every team, I reckon, across the board seen a pretty big improvements So yeah, I mean, every game is going to be hard.
It's definitely going to be really difficult. A lot of teams are getting a lot stronger.
They're all tough contenders, and they're definitely going to be looking at us to try to take us down. It's just about playing our own game and trying to do what we do best.
Winning the championship has changed nothing for us. We don't want to get complacent. We have bigger goals, such as winning APAC South.
We're just as ready as we can be.
Heading into Stage 2, we're a lot hungrier. We want to win OCN again, but we also want to push for international events and try to compete there at the highest level.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the save to play a heroic. We're back to our favourite, we're back to your favourite, we're back to everyone's favourite broadcast of the week. Oceanic Nationals Stage 2, we're kicking off with Playday 3 here, Dev, and of course, if you didn't know who we are, Manic and Dev are going to be running you through all of the action. He's actually on that side of me, sorry, I do realise it's not mirrored as much. Dev, good to see you again. Actually, that's a really nice hoodie.
Thank you.
That's cute.
Yes, I'm actually repping a Dark Zero hoodie. I know they're not an OCE team, but hey, Chiefs, order any of you guys that have merch. I will wear it on broadcast shamelessly. You've got some order merch or something, have you?
Yeah, I feel like, hang on. I'll have to get it in the break. I'll come back for it. Don't you worry. I'll be back with some cheeky plugs when we come back from the first game. But Dev, we're excited to get into this one because, you know, let's be completely honest. Stage 2 has started off in a bit of a crazy little road, a journey for us. A couple of teams that maybe we expected to be forming a little bit stronger haven't been. Although overall, we are impressed by Team Bliss.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Team Bliss are the name on everybody's lips at the moment. They are sitting squarely at the top of the standings. And hey, taking down Knights in their Playday last week was a serious achievement. And I think that that's the main reason why they are sitting at the top. Of course, it's not all over yet. They have quite a few other teams that they're going to have to face. I think the Chiefs is the next one that they're really going to be concerned about. But
yeah,
of course, it is Chiefs and Knights who kind of have dropped the ball a little bit. They were first and second place from Stage 1, and we're definitely looking at them to kind of pick up their game in order to really stay at the top of the standings. Also, just a thing to note here, right, is the way that the format of OCN works is the top 5 teams, or the top 4 teams go to the playoffs, and it's a gauntlet format. So what that means is if you come first in the regular season, you auto-qualify for that grand final. So it means that those top positions are even more important.
It's actually really, it's insane to think of how much of it played into an effect last season. You know, we saw Rafflecop have to fight their way through, and unfortunately just got taken down once they'd made their way through the first 2 parts of the gauntlet. It's just insane that, you know, so much effort can be put in and it can be all squashed just because you had that first placing, because you got that opportunity to kind of rest and sit back on your laurels. Now let's have a look at tonight's schedule and see what we've got coming up. Some matches that, to be fair, really do have a bit of weight to them. You know, I look to both the Knights and the Chiefs game because in both of them, you will favour the Knights and the Chiefs. But so far, it really just has been such a tumultuous start to the season itself that you don't really have a good enough indication, I feel.
Yeah, I think that the key part here about this for me is that, yeah, there are going to be games during the season where you're like, oh, it should be pretty cut and dried, like LFO versus Bliss. That's, you know, the current reigning at the top of the standings in Bliss, and LFO last season's bottom. But I think that what we need to acknowledge here is that those teams that are really heavily favored in these matchups really need to deliver. Otherwise, they're going to slip down to the standings. We've seen that before in the past with teams like Chiefs last season. And of course, LFO, you know, particularly looking at that final game, is very much rejuvenated. Of course, they will also be playing against Jigsaw, who left them for Bliss. So that's going to be an exciting storyline there. We've got Order Wildcard, which is a rematch from, of course, the historical game that we showed before the stream started. But also, they played each other literally last night in APAC South, and Wildcard just showed us a treat, a real great hint of this new Wildcard. So overall, I'm keen for the matches we've got tonight.
There was a peek behind the curtain of what we can expect. Let's hope that it keeps up. Let's have a look at the predictions and dive into maybe what the supposed analysts think here. Who's currently leading? It's actually Sky out in front by 1 on what pick was it last week? Was it the Bliss pick?
I think it was, because Bliss did win, obviously, last week. He does seem to have a lot of faith in Bliss. Me and Ducky going for the LFO pick. I know it's a bit of an upset. I figure Bliss can't beat everyone, right? So they gotta lose at some point.
Oh, I just realized I've gone Rafflecopter here. Hang on, surely that's a troll.
Oh.
Who's trolling me? Ducky, are you trolling me? Oh no, this
Hey.
is not good. No, I did pick them. Oh, this is not good.
I mean, I honestly think that you could kind of play this off. Rafflecopter did actually take down Knights in stage 1, and Knights was the first major team that Rafflecopter beat. So hey, we could see them surprise once again.
You have a feeling for Order. That's so. I mean, you've got the general consensus with the 2 worst casters in the world. So
Honestly,
I'm pretty disappointed in you.
I don't know why I went Order. That was a dumb pick. I should have gone Wildcard.
Oh goodness me! Well, I mean, look. To be fair, I think it's only a quote-unquote dumb pick if you watched the game last night. You know,
Yeah,
Wildcard absolutely bodied them out of the server. So whether that's going to happen today is a bit of a different game altogether. But speaking of games, Dev, let's get into our first matchup of the day. It's going to be, I would say, I want to say it should be a close affair. However, Knights have just been really showing us quite a lot recently, and I think that they've got a good stake to this game.
Definitely. Well, Knights have, at the moment, peak form. They've just taken down what they perceive to be their 2 most challenging matches in APAC South League, in Invictus and Elevate. And on top of that, you know, they did do incredibly well during stage 1 of the OCN. They had first place through the regular season despite a couple hiccups, including a loss to Rafflecopter, I might add.
Yeah.
But when it came to that grand final, they did fall flat against the Chiefs.
Yes.
So I think the story for Knights here is the fact that they are on the pathway to being one of the best teams, if not the best team, not in OS, but in all of APAC. I'm not just talking APAC South, I'm talking all of APAC. Like, these guys beat Fnatic in the playoffs. So these guys are certainly no chumps, and they really know what they're doing, but sometimes they don't bring quite as much fire into their OCN matches.
Is there a sense of maybe they are too calm, they're too methodical? Because every time we talk to them, no matter win, lose, they literally are the most relaxed team I think I've ever seen.
It's such a contrast to these other teams like Order and stuff. Like, you got Knights and Wildcard are like completely emotionless, just sitting there and like really cool, calm, collected. And then you got teams like Chiefs and Order just jumping out of their seats. And I mean, it works both ways, right? You know, on the one hand, your emotions can, you know, play tricks on you when you're struggling. And Knights are a team that have shown that, you know, if they are down, they can get back into it because they have this really just, I guess, cold approach to the game. But of course, sometimes that fire does fuel you to greater success.
Well, speaking of great success, look at Rafflecopter. Let's see what this roster have to offer. To be fair, I mean, we've talked about it multiple times, Dev. I think we really highlighted in stage 1 the ability of this roster. You know, Hotshot, I think, and Campo might be the 2 lower seeded players on this team. When you look at someone like, well, I mean, when you compare them to Boydie and Bouncin and their impacts, you know, that I just wanted to make sure that I made that very clear, that I wasn't just saying that they're chump and they're terrible.
It's just that everyone talks about Bouncin and Boydie, right? Because these guys are just nuts. And also, they're the 2 least experienced players on this roster, right? Like, Boydie, this year was his debut into this level of Comp Rainbow Six. Bouncin also hasn't been around for all that long, you know, had a stint last year in OCN. And then you've got players like OJ, you know, he's been around forever, but never quite at the top level. He played on previous Rhythm rosters. Hotshot played for Chiefs when they were Elevate for a short time, and Campo's also played for Rhythm at previous points. So there is a bit of pedigree here, but the thing that sets this team apart is that they are dark horses. They've come through the open qualifiers, and they're really taking it to top teams, including beating Knights in Stage 1. And they just bring so much fire in terms of the fragging department. Plus, I really want to credit their play style. It's not all just about finding picks and being fancy. Like, they have really good team play, and they're really structured and methodical sometimes as well. So I really like what we see from them. Speaking of what I can see, Kylo, can we get a Doge cam?
Hello, buddy. No, he's not happy. You can hear something at the door. He's on patrol now. Now he's absolutely having a hoot. You know what's also having a hoot? The map pick. Let's have a look at it. Where are we going? Is there anything interesting? Are we just going to see a stock standard? No, consulate. I do enjoy a bit of a consulate. I'm not going to lie. There's always a bit of cheekiness that we see when this comes out there.
Yeah, for sure. This is quite an exciting one. The last 28 maps, so this goes all the way back to March. This is #1 most banned map for the Knights, 16 bans. The next map in the line is 9 bans. So that is by far and away Knights' most banned map here is Consulate. And they've only played it twice. One of those times was when they lost to Bliss just last week in OCN, 5-7. And the other time was when they beat Elevate, the Thai team, on it in the same week. So this is a map that's only just been added into Knights' map pool, I suppose you could say. And for Rafflecopter, we have seen them play it a couple of times, but both of them were against Order back in April, and they were both wins as well. So here, it's a fun map to play if you're not getting spawn pinged, and it's going to be a good one because neither of these teams have a stack of information to go off about how each other play.
And I mean, we've seen it in previous matches. Just the aggression that is allowed on Consulate is it's unmatched, I want to say. We talk about the ability to have some cheeky runouts on maps like Coastline, for example, but Consulate is just a whole nother game. You're spawn peaking pretty much every round and keeping teams honest. Who was it we saw in APAC South that was absolutely bullying teams out? Elevate, that's right. That was absolutely absurd. Will we see anything like that tonight? I don't know. Rafflecopter, they do have the ability to pull out some cheekiness, but Knights will most likely check that. They are one of those teams that just seem to always have a good pick, a good read on the game itself. Into the bans we go, Dev. We expecting anything in particular?
Well, Knights typically ban the Thatcher and Mira on this map, so I would expect that to come through. Both, okay, they're actually going to ban the Nomad. Wow. So this is a bit of a contrast to what we saw from them last week. They banned Thatcher and Mira both times. Instead, they really want to play aggressively on for the runouts. That Nomad ban likely to force out a Valkyrie ban later in the veto. Ruffle are the ones to get rid of the Thatcher. There it is also their most banned operator on this map, so I feel like maybe Knights were expecting that to come through anyway and thought that they could just get rid of the Nomad. Ruffle going to follow it up with the Valk ban, which is their other most banned, well, it is their most banned defender. So it's going to suppress a little bit of that aggression. It's going to have to use other kinds of information to go for those runouts, and the Mirror will be the final one. This is just about as stock standard as it gets. The only one that is not a most banned operator for these teams is the Nomad, but it is one of the most banned operators on Consulate in general. So should shape up for an aggressive game, I hope.
I really do hope so. That is honestly the only way that we like to see a Consulate matchup play out, and there we're going to see it most likely the Jackal in a majority of the rounds if it really is called upon. Of course, that Nomad being banned out is going to make things a little bit more tricky on those flanks and on those roams as well, I guess. You're not completely cautious, and they're actually going to double down on that as well, Devin. Pick out the Lions, so Knights will have a bit of a difficult time should they decide to operate off of the side.
Attackers need to locate
Yeah, Ruffle really going for this controller kind of play style with the Jackal and Lion, especially like you're saying, because that Nomad's not there. They'll use that to try and isolate roamers and perform executes onto those players, prevent the mobility of Knights. But Knights are actually going for what is a very anchor-centric setup in terms of their utility. You'll notice quite a few Vulcan shields around. We've got the one I believe was at Pipes, one was at what I call Zebra, which is between the white van and the black car. Go figure out how that call comes about. He goes Zebra between the two cars. And we got, of course, the Kaid on the board to keep that wall nice and secure.
I would say the community vote is quite fair. We'd probably agree with that on the Knights. Now, very quickly, we do have to say a big thank you to our presenting partners, Samsung. You can check out their latest range of the NVMe SSDs by simply typing !SSD in the Twitch chat. So go ahead, chuck that in, and have a cheeky little peek, as I'm sure the Knights will be looking to do from the get-go here.
Yeah, definitely. Hayward is on for a roam up in admin. So for Knights, instead of hard committing to this roam, just a loose one. That's exactly the kind of playstyle that Rufflecopter has set up to counter. That's a C4. It does a good job of taking down bouncers.
that most definitely is a C4. Unbelievable. Sage will find the second pick here. Nade over the top.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Now, it's really just been a flurry of kills, Dev, as Boydie and OJ are all that remains here for Ruffle. Nice kill from Boydie. That might give them a bit of a look here if he can catch one more player. Even out the odds. Hello? That was gnarly.
Yeah, I love to see a cheeky floor bang, though it does not connect in this instance. Common angle there, watching down towards the red stairs. Difficult position to salvage for these two players on the attacking side. And any notion of breaching that garage wall also died with Hotshot. While there is some utility here, lots of good self-destruction in the sledgehammer and that ITA secondary shotgun from Boydie. It's going to be quite difficult to really achieve a lot. They're going to have to funnel through these narrow pathways. While they do have info on the player and server, it's going to be useful. It's going to be really hard to actually shape up a push here.
Slowly but surely pushing players back to site. Boydie now, there's not a final ping there to secure the fact that he has gone back in, but he is just going to make sure due diligence being confirmed, and 3 players left for Knights that are all currently on site. Boydie taking a little bit of a risk by droning in this position, but it certainly gets the information that's needed. In the meantime, OJ evening out the odds, Dev. This is now starting to be a little bit more doable. Boydie, the last to remain.
No diffuser and not aware of the deep angle with the TCSG. Just like that, Juicy can finish off the round. Nice starting strong here. I'm really liking that aggression early in the round, that roam up towards admin, the C4. I didn't quite see where exactly that came from. Might have been through the floor, might have been onto a window. But the fact that Knights had a really strong fortified setup on site, plus some loose roamers, it just, I mean, even if Rufflecopter had traded evenly on that roam game, it would have been very challenging for them to actually form and execute, because Knights had such a good site presence as well. So I like that from Knights. They're kind of splitting their attention 50-50 to the site presence and the roam, so it means that you don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Bombs as they can.
Up to the CEO we go. I mean, I thought that this was getting less and less play from matches I was watching. Maybe I'm quite absurd in thinking that. I'll go back and I'll have a look at the stats and make sure that it's actually still something that I should be saying, because let's be fair, have been known to say some wild things in the past, but I don't know if it still is, Dev. That's the thing.
Yeah, well, this bomb site has evolved a lot, and this map in general has evolved a lot. You know, for a time, we saw the hard yellow holds with all your ADSs and Wamai magnets. Then when we saw the Wamai nerf and the ADS nerf, that kind of stopped being the fashion, and this bomb site became quite weak. Now we're seeing, I mean, you know, this has been around for a while, but the way that the connector walls are reinforced, where you actually reinforce the side walls and leave the middle one unreinforced, it allows for a really long angle from on the A bomb in meeting onto the B windows. You'll often play like an ACOG on that position, so someone like Sage with the dock. Or you can play him in private bathroom like this, and I think the idea here is to support Juicy and heal him up when he starts to feel pressure. So Knight's actually going for a bit of a retro hold here, going for that old yellow stairs hold, which is typically quite difficult. And if Rufflecopter play their cards right with their nades that they've got on OJ, they should be able to dismantle this.
I do like this from Juicy, just, you know, shoulder peeking that tier 2. But again, it's going to be some time before we see that kind of contact. Rufflecopter are not jumping into anything. And on the back of that, it does mean that as they start to shape up, time will be of the essence should it come down to it. OJ now in the window means Juicy can't really afford to play as bold as what he was. Nice little smoke. That might actually allow him to do something, but it looks like it's going to be pretty relaxed for now. That is a lot of utility being dumped on Yellow here.
Oh, but he survives with the tiniest amount of health. And somehow he also takes down Bouncer. Now Sage does have another stim to potentially keep Juicy alive, but as he tries to escape, he is cut off from the roof. So eventually Ruffle do take out that player. And Sage gonna go for another peek on the back of it as well, but punished. And this strategy from Knights has been picked apart.
Yeah, re-peeking there. I guess you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. They'll start to get that bathroom control, and you can see now things are definitely shaping up here for Rufflecopter. But Knights still have what they may need to hold on to this. I did really like the displacing of the player on Yellow. Nice little lion nade kind of combo, a bit of a 1-2 punch. And Jay taking a lot of damage. So, at this point, the HP advantage kind of is even. If not, it actually leans into Knights significantly here. But OJ, he may be looking to take the first point. He gets down, but he's not killed. He's not confirmed just yet. Dino can't afford to overextend.
Ooh, Josh might be able to find the wallbang here. He's watching that long angle, takes off OJ.
15 seconds
For the second player now, with only a few seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Whoa, that's
Campo.
really nicely done from Campo, because Haywood is all that remains. You'll find one, but as that defense is going down... Oh, yeah, did you think he was going to go out that single window, did you?
No, I thought he might have been able to deny, but the way that Knights reinforced that single wall of cubby prevented it from happening. And I mean, this is just nigh impossible here for Haywood. I mean, as long as Ruffle deny it, there you go. Maybe a heart attack there for a minute hot shot, but there you go. Pros don't fake.
No, they don't. And you know, that is a really difficult position to try and retake from, because you can just consistently get jiggle peeked. The only way you can really counter that is by peeking out onto the double windows, vaulting out yourself, and then in which case you have 2 flights of stairs and still the U-bend to come around before you get onto site for the defuse. So with such little time, it is always a difficult one. And you really have to credit Campo here. You know, Knights had evened it out and have really done a great job of getting back in the round, but Campo finding that 2K from Yellow just dismantled them completely.
Yeah, if there is any player to look at on that round, it was Campo. Not only was he the player that actually cut off the rotation and took down the Yellow Stairs player, but like you said, his opening at the end there in the, I think it was a 3-on-3 or something, and it was very, very tight. He really, really turned the tide of that round. But Knights aren't going to dwell too much on that top 4 site. It actually is a fairly weak site by some standards. Of course, the way that the meta is just evolving so constantly, it's hard to make a confident claim like that. Because, you know, statistically it might actually be a good site right now, but it might not get played a lot. Also depends on the region. But in my opinion, that site on the top floor is pretty bad. You know, not the greatest site to try and defend on. It's really boxed up. Whereas on this lobby site, you can really extend onto 3 different floors. Like, you can deny the plan at lobby front door from the floor above, the floor below with the C4, or from the floor it actually is on. So you just have a lot more options here on this bomb site.
So what you're saying is, if we were playing as the rank stack, the caster stack, you definitely would not allow us to go upstairs. Fair enough.
Well, the thing is, you have to be coordinated to do a strat like this.
Oh, no chance.
So,
no chance.
To know if we should go for that one.
No, there's absolutely no way we would ever be doing that. Here we go now. Looks like they are going to be trying to put the pressure on that top 4, at least for a small time. I guess you probably can't risk the early round just allowing Knights to sit there comfortably. Look at this from Bouncing, not afraid to push into position here, and might continue to do so as well. However, the sound cue.
Yeah, this does leave Juicy very exposed. One of the weaknesses of this bomb site is that actually fairly quick to just get onto the bomb site. If the attackers take the point of least resistance, the defense have to have a way to prevent that from happening. At the moment, it is just Juicy. He's peeking quite aggressively, even if that is a favored angle, and Rufflecop is actually going to make a play here.
Yeah, I really love that. They're going to smoke off Z and put pressure on the Maestro that's sitting in the bathrooms, but that is a big down onto Boydie. And now Rufflecopter, they kind of invert a little bit. They know they can't risk continuing to push this with a man down. Oh, in fact, it's bouncing, misleading the charge. That makes things a bit more interesting, Dev.
Yeah, not sure if that was the play for Josh, but oh my god, another bout of aggression from Dino. Rufflecopter have set up, and they're just waiting. Getting a little bit fed here. Juicy also taken down. Bouncing has found 3 kills from this position at the yellow soda. And now Sage is the only player on site. It's just him and Haywood to hold on. Rufflecopter do have a way into Piano. Bouncing's hungry for more.
Yeah, but Sage is going to be able to take him down pretty handily. And Haywood, unfortunately, with that drone sitting on him the entire time, it's going to be really hard to do anything here. They know where he is. They know that they can lock him in. The Jackal track to come in as well. He might catch a player trying to come in Piano window, but it's all too little and too late. Rufflecopter looking the goods here on their attack. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, great start for Rufflecopter. Really, really taking the fight to the Knights. I really like that attack as well. We didn't see all of it. The main thing we focused on was the presence at Yoda, yellow soda machine right here, from Bouncing, and of course he found the 3 kills. We didn't see a lot of the rest of the attack that went into that, but of course Rufflecopter spent a lot of time taking control upstairs of CEO. They denied some key positions in split upstairs with some good utility, the hard breach from Hotshot. And it was just a matter of, okay, we're going to threaten here, pushing into Piano, and then we're just going to kind of sit here and take this control on the top floor away so that Knights feel like they have to try and make a play. And then once Rufflecopter found a couple of those picks, it just spiraled into a situation that was out of control for the Knights.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
They do get to kind of head back to the more favored site, basement, and it looked a lot better from the Knights. I would say as well, it felt like that game was, or that round was won very much in the early game with those very, very early picks. Let's be completely honest. A minute, I think, had gone past, and Knights had only had 2 players left. So, sorry, Rufflecopter had only had 2 players left. So it's really important here that they don't allow Knights to kind of deal them that hand. You know, the last thing you want to be doing is trying to fight back into a round without any hard breaches on a site like this. You definitely want to at least have the ability to pressure from Garage as well as, you know, Yellow or even the Hatches. So you just can't afford to be dropping so early.
Once again, early presence on admin. Yeah, and it looks like Rufflecopter's actually changed tack completely. Instead of going for the full map clear, they're going to go for point of least resistance. Let's just try and focus Garage. It's going to be a lot easier said than done, though. Firstly, the nade to come through and try and clear off the electric law.
Oh, that
does get the first one, yeah, but there is a second one. And the right panel is really the most important panel because it gives you a deep line of sight onto the side of White Van. So unfortunately, as it stands currently, Rufflecopter don't have that open, but at least they have a line of sight here. The thing about this setup from Knights, though, is that, like I said in the first round, like this is kind of a 50-50 split. Like, they got some people on the roam, but they also have a really good side setup.
Defender is exposed.
Really have to love the early pick from Haywood there. And, I mean, as far as I can see right now, Knights are just going to continue to run around on this second floor. They've only got Campo they need to worry about there, and looks like he's on the CEO windows. So, until and if Rufflecopter decide to put more bodies there, they're sitting pretty. They're going to continue to waste all this time and just allow the confusion and the misconception to come through for the attacking side.
Yeah, this is now pivoting to be a very, very challenging attack. That C4, just barely lands on Bouncer. Does take down a lot of his health, but he's not over and out as of yet. Now, Knights just have so much map control here, and it's way too late for Ruffle. Dino in circle. Finds one, about to get peeked by another. Oh, does land it, just barely. And now, well, Knights are just once again spiraling away with this. Campo, you see him on the ground! Take him down! Oh!
Oh, Dino. Stop it. Hot shot, the last to remain. Now, I'm going to very quickly bring this back here for Rafflecopter. They had one drone left by, I believe it was about the minute 40 mark. I'll go back and have a look at the replay, but I believe that that was how long they had to go without a single piece of information. You could see that's why they were dry peeking over and over again on the Dino. They genuinely had no idea of his exact position. It's just so awkward in a round like that.
Yeah, it most definitely is. And also, the other side of that is Knights themselves, they would have known how many drones Rafflecopter would have had up. Obviously, at this level, teams are calling out when they take down a drone, so that they would count them as a team. And as soon as they know that there's only one or two drones left, as soon as they've taken down most of them, they're like, okay, we're going to go sit in rat corners. We're just going to go and really take a lot of map control. Because that's the thing that it's going to be really hard for Rafflecopter to take when they don't have drones.
You can see here, genuinely just no real clue. And even if you were able to get information in the early round, it's all just old intel. That's the problem. You really have nothing confirmed. You can try to play off... I mean, you can, to an extent, try to play off that old information, but it's very, very risky. And now Rafflecopter are going to take a small second. I believe it was OJ who disconnected there just to chat this out and figure out what went so horribly wrong there. Because it did feel like there was a bit of a miscommunication on what was trying to be achieved. They did have that Electric Claw taken down within seconds of the round starting. And from there, it just went spiraling out of control. And now, you just love to see the very serious game phases that Knights have. They kind of scare me.
Yeah, they're just in control. Of course, it is only 2-2 at the moment. Knights aren't really extending a lead at this point.
No.
Rafflecopter have shown some strong attacks onto console and lobby, and that's really what's going to be telling it. Knights, they're not able to play Garage again. So even though they've won that twice, they're really going to need to show that they've got some prowess on these other bomb sites. Otherwise, they are going to lose this half.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I feel like there's a conversation to be had here. If you were Xenox and I was Guz, or probably the other way around, due to the nature of how good-looking Xenox is. About Oregon, the old dorm conversation.
Yeah, I knew you were going that direction.
Yeah, there is definitely a conversation. I mean, to be fair, it probably reigns even more true here. If you can't find a third site, if you can't find a second site out of the three that are remaining, you've got Lobby, you've got Archives, and you've got CEO. You are in serious trouble on Consulate, because the amount of struggles you are going to come to when you head to your attacking side, it's not to be underestimated whatsoever, and Knights may well be met with that full truth if they're not careful.
Yeah, it just looks like Knights don't necessarily have a lot of, depth or breadth. It's difficult to say which one is the more appropriate word here. On Consulate, like I'd already alluded to in the pre-show, this is their most banned map. They've only started playing it in officials in the last week. And, it's clear that Knights are good on Garage, but not so good on the other two sides. Wow, that was a C4. I think that's the same C4 that got them a kill in the first round. So the difference here, right, compared to the last Consulate attack, is that Rafflecopter is actually going for an admin take instead of all stacking up around yellow stairs like they did last time. Also some changes on the Knight side. Instead of going for a smoke, they've gone for the Aruni. Instead of the Jaeger, they've gone for the Wamai. But it doesn't matter, because there goes the nade. Straight onto Hayward.
That's really gorgeous. You saw 4 players from Rafflecopter on the rappel there. That was incredibly calculated. 2 flashes and the nade to follow it with a perfectly timed and cooked one at that. Knights now have a decision that they need to make, and by the looks of that decision, it is completely forfeit admin in that side of the map.
They just need to be careful that they do not allow and accommodate Rufflecopter too much room. We saw what happened in the last round when they tried to, you know, play for that 3v3. If Rufflecopter get into positions where they can cut off rotates, it's very dangerous.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Hotshot's doing, breaching the wall, covering top of Visa stairs. Josh is still running below and he does have a C4, so if it comes to the late round, he can do some damage. Deny plant in either bomb site, presuming they have information. A bounce has just cleared that Banshee, nice and easy. So the new mechanic where it opens up when it's active. I feel like late round here, Rufflecopter can rotate a player downstairs, so I don't actually necessarily think that Josh is going to get away scot-free. But of course, the next step of this attack is always clearing meeting. That's where Sage is playing right now. They've destroyed the desk, the upturned table. That means that Campo's position is really powerful and there's nowhere for Sage to hide. So he is taken down. Things are looking a bit grim now for the Knights.
Yeah, it certainly is exactly what I mean, it's kind of mirroring how we saw the first round play out on their CEO defense here for the Knights. They're going to have to play big. The Raw comes out one final time. Dino sits back a little bit here, hesitates and waits, knowing that Josh is underneath with that C4. That's a big piece of information that we now have that Rufflecopter do not. That C4 should definitely be able to deny. It does do so. The kill comes in. But how good is the response from Rufflecopter? They go deep, they trade out where they need to, and now it's a 2v3, Dev.
Oh, but the play to be, oh no, just gets stuck in time. Now Josh has to retake in the 1-on-2, my God. Like a hair's breadth, he could have won this round right then and there, but Campo responds. And Rufflecopter brute force their way into that site, and by the skin of their teeth, take the round.
That's way too close for comfort. Feels like you kind of, you know, they knew that Josh was underneath. It was a big risk to be that exposed. But I guess it doesn't really matter where you try to plant there. You are going to be out in the open, and all it would have taken is for one of the Knights members to have sent it in, and you've pretty much got everything covered. You can see there, Dino can see all the way into the corner. And Juicy, after winning this fight, may have been able to swing from long desk. So it really doesn't make a difference where you go from there. But it is big, nevertheless. That's all that matters.
It's absolutely true. I mean, credit to Rufflecopter for finding the opening 2 picks. They cleared admin and meeting really well. I think, though, if they had, let's say, lost a player to that C4 at the start of the round, or let's say they hadn't cleared Hayward as easily, lost a player in the process or in clearing meeting, I think they probably would have lost that round. There are some things that Rufflecopter are really, really good at, and it tends to be, it seems, those mini-games. But one thing that seems to be a bit of a weakness of them is their droning. Like, even now, they've already lost 1 drone in, and we're only 30 seconds into the prep phase here. You can see top left-hand corner of your screen, the left number, the 4, that's how many drones are in the field. The right number is how many are in the pocket, right? Last round, there was only like 1 or 2 drones left. Josh rotated all the way through Visa, which there are so many places you can hide drones from Visa, and it's such a staple place to put a drone because you can cut off so many rotations from there. And if Rufflecopter had a drone there, then, well, Josh wouldn't have been able to nearly deny the plant. So there is a bit of a weakness exposed there for Rufflecopter. I want to see if Knights can play into that and claw this back, go 3-3 on the half.
It's a really great point. Multiple times we've seen it now, Dev, and you're smack bang on there. Within the last 35 seconds, there were only 2 drones that could give Rufflecopter any kind of information. Where they were actually placed, we don't know. You know, that for all we know, one of them could have been in an abstract area that had no impact. But regardless, it will be a telling sign in this matchup if Knights can capitalize. And it's something for the viewers at home to keep an eye on. Top left, Dev's already mentioned. So it's a good way of kind of gauging what Rufflecopter have, and there goes another one. So they've only got 7 left with 2 minutes. Now, you know, leaning into that quite heavily, it will really start to impact them in that minute mark, but they're taking a lot of control of this ground floor. How much that's going to impact them? That, however, that's big.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter as much if you don't have as many drones up if you have a numbers advantage, because you can just brute force with manpower. And that's something that we've seen quite a few times from Rufflecopter, and they're always getting this man advantage. What, like almost every single round they've had it. Actually, it's 3 for 3, funnily enough. But No, the conversion of these advantages is really, really high for Rufflecopter. Every time they've found the opening pick, they have won the round.
Yep. A damning stat. Damning stat nonetheless. Nice little settling of the dust before the chaos returns, which it inevitably will. Juicy now pretty much stuck in public bathrooms. I mean, for as long as they decide to sit on those windows. And just like that, bouncing, finding another, but a very quick trade from Sage. All off camera while, meantime, they set up again.
I think that was a double run out from the meeting balcony. It's something that Knights do quite like to do, it seems. Actually lost them a game last week. Gambo's found another one, and Juicy's really feeling the pressure. In comes the repel. Juicy needs to land that kill. Not going to happen. And wow, Hayward certainly has his work cut out for him. That said, does have a good position to do so. Not a lot of time left, and OJ's actually going for a rotate, which means it's going to be not very much time on the clock. Rufflecopter have to do this right, because Hayward has an opportunity here.
Oh, this is so dangerous. The door's been left slightly ajar. Hayward now going to be dropping down lobby. Can he find the kill on the bounce? Oh, but he does onto OJ, who just gets off the diffuser. Surely he can't win a 1v4. Hayward! Dirty, nasty, disgusting, whatever you want to say. That is a much needed round for the Knights, Dev.
Defenders disable the diffuser.
Hayward with a 1 versus 4 retake clutch. And that is the half.
All things considered, a 1v4 clutch from Hayward to close out the half and equal the odds in a 3-3 fashion is, I don't think you can underestimate that at all. This is going to echo through this game. It's going to give them so much more of an opportunity to come back on their attacking side, Dev.
It's all about the information. There's so much information for Knights in that round. We could see constantly Rufflecopter getting pinged out by the Evil Eyes on both sides. And Knights just had all the info they could possibly want. And the flip side, maybe not so true. Rufflecopter couldn't quite get it done. Just unbelievable effort from Hayward there. Honestly, like, that's his reaction. There he is. He's very chill right now, surprisingly. Not hyped at all or anything. That's fine, I guess.
Come on. He is kicking back. He is relaxing. A gentleman that's has certainly had his fair share of big moments. So no doubt it's one of many, and a sign that really you do hope that Rufflecopter can kind of sweep under the rug. You know, I don't use that term lightly, sweeping something under the rug, but in a game like this where you had everything going for you in the first half and it finishes 3-3, it can actually be quite detrimental.
Definitely, that's going to be a momentum block for Rufflecopter. They really were so good on their attacks. You know, putting it into perspective, Knights had great garage defenses, and Rufflecopter really struggled on those. But Ruffle's attacks onto Consulate, the Consul office, the top floor, CEO, and onto Lobby were really, really strong. They won Consul twice. They won Lobby the first time, and then the second time they got to a 4v1 up, right? And then got 4v1 clutched, which is just unbelievable. That is just such a failure on Rufflecopter's part. Of course, Hayward, a massive job from Hayward, and you know, I want to applaud him and make him the hero here. But if you're Rufflecopter right now, you're not, you know, you're not saying that was Hayward. You're saying that you lost that, and that is really going to sting going into now their defensive half. Knights really did an amazing job of salvaging that.
Appreciate you waiting around, guys. We were just waiting for Bouncin to rejoin after a small little technical difficulty right at the end of that half.
Coincidence? I think not.
Attackers
No,
need
I'm
to locate
kidding.
and defuse
Not
bombs.
accusing you of anything bouncing. Although it seems really fishy. No, let's not go into that. Let's not go down that rabbit hole, shall we? Let's see how Rufflecopter decide to set this one up. No doubt this will be the site that they feel most comfortable on, and maybe something that, again, we'll talk about at the end of the match being a really important benchmark as to, you know, you must win your basement defenses, and then where you go from there, that's kind of where things can spice up a little.
Yeah, I will be curious
10
in
seconds
the
to
later
go.
rounds whether Rufflecopter have a bit more success on their offsites. I would love to see it tell his archives as well, because
Yes.
I do rate that bomb site. I think it's really strong. But
Attackers are
it's
heading out
it's
to
the
defuse
one
bombs.
bomb site where you need to have a strat for it. Like, you can't kind of just off the cuff
Wing it.
that one. Yeah. You can kind of off the cuff any other bomb site because they've just been around for so long, and kind of people know how to defend them. Lobby less so. I mean, even CEO at this level, you have to have a pretty clear idea of what you're doing on CEO, because the attacks can be pretty ruthless onto that side, as we've seen so far.
Yeah.
But sticking into this one, I just want to know if there are any roamers, because it looks like Rufflecopter's actually going for a 5-on-site kind of strategy. There's 4 players there on the basement. Where is old mate Bouncin'? He's on the top floor. Yeah, okay. Oh, of course. Like, Bouncin', he's physically incapable of sitting on site. So,
Yeah.
I mean, this is good. I think this is fine. He's going to just shoot drones, hang around upstairs. Eventually, he'll probably die. Hopefully, he'll take one player with him. And then the rest of Rufflecopter have got a nice anchor set up on site.
Yep. And it's the last player, if you're nice, that's the last player you want to be seeing running around, because we know that he's so cheeky. It is not a good sight when you find out that Bouncin' is on that top floor. So I dare say that they might just negate all of that pressure dev and try to force the issue on site a little bit more so.
Knights have a good operator selection to go for just a hard site push, but they are still droning out Bouncin', a repel on the CEO, I believe that was. Oh no, actually a player in split upstairs. What he does, open the hatch to allow Bouncin' to get back to site, but still a heavy public hold here from Knights. Rather, Rufflecopter. Knights have to get a move on because there's a lot of plant denial in the late round, so they can't really risk going for a really late push. Firstly, they've just got to clear these claws off the wall, which is proving to be a challenge in its own right.
They've got a drone on site, so surely the Retero drones will be able to come in and play their full effect. And I mean, just like that, as we're saying, I don't know what it was that opened up the position there, but Sage has taken that with open arms, and there we go. The right side of the wall open, Dev, an important and pivotal part. Boy, that's disgusting.
Juicy, what was that? I don't even want to know. Boydie has made this bathroom his own. He's put the engage sign on the door, and he says, "No one disturb me, I'm going to take a while."
He's in it for the long haul. You know, he's going to grab onto something and hold firm. Because, I mean, that could well be one of the bigger plays of the map outside of the 1v4 from Haywood. Josh has pushed back from yellow stairs and still so cautious of what Boydie could achieve here. Meanwhile, on site, Sage has started to stick the defuser, but OJ swings for the free kill. Hot shot confirms Josh. And Bino's just going for whatever he can find. I mean, I guess you don't die there, so maybe you hold on to your KD, but is it worth it? That's the question.
At the end, it doesn't matter. Rufflecopter walk away with that round. Another very convincing one in their favor. And pattern continues. Garage seems to be an insurmountable bomb site for either of these teams to attack. Really like that setup from Ruffle. Once Bouncin' was back on site, of course, we did have that one roamer of Boydie in the public bathroom. Even if he hadn't gotten those 2 kills, though, like, Knights really struggled to achieve much on the site. They didn't clear the pipes position. They didn't clear the yokai drones, which were buzzing around and eventually denying the plant. And, I mean, the way that you would usually clear all the utility and the positions on site is by taking piano control. You open up the floor, you do so much work, you can clear pipes that way. It's one of the most powerful positions on that site, which didn't end up getting cleared. But at the end of the day, Knights just weren't capable of doing any of that. Let's see, though, of course, we already mentioned it. The telling tale for this map will be on the off sites. So when it comes to bomb sites like, here we go, Teller's Archives. the one we've been wanting to see, and now we've seen all 4 bomb sites on the map as of this round. This is going to be a big one for Ruffle. If they can take this win, honestly, I don't really see them losing the map, because they'll be able to go back to Garage at some point, which should be a solid win. And then they'll just have to win either this site again or one of the 2 other off sites. And then this is done and dusted without even needing overtime.
I find it such an intriguing site, you know, like it's the fact that you've got 2 sites on different floors and you very rarely, you know, hard stick the archive, sorry, not the archives, you don't hard stick the tellers. There we go. My God, we got there in the end. It's just such a dangerous kill box, which is, you know, generally seeing extensions upstairs into admin like we're seeing now from Boydie. Likewise, down in the basement, you're generally setting up those vertical lines straight up with, you know, a handful of C4s that you may be able to use for the later round, but it looks like there's only one. Actually, yeah, there is only one of Rafflecopter, and that is on Hotshot, who's also on the pulse. So the late round deny maybe not going to play as much of an impact here, Dev. It's going to require Rafflecopter to play a little bit more aggressive, which you can see from OJ's perspective, he's happy to do so.
Knights have taken Garage across. This is what's generally regarded as the most effective way to attack this bomb site. You don't want to go for tellers, you want to go for archives. Tellers is just too exposed. Everywhere in tellers you can die to below. So you need archives control no matter what. That's why Knights are taking across and bouncing. It's found a kill onto Haywood. While Campo is loitering around the spiral stairs, OJ's taking a lot of damage on site. But for now, Knights just don't have quite as much control as they would like. Trying to push on through Garage side, but they've got to worry about the hatches. There's a lot of crossfires as well, but that's a big pick. Finally, Bouncing's traded back.
Yeah, a favorable pick. You'd be pretty happy because knowing Bouncing and how much he moves around, it's very crucial. Did Josh not just see Campo then? That is so unfortunate. A small little body and frame there would have been all it took, but Josh has no idea. And they need to be careful because Campo on this line could catch them out completely if they continue to progress, which they're going to. Dino has no clue, but very promptly traded. Dev, they're on site. This is big.
My, what a play from Sage. He actually dropped through the Visa hatch, I believe. He has that diffuser. Josh has to cover though. OJ low HP, Boydie and him are going to have to retake.
Love this though. They stick the plan early and OJ drops down, but cannot find the response that's needed. Knights, in a flurry of kills, in a fast-paced round, run away with it.
I believe that was a 4K between Josh and Sage. Really, really well played there. Even though they did miss drone Campo, and that led to Dino taking a loss. Fortunately, the trade came through immediately by Josh. And so they salvaged that position. Sage dropping straight into sight. He had a good entry, as did Josh, and then just the perfect cover at the end of it from Josh, finding the final 2. Really good stuff there from Knights. And Rafflecopter once again left with some questions. You know, they've lost Teller's archives. Do they go to the top floor? Do they go to lobby, or do they retry that site they just lost? It's like lobby is up for the chopping block.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
that it is.
by attack.
And now we'll see what the difference between Knights and Rafflecopter's hold is. Definitely, you know, the fact that Haywood was able to 1v4 is a scary prospect. One, for Knights defense, because if that's what it takes to confirm a 3-3 half, you are in a bit of trouble. But 2, if we see similar signs from Rafflecopter, where do we go after their basement defense? What do we see? How do they approach the last 2 rounds of the half?
10 seconds to go.
It's not really a great position to be in. So if they can really lock this one in, be feeling a lot more safe and sound at home.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Speaking of which, Knights, OCN is their home, but it just doesn't. It hasn't felt like it for stage 1 and now into stage 2. Really want to see a bit more from them here.
It's not that Knights don't achieve a lot in OCN, it's just that we have such high expectations of them. The fact that they lost to Rafflecopter last season, or stage rather, the fact they lost that grand final to Chiefs, that was below par for Knights. Especially now since they're in such hot form in Apex South, already taken down Elevate and Invictus. This should just be a cut and dried game for them. And if not, then I think that we are going to have some issues.
Yeah, it's pretty... When you think about it, it's outrageous to say that they didn't hit the benchmark for what we thought they would achieve because they lost 1 or 2 games. Like, when you put it into perspective,
When it's the
like
grand
that,
final, it kind of it kind of matters.
the weight does have a little bit more to it. But let's turn our attention to this because it looks like Knights are shaping up for a bit of a lobby push. It slows down for a short second on the back of Josh finding that kill, but still they might be able to try and put pressure on here. Sage is just going to go for the plant. Is it being covered? It doesn't look like Ruffle have the answer. Oh, the drop down hatch just finds the kill. Bounce and doubles up, in fact. And now Knights are left in a really bad situation.
I like the fact that Knights tried that, but yeah, Bouncing just completely picked it apart.
Attackers recovered
I
the
think
bombs.
that the idea from Knights is the fact that the Rafflecopter don't have vert holes, so they would have to play on the hatch, and I guess someone was covering the hatch, but didn't do a good enough job, unfortunately. And I can try and plant. He's got a lot of angles to worry about. One on the hatch, not going to peek him until he hears the sound, and Bouncing does. A 4K! 4 Old Mate on the Mozzie.
Jeez. That's literally a pixel away from Dino finding that and turning into a 1v2. Now that is much, much better signs for Rafflecopter. It feels like Knights have almost given that one, given a freebie away in a game where you really can't afford to. You know for a fact that Basement's going to look very comfortable when we go back there. How do Knights approach this? What do they do differently? Can they do anything differently enough to test Rafflecopter? Because so far, Dev, you said it, it's under lock and key.
It's definitely going to get challenging for the Knights here going on to this garage attack, and that's exactly what they're going to be talking about right now in their timeout. The question is, do they go for the full map clear, try and contest Bounce and the Loose Roamer, and then Boydie who plays hard in public, or do they just go full site? I feel like the way to play this is to commit to the roam clear. Even if you don't necessarily hunt Bounce on the top floor, I feel like they need the vertical control that you get in Piano. So they need to clear Bounce, Boydie rather, who plays in public. Wonder if it's a specific operator that they're going to pick to try and help with them. I mean, Flores could even potentially help with the public clear. I know that they're already bringing that on Dino. Let's see. As for Ruffle, it looks like they're just going to do the same thing they've been doing this whole time. Once again, the echo comes through. Once again, making it even more difficult for Knights to just go for that full site pressure.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And I guess we probably do look to Boydie in public and also Bouncin', who was that menace up on the top floor. No doubt he'll be putting some ADSs toward public bathrooms. And then he's probably going to leave him to his own devices and, like you said earlier, shoot drones. Run around, shoot drones, cause a bit of a ruckus. As for now, I really will question Knight's approach here, because that will just be the whole tale of this round right now, is how they decide to approach this differently. What can they actually throw at Rafflecopter? And you believe Flores might be able to have a bigger impact? I can only hope so.
I don't know, at this point it's just speculative.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at these two floors. These are pretty common.
That hit? Oh
it
my
did,
god.
just did.
Oh,
It's scary
man.
there for a moment.
Even OJ, I think, was like, oh no.
Oh no, I might have messed this one up. No, thankfully not so. So yeah, this is another reason why you need to clear top floor. Well, at least you need to be able to clear out those claws somehow. Hayward's going to be the one to do it at the moment. The Ash upstairs, Bouncing. His position is red. And it looks like so far, Knights are just playing the, let's just focus on getting the garage wall open and see if we can find a pick watching these runouts.
Intently watching as well. Like a stone statue. Dino unwavered. Meanwhile, Josh has found himself in a good position. Love that. Really early on. The drone gives him the information and he doesn't wait for a second. He does not give it a beat.
He pushes right on in, gets up in the face of Bouncing, and that eliminates that top floor pressure. Now they can look at this top down. Now they can look to put pressure in public.
Such a big pick to find, especially Bouncing found a 4K last round. Now the attention will go to the public bathroom, as you said. That's the next item on the agenda for Knights. As Juicy is already getting to work here on the piano floor. That's really important now for clearing these positions on site. And as long as they cover their flanks, Boydie's position probably won't have an impact. OJ punished for his aggression. And this actually may well be, Rob, the first attack round win on Garage this map.
Oh, Boydie is getting pretty antsy right now. Goes for the prone peek. Dino, he'll find the kill. And
wow. What a round for the Knights to even up the scoreline, but also critically take on Garage and Cafeteria. That was the site that they needed to break through. After Rufflecopter one lobby broke that trend, Knights really needed to crack that egg. Of course, Rufflecopter are going to go straight back there now. We'll see if Knights can replicate their success. My good friend Manic, at the moment, has just taken a snooze on the job. Really disappointed in him, honestly. Just having a technical issue. He'll be back in just a minute. Until then, let's have another look. The way that Ruffle are going to change things, the main operator change that we're looking at is the Vigil coming through. Also got the Mozzie as well, Rob, here.
yeah,
Still sticking that Echo and Smoke, so trying to invest a little bit into the site presence because they know that Knights are tempted to go for that if they think site is too bare.
Yeah.
But I think that the main difference here for Ruffle is just that they want to invest a little bit more into that roam game.
yeah. Do apologise. When Knights win a round, I sleep, but when Rufflecopter win a round, I tell you what, I'm up and about. There's a good Shaq meme there. There's something in the content here, but very quickly, it is vitally important that Rufflecopter, they absolutely cannot let this slip. You know, the fact that we've already seen one round loss, it definitely leaves that door completely open for Knights now to take this win, and not only take this win, but also in the fact that, you know, you really do want to be able to confirm this outside of overtime. You don't want to be dropping points to the dreadful overtime. It would just be, for either team right now, it wouldn't, I mean, it would do justice for us. We would think it would be fair, but I'm sure it would be incredibly frustrating to have pushed it this far, to have really tested the limits, and then to lose a point to OT, which, by the way, I actually think is a great system. I will just put my hand up right now and say it's a great system, because it actually rewards teams. Speaking of being rewarded, again, Josh taking down Bouncer.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
That's so critical, isn't it? Bouncing's just always that impact player for Rufflecopter, except when he dies early. And that's when the propeller really starts to slow down, spin out of control. Nice aggressive peek from Campo, but Dino gets the better of him. This may well be match point for Knights. Rufflecopter are desperately trying to grip onto something, but the Knights are perfectly reading into this aggression and taking this round away from Ruffle.
Not only that, you know, they've got the walls open in the garage. They can now sit pretty and play for this. They don't need to do anything overly complicated. They can just send it in, get the plant down. Now, whether they have the utility to do so, they still have two smokes up here. Boydie looking for a flank. He's been read. Nice. This is what we've come to expect from them. It took them a little while to start going, but I tell you what, once that engine is warm, Dev, there is no stopping them.
1v5 for Hotshot. Side white van completely cut off, and that is a flawless round for the Knights to take match point against Rufflecopter. Bit of BM and the hip fire there as well, on top of everything.
I mean, really, truthfully, where do you go if you're Roffle. Because right now, the Knights have done an incredible job at dismissing your roam game. You know, 2 rounds in a row, Bouncing has had 0 impact, which, to be fair, has been the game changer in both the defensive rounds for Roffle. So now what do? Do we go back basement? Well, technically, we kind of are. We're going the Archives Towers defense, and maybe they see a little bit more confidence in that due to the fact that Knights really had to play quite strong to find those trades that gave them a look into the round, but it still just begs the question, what has happened there? Is that just a complete misplay from them?
In terms of the garage, I really think that was just Knights stepping up their game. They really read into the Rofflecopter playstyle onto that basement site. Once that they really nailed into looking for those rather the roamers and really hunting the roamers. And instead, like, the first round, like, Boydie just found a 2K from public bathroom. The entire round fell apart from that because Knights just didn't have map control. I think that Knights addressing that roam plays into their strengths. They are good at I guess, doing the legwork.
5 seconds to go.
And they're going to have to do it once again here on Archives. Now, this was won by the Knights last time, but Rofflecopter are changing their strategy up a little bit. They've got Hot Shot on the Pulse M1014 shotgun. And the other big change is the fact that we have the Kaid in through from OJ. Now, that might actually put a stop to the play that Sage did last time, which was dropping the Visa hatch. So I think that's a good read from Roffle.
And here you're going to see it, how important that top floor defense now becomes. Because if they don't have those hatches for free, if they don't have the ability to change it up on a dime, they are going to need to ensure that if Towers is the play, there is no kill box. Surely that nade is perfect, and it is. The second will confirm it as well. So there we go, just like that, Boydie is off the board, and Rofflecopter do not have an answer for what Knights have given them.
Knights did exactly what Rofflecopter did to them right on back, netting out that player in the same spot in admin. Yeah. Now, Hotshot's getting some good info here, but, ooh, he does feed that onto OJ, who finds a really, really long angle.
Catching projectors.
Certainly a massive angle at that, Dev. Here we go. Players are still being spotted out by that pulse scanner. Sorry, Dev, I have to.
We just had Xenox join our call for no reason. He just straight up joined the TeamSpeak server and he's like, why can I hear Dev? Like, we're in the middle of casting and Xenox.
Yeah, nothing ticked over. He just kept talking as well. So.
Oh my god, that man does not think sometimes.
Oh, Xenox, we love you, mate. We love you. The scene would not be the same without you, or maybe just the broadcast team. But now, we turned our attention to a more serious note, Dev. It is match point for Knights. It's equal on the man count right now, but with 40 seconds left, have Knights done enough to secure this?
I think they've set themselves up well, even though we do see a 4v4. A lot of work still to be done, and indeed they do. Going for the Teller's Execute's going to be challenging here, even in the 4v2, because of the pulse, because of that shotgun, and Bouncing's going to try and make a play up white.
Oh, he has been concussed to a short extent. The C4 doesn't pay off. Bouncing gets caught from above, and Hot Shot, how good are you? You have to go Haywood, you have to go nuclear, and it doesn't happen. The Knights confirm the 7-5 victory over Rofflecopter. A hard-fought game at that, but one that they very much needed to put on the board, and they have done. A great game nonetheless.
Excellent showing from the Knights. They are in peak form, and they've taken down Rofflecopter, fought back, got their revenge from the last stage. A big win here for the Knights. They send Rofflecopter packing, take the full 3 points.
They certainly do. And I guess that's actually the other good and glaringly obvious point of that. 3 points. Not only the win, but the 3 points as well. And
when you were looking at that half, you think about the basement defense and you stop and take a beat and say, that was just insane, the fact that, you know, Rafflecopter weren't able to come back. But then you do look back at that first round and it really took Voidy, like you said, on the heroics of that 2K to really give them a look into it. So at the end of the day, Knights have really shown us a really solid attack on console.
They certainly have leveled up their attacks on console, especially as that is the map that they lost just last week to Blitz. They didn't even get a single point for that game. Today they redeemed themselves, take home all 3. Really great attacks onto that garage defense bomb site. Also their defenses, the way that they countered the drones really effectively, they just minced through Rafflecopter's drones. Like, Rafflecopter never had drones. The Mutant Mozzie was really effective. Like, that game would have actually been over faster had we seen that almost round from Josh flanking up when he almost denied the plan. And then there was this. I mean, this has just got to be one of the plays of the entire stage so far. 1 versus 4 retake for Hayward.
Absolutely outrageous. If not for that play, we're in OT. Maybe even Rafflecopter to close this out. Maybe. This has just been such an entertaining game, I would have to say. You know, a really, really closely contested fight. And it does just go to show that experience really can pull you back from those moments, because you have to remember, Knights kind of just threw a Hail Mary in that round on Lobby in their attack and ended up giving Rafflecopter the opportunity, should they have converted their basement defense, to lock this out and close it. But they just weren't able to do so. The calm and composure of Josh, tell you what, talk about a moment that you need to be stepping up. Absolutely on point.
Yeah, Josh really stepped it up in the final couple rounds. He found the opening kill onto Bouncin, both of those ladder garage attacks, and that was so pivotal because Bouncin was such an impact player. Even though he wasn't the highest fragger, that did go to Campo. We did see Bouncin's multi-frags just leading to 1 rounds for Rafflecopter. So I think in terms of the stage of the season, this is a really exciting moment for Knights. I know that they're feeling like they're hitting peak form in Apex South, but OCN, they do tend to drag their feet a little bit. And that loss to Bliss, especially because they didn't find a single point out of it, was you know, a bit of a dagger in the heart. So I'm really glad for them that they found some redemption here.
And the crazy thing is, you know, we look back at the season that they had last stage, I should just say, and they didn't start the greatest, but they ended pretty strong, bar the playoffs. So certainly something to look a little bit of a preview behind the curtain and into the future, talking of which we do have Juicy ready to talk a little bit more about what's happened in this matchup, because by all prospects, hello and welcome. But secondly, it was a pretty close match. There was an opportunity there for Rafflecopter to take that. I just have to ask you, those basement attacks on the second half of your attacking half, they were really strong. Was that something that you guys had cooked up?
We just talked about it in the attack, you know, realized we could, you know, full clear the map. They were going to give us opportunities to, you know, get early picks, and, you know, with good droning. I think our early round droning is pretty strong most of the time, so find a couple of places where we can get inside and, you know, capitalize on that. And then for garage, it's fairly hard to get back in the round. I feel you have to make a play, so I don't know, it's just structured from there.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I do want to touch on your defenses a little bit. You really seem to struggle on the bomb sites that weren't garage, so maybe you can talk a little bit what happened with going through, you know, CEO, lobby, and how you managed to eventually find a win on that.
I think it's just defense in general. That map's a bit harder than, you know, the attack. Like, I always think the consulate's an attacking side of the map, and, you know, you got to do something a little bit special. You got to go out there and win your defenses. You can't just, you know, coast through them and just, you know, your strat won't win you the round. You actually have to win it. So, you know, if an attack's done well, then it's always going to be hard. So I think we just, you know, garage is a little bit more prepared, and the ladder is, you know, a bit harder to get through.
Now, we've been talking about, you know, in APAC South and both OCN, that the skill discrepancy between the teams are starting to shrink a little bit. I'd love to get your opinion on this. I know that we've talked about it in the past, and, you know,
a lot of the times that we talk to you guys, the Chiefs, Wildcard, or even Order, there is the conversation around the fact that, you know, you guys are playing that one extra game, and by all means, that is a much harder league to be playing in. But do you feel like teams like Roflcopter, Bliss, even Rhythm to an extent, are starting to close that gap that we used to see that was so prominent back in the day?
I think it's certainly, you know, closing every stage. It's, you know, teams are getting better the more exposure they get, or the more, you know, scrims they get with better teams being out here. The teams are always going to get better. Like we were at that point, you know, not too long ago where we were struggling, and I think you just get better and better, and the skill gap is shrinking for sure. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just with time.
No, that's completely fine. Look, mate, we'll kind of leave it there. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before we let you go?
It's always the same each week. Just thanks to the fan and thanks to you two. Thanks to the fans and our support staff, and for you two for the cast as always. It's a pleasure to be here.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for that, Juicy. We'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow night. Bloody, that's just around the corner. We'll see you then.
Right, catch you, boys.
I keep forgetting how rapid this stage is. Wait, please tell me I'm correct. We are going to see them tomorrow. We do have another broadcast day tomorrow, do we not?
You really catch me off guard.
Yeah, I'm throwing myself.
No, we actually don't. Sorry, mate.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man.
He's like, you know, crapping his pants right now, like, oh no, team, we got a game tomorrow night. You don't. It's chill. We have a break until July the 2nd next week.
This is why you don't let me out of my cage. This is why you just keep me stuck underneath the desk, because it's not a good idea to let me out. But Dev, that's our first match done for the day. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, well, guess what? Shock horror, there's more games. We'll see you in a bit.
5 seconds left.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
I'm Morgan Ishizaka. I play support for the Chiefs, and what you don't know about me is that I studied marine biology at university. Yeah, when I was little, I really liked fishing. I just had an interest in a lot of marine life. My name, Fisher Guy, sort of ties into my interest in marine life as well, because when I was little and coming up with a username for my first computer game that I was playing, Minecraft, I named myself Fisher Guy. Favorite marine animal? Probably just be fish, yeah. You know, there's a lot of fish. It's hard to pin down one that might be my favorite. It's good to understand many fish, not just one. Yeah, a lot of people have come to me with questions about fish, but all I can remember now is just stuff about Siege. So the Siege operator that I think would make the best marine biologist would probably be Lamai. In-game, he's wearing a wetsuit, and in one of his cinematics, he's swimming around in the ocean. Some fish grunt. I don't know, there's all kinds of sounds that they can make.
I'm not letting you get up unless you say blah, 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 blah.
No. Please no.
My name is Jacob Stefancic, and I play Fragger for Team Rhythm. But what you don't know about me is I'm literally always listening to music. Whether I'm doing something with friends or family, or I'm in scrims, or I'm even sleeping, just always listening to music. I think music helps a lot with just like relaxing, and just a really powerful thing. I just have a big playlist and put it on shuffle. Whatever comes on, from like rock music to rap. I think it's something like 13 or 14 hours. My dad got me into the more like rock and rap style of music, and my mum got me into the more like EDM and like kind of trance type of music. Even when I play drums, I do have my right earphone on my ear, but it's just my left one's the only one in. I'm sure people are always frustrated that I'm listening to music, but no one has ever interfered and told me so. I'm actually a really heavy sleeper, so music's never woken me up, like in particular. I had a picture frame fall once and like glass broke all over the side of my bed, and I just slept through the whole thing. And my mum walks in and she's like, what's going on? And I'm out cold most of the time. The Siege operator that I believe has the best taste in music would be IQ because of her elite animation where she's jamming out to tunes, some EDM, getting the vibes high.
We've still got good signs for Rothel here. However, it just goes to show that experience does trump skill. Not really. I think that's a bit harsh to say. But certainly, we have seen some promising signs from Rothel, but some even more reinforcing signs from our boys on Knights. Does that make enough sense to you, Dev?
Was that reinforcing? Was that a cheeky little Rainbow Six Siege pun there, Robert?
Yeah, sure. We'll just pretend like it was. Yeah, I definitely meant that. Yeah, well, moving on now, Dev. We got Rhythm and Chiefs that are up next, and this matchup should really... I think we should put our cards out on the table here, Dev, and just say that coming into this season, stage, I keep saying season, the whole bloody year is a season. This is a stage. I genuinely thought that it would be Chiefs through and through. However, there is a part of me that just thinks what if with Rhythm, honestly. Every time I see them, it's what if.
Yeah, well, Chiefs, we saw earlier today at the start, the bumper and the pre-show. Right, Chiefs, won stage one. They might not have only come second in the regular season, but eventually they did take the championship in that grand final, took down Rothel and Knights. And I think we really hyped them up after that, honestly. We were like, hey, these guys are back in action. Fisher guys well integrated with the team now. War Turtle's doing a great job coaching them. And now that they've got the support of the Chiefs organization, including, the sports psychologist, Michelle, these guys are looking in hot form. That said, hasn't been so great so far in the OCN season. They did struggle against Rothel last week and did lose that game. And even though they beat Order, they also had a big loss in APAC South League, and two big losses in APAC South League, in fact. So these guys definitely need to kind of redeem themselves, because while they are the reigning champions, they haven't been too hot so far.
Digital, what am I looking at right there? That was...
I just love the cameras on these guys. It's the highlight.
Yeah. I really feel like Digital just got out of bed. I'll be completely honest with you. There's something about him that always seems half asleep. But let's move on to their opponents, which are, of course, Rhythm, who... Look, they have shown us promising signs, as you know, kind of mentioned with Rafflecopter earlier, but they are just, I want to say, unfortunate when it comes to the close matches. There are so many times that we see them being pushed to overtime and either winning or losing. Regardless, you drop a point, or at worst case, you know, you drop 2, and it just feels like that they've competed at a good level, and they just aren't able to keep it up consistently enough.
Yeah, that's the tough thing with Rhythm is even though they have been sticking with this roster for a little while, you know, Supremacist actually subbed out. He's back in today. These guys have struggled so far in the league in Stage 2. Stage 1 was great though from these guys. They had a lot of really, really close games, and you know, they were kind of in that middle pack. They actually beat Chiefs in Stage 1. Really nice to see Supremacist back in action in the bottom left. He is, I don't know, a bit of a hamster. Like he's just so energetic, and I absolutely love it. And I think if Rhythm win today, like they did last stage, then we will get him in for the interview as well. So I'm excited. Hopefully that happens.
Wait, hang on. Did I miss something? I thought Supremacist...
Yes, so did I saw him tweet out that he had been benched or something like that, and then our producer was like, oh, by the way, Supremacist is back. So I was like, yay, let's go. It's my boy.
But Supremacist, I typed F in chat for you, and now you're back in action. What? Anyway, I guess that's good.
So, I've got his Twitter up right now. Yeah. On the 17th of June, he said, just thought I'd tweet it before it's too late. I'm not playing Stage 2 of OCN. As of right now, I'm a substitute. That is all, smiley face. And then 21 hours ago, he retweeted that with the eyes emoji. And now he's back.
God. The eyes emoji. God,
that
it hurts me.
Emoji.
It's a constant theme, but also a constant theme, Dev, is a need for a map, and that we do have in front of us now. Yeah! It was a little bit delayed on my behalf, I apologize. But Villa is where we go. Thank God Xenox isn't here, because we all know Xenox hates Villa. We need to get that hashtag trending, honestly. I think that would be the smart thing to do here.
Yeah, sure, I'll go with that. But hey, guess what? This is actually a rematch of their game in Stage 1. Where Rhythm won 8-7. So this is a great, I guess, map to go to for Rhythm's perspective, because they've literally already beaten this roster on this very map. And you know, as for Chiefs, if we look a little bit further back, they did lose to Cyclops on Villa in the APAC playoffs. It was also a loss in Stage 1 to Rafflecopter and to Order. But all of those were close games, like the 5-7 to Cyclops. Cyclops is a really good team, so going that deep against them is something to be proud of. The loss to Rafflecopter and Order were both 8-7. Oh, sorry, no, there was no Order game, but the Rafflecopter one, 7-8. So a close one. So I think both these teams are strong on this map. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking out for the fact that Rhythm already beat the Chiefs guys on this map.
I guess a grudge match for the Chiefs, maybe? Something for them to play for. And the fact that we also just haven't really seen Chiefs at the point that we wanted to. Let's just be completely honest. The benchmark is up here, and oh, god damn it. Right as I was trying to show, of course, I left it too late, and we're into the fly through. God damn it, Dev, I always ruin nice things. The whole point is they're meant to be up here, and they're all the way down there. Regardless, you get the point. We're going to Villa, and it's the second matchup of our night. Rhythm, they are in with a good look, but you just feel like the Chiefs should be able to lock this out.
They need to at this point. Chiefs have played 4 matches in Stage 2 across OCN and APAC South, and they've only won a single game, albeit it was a 7-2 against Order, so that's nice, but it was only the one game. Let's see if they can find their second. Rhythm is generally, by most teams, rated to be the worst team in OCN right now. But with Supremacists back in, let's see if that can change. Match taken off the board by Rhythm. Let's see what Chiefs reply with. Hibana, okay. So that's not a common ban on this map. And if I look at the previous times, it's usually Thatcher for Chiefs, Ace for Rhythm. So, yeah, fair enough. It leaves the Nomad in, so Flank Watch is going to be good. I like this Goyo ban, though. It's not necessarily a common one we've seen from them, but the Goyo is very, very strong. I've seen Rhythm run it a whole bunch. And if they have strategies that involve a lot of shields, they might have to rejig their operator lineups.
Mirror to close it out. I feel sorry for Mirror. We never really see Mirror anymore. It's just, I mean, not that I really have since I joined Siege. Anyway, moving forward. Round 1, as the Chiefs look to prone a bit of an attack here. The bands leaving a little bit open for discussion, maybe, as we head toward the first round. Novaix maybe just flashing the pulse to head back to the clash, or looks like that may be the play. There you go. We are going to the Living and Library, which is interesting because I feel like that is one of the first times I've seen that site played in a first site.
Yeah. Living Library is by far the least favored bomb site on this map. We've seen a couple of teams like it in the past, in local region of play, and it's LFO who used to love this. So in fact, whenever I play ranked, I'm always trying to convince my teammates to play this bomb site. We said, like, come on, we'll do the LFO strat, it'll be great. But, you know, sadly not the case here. A couple teams overseas have done it. I know Virtus Pro loved this site last year in the EUL. But here for Rhythm, they are going to be using that clash instead of a castle. The TLDR of this side is you really want to hold on to control upstairs in Vault there, because of those holes to the floor. You can deny those common plant spots.
Certainly allows the choke points to be the real contestant, and there you go. It is the Chiefs that are out. 74% of you voting, of course, on the community poll. That is over at R6 Esports OCE. It's our very own Twitter channel. My guys, get over there and check it on out. Get involved in that conversation because we need more of it. We just need more of it. We need more love.
Yeah, I'm a very needy person. I need a lot of love.
Very true. And I just need a lot of reassurance.
Changing mags.
Pardon me, I'm eating pretzels. I'm really enjoying
some
pretzels
apologies.
right now.
My apologies. I'll let you eat your pretzels as Fisho Guy starts to open things up. you can enjoy your pretzels for a hot second.
I mean, they're pretzels. Like, how can you blame me? I discovered recently that pretzels are just better than chips. You know, yeah. I'm gonna say it. The pretzels are better than chips.
Oh, digital's better than anyone.
What is that name?
Ridiculous, man. That was ridiculous. Supremacists, welcome back to OCN. I hope you're having a good one. And surely God Legion not about to find a second there. Who just gets away in time. Oh, God, I love to see that to start things off here.
Yeah, fantastic information gathering. The nades to the floor also take a lot of mechanical skill to time that right. So credit to these guys for employing that as part of their strat. But Fisho Guy's gone down. God Legion. Can we please just get someone to type F in the chat? Someone, anyone. It could be any player on either team. Could be the observer. Someone, just please type F in the chat. No one's paying respects to God. I'm disappointed. That's all I can say.
Oh, it's one of those things you love to hate and hate to love, because the fact of the matter is the Chiefs have really not found too much success right now. They haven't got that top floor control due to the fact that Novaix will just be able to sit back and slow them down. There's a player over by top red as well that'll be able to support. God Legion's getting lit up from behind the bar in games, and this really just is not looking that great.
Worthy's really struggling on these vertical angles as well. A lot of good info here for Ghoul as he goes for a swing, and he is going to finish off Didge. 2 players now left for Chiefs, and while it started with a bang, thanks to Digital, it has certainly gone downhill.
That's probably the politest way of putting it. Maybe there's a chance. Vast is on next to no HP. And just like that, a 2v2, but Vast is on no HP. Surely Novaix would drop him if he gets into his line. They're going to see the rotate come in. Drex is going to play a little bit closer now, and this is just surely undoable. There's no way that they're going to be able to pull this out. The flash is going to flash him long
It does!
Oh, no way, Des!
Oh my god! Oh. The air jab as well! And now it's a one-on-one Worthy v Drex. Those flashes were unbelievable! Worthy! MVP! of OCN Stage 1, and somehow Chiefs win that. They can't believe it.
Looks like their luck is turning around, I guess. I mean, what?
Look at their faces. Look at Digital.
There was just so much went on that round. Digital with a perfect nade. God Legion nades himself back. The flashes were unbelievable to get the plant down. Novais gets air jabbed. Like, what? And the thing is, I'm almost certain that Worthy would have had to have put that air jab down after the plant was starting to really come in, because Novais had just been peaking that seconds before. So that is massive, absolutely massive, to bring that round back from what is really an unthinkable. A 2 versus 4 with Vast on no HP. Outrageous.
Yeah, I really don't know what to say about that one, except for the fact that there was a lot of guts for Rhythm to take us to that site, and it worked up until that 2v2, which is somehow was stolen by the reigning OCN champs. And look, I mentioned it in the play-by-play there, but Worthy has just been ridiculous. I've got the stats, and he has just been statistically ridiculous. All right, if I look at all of Stage 1, the player with the most kills in all of Stage 1 is Worthy on 159 kills. Second player is God Legion, by the way, so Chiefs have 2 of the top KD kill players. Highest for KD ratio is Worthy again. Also, highest for opening KD is again... Wait, I did my spreadsheet wrong.
Oh,
Z to A.
no.
Why is it not working? Oh, I can't see that, but I'm pretty sure it's Worthy as well. Anyway. Worthy's kind of
also not working.
Goated. What is
Guess what? Your points invalid. I'm sorry, because we're on a rehost. So, damn your spreadsheets and
wow.
Damn you.
How dare you talk about my spreadsheets like that?
To be fair, I do use them, so it would be absolutely outrageous for me not to plug them here in this beautiful moment. But God Legion, unfortunate, cheeky little sound bug has enforced a rehost for us. Stop biting your nails, Vast.
Yeah, it's a really bad habit, my dude.
Bad habit. Bad boy.
Fast. Come on, go.
Oh.
Look at Digital's little mo. He's actually kind of growing that out.
It's
yeah, lick those lips.
Oh, no.
Sorry, what? Did you say something?
Maybe we'll get an ASMR stream with Digital in one day.
Please. I
Oh,
want to know
sorry,
what his
DGTL
moustache sounds like.
Sounds like? What?
That's ASMR, right? It's about the sound, so I want to know what it sounds like.
Oh, man. I was talking more about the licking of his lips than I was about the mustache.
I mean, you could surely... I mean, I'm sure Leb would be great at ASMR.
Oh,
he's got, like...
Man.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Man is just rolling in it. Look at all the guitars in the background there. He's got the sick-looking mic, all the artwork, got a nice couch in the background.
Mention his beard or I'll lose it.
And his beard is
there we
magnificent.
He literally looks like he's in a rap video, honestly. Every time I see him, I just feel like he's going to drop a sick beat and just start going.
Need like a black and white filter on there, just like freeze frame, then he just breaks it down. Yeah, as you can tell, I listen to a lot of rap. I clearly know what I'm talking about.
So much rap, man. We're hip with the kids nowadays.
Definitely.
Look, it's not ideal for Rhythm to have started out the way that they have.
I mean, especially Supremacist. Like, we're looking at him now, and he's just come back in. He's like, got the eyes emojis out on Twitter. Oh, staring straight into the camera. First round in, netted through the floor. Never saw it coming.
Second round, rehost.
Yeah.
So essentially, he's cursed. Is what we're trying to tell you here. Was it Ghoul that was entertaining on the webcam last week?
Oh, did it. He did the good old cocking the gun, and you know, it's very intimidating.
Oh, you know what? There's one thing right now. I genuinely think that Drex plays in space.
It's just purest black.
It's an endless abyss. It is an endless abyss. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know what's behind Drex, honestly. Like, the skeleton in those closets would
Yeah.
You just want to, you just half expect like a pair of red eyes to appear in the background. And it's Flores, and he's just looking at you.
What? You really go hard, don't you? There's no story half finished with you.
What can I say?
Well, I guess we could probably say something about the game now because we are back into it. Appreciate you sitting through the waffle, ladies and gents. We do have a attempt now for a site that Monkey Fist used to call AVG. And for those of you that
It's not just Monkey who said that. I'm pretty sure Kick started that.
Okay, but I have not heard it being called AVG since. All right, that's all I'm saying. Now that's got nothing to do with the fact that no one else calls it that. It's just because I don't pay attention. Right? So essentially, Monkey Fist invented AVG, and to me, he is God. That is all I need to say.
Shout out to the OGs out there that remember All Mate Monkey. And Monkey, I know occasionally he does float around in the Rainbow Six scene. Might still watch a game every now and then.
Cheeky.
A true OG of the scene. I think he was the first like caster in ANZ. Like the first person who was just like, yeah, well, I'm going to talk about video games. And now you want to talk about a moustache? Whew, he had a moustache.
The you know, there is a rumor going around that Warden's character was based.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
I can confirm it's not a rumor. Ubisoft themselves emailed me the other day saying it's confirmed. He is.
TV confirmed. CCG confirmed probably more.
Wrong game, my guy. Wrong scene. We do miss you, Monkey. We do miss you. If you're hearing this, we miss you. And one thing that we've also kind of been missing in this match is a little bit more of an idea as to what we can expect. I mean, at the moment, the way things have been going, look at this, back-to-back supremacists.
Oh, so close. Here's breath away, that one.
What? Leb? Oh, my God, okay. I absolutely tripped out. You know what
They're on the same team, you sped.
Monkey, I think it's time for me to give my job back to you.
Yeah, please. Give me the good old Monkey Fist cast again. It's been a while. So, look, you said what can we expect? Now, Rhythm, they've been performance in the toilet, but so has Chiefs, right? Like, only winning 1 out of their 4 games this stage so far. Definitely not, I guess, a success rate that befits the reigning champs. And Rhythm did beat Chiefs last stage. Now that they've got Supremacists back, maybe this is the moment for them. All of us! So close to nailing that.
And doesn't miss a beat. In fact, that's going to get both the ADSs, is it? Or it might just get the Banshee on the wall. Oh!
Everything!
The Retero drones are ridiculous.
Oh my God. This is such a great way of clearing red. This red stairs position has been the bane of so many teams worldwide. Ever since it started to become meta! All the ADS is gone. The nade comes through. There's a flank up of Astro stairs, but Digital seems aware. Leb has done some damage in living. Supremacist shoots the Claimer and runs away to rejoin his teammate downstairs. That C4 won't find anything. The Chiefs have still done a pretty good job here clearing that red position.
Certainly puts them in a decent place to now try to force something from that northern side of the map. Landing now completely under control of the Chiefs. The Retero drone looking to find anything it can. Unfortunately, it's not going to be given any more utility. And to be fair, I think it was really just the single barbed wire that we saw for a second. A little bit of damage being given to Digital, who peaks all the way down Classical, but nothing to write home about. Dev, 15 seconds. Hang on, what? Where did this round go?
Well, it has gone for Rhythm pretty well. Supremacist finds 2. Digital finds his entry onto site. Low HP. Peeking top main stairs. Ghoul is there to receive. Worthy's the last one left. And Leb's there to clean up what's left. Rhythm beat their drum and take down the Chiefs in their first round here on Villa.
Oh, get out. You know what, Supremacist? Just no. No. I was going to welcome you back, but the second I see a little ice in the veins, nah. I don't think that's the round to give ice in the veins, Dev. I'll be honest with you. I don't think that's the round.
I mean, he gets 2 kills and he's like, yeah, I'm unstoppable, let's go. I mean, I respect that. I respect that. That's all I'll say.
Does that mean much?
Well, I mean, it's a first round for Rhythm. It is defense here on Villa. Nothing to.
No, sorry. I meant your respect.
Oh. Wow. I'm just going back to eating my pretzels, I think.
Enjoy your pretzels, my guy. Now listen to the wonderful soothing color. It's more like trying to walk over glass barefoot, listening to me color cast. But definitely extending down onto that first floor. You can see Supremacist alongside Ghoul, delivering some nice little bits of util. That actually looks like has that Electric Claw been used there? Yeah, it has too. So they're really going to be bunkering down Kitchen here and ensuring that they don't give up that vertical control for free, which, you know, I feel can be quite an important piece of the puzzle, but it's not everything. So where the other Kaid Claw is, no doubt it's probably underneath to protect the three-piece facing the three-piece wall facing into bedroom. And slowly but surely, Dev, what do you think? Rating out of 10. How's the color?
Yeah, it's good. You know, not bad. You know, you talked about the Electric Claws and all that good stuff, and that's really what matters, you know.
But what was the size like?
Not bad. Good size.
Why are we like this?
I know. If you are still watching with us not muted, thank you. I appreciate you. I question your taste, but I appreciate you. Nice map control take now for Chiefs. They've been so deadly with the nades. Digital's found the opening pick with nades both rounds so far. God Legion pushing up Classic. Still a player in Aviator. God Legion's about to have Vault control, which should dismantle this and get a free kill here. There you go. Duel goes down. 90 control as well. This is just so methodical from Chiefs.
Yeah, you beat me to it. Looking really good. That clear of Study into AVG was really gnarly. You know, they didn't miss a beat. They had Vault Wall open as Digital started to push in. It started to press Study. It was just all but too clean. And now they've got so much time to play with. Minute 20 to start to idolize what they're going to be trying to achieve across toward Master Bedroom. It may not even require that at this point. If they can continue to find these picks off site, it's going to be detrimental to say the very least. God Legion's already got landing control as well, as Worthy getting a little bit closer. Supremacist though, it's a big kill to take down. The Fisho guy being the only one with presence across to Master.
Yeah, and that's also the diffuser gone down. Without presence Master, it's really hard to expose the positions in Master, and it really just gives the defenders so much more freedom. God Legion's going to go down. There it is.
Jeez.
Now 3-on-3, and Rhythm have the advantage. Drex is in a really strong position at Dia. And like we've said, no Master control. Now Chiefs will attempt to salvage this with 30 seconds to go. Drex goes down on the site from Vast. And Worthy's about to pick up that diffuser. Supremacist has to hold on here, but now he's been taken out. It's all on Leb. 3v3 to 3v nothing. And that's Chiefs taking their second round of the map.
Just when you think Rhythm have started to claw that one back, Chiefs, to be fair, have played that incredibly well. Both the first phase and the third phase of the round seemed to be theirs, even though for a short second it was not necessarily spiraling, but starting to nudge back in the favor. Really important to keep your composure in that situation. You know that you've still got the landing and a little bit of 90 control. Master's lost, and the second that they put the pressure on both Master and landing at the same time, kind of feels like it just forced, I believe it was Drex, into a really uncomfortable position, falling back to stat. And from there, it's all the Chiefs' way. All a one-way highway. Now we will go down to the kitchen. We're not going to be re-attempting upstairs at all. And this is a site where really that vertical control will play a huge impact. So you would dare say that Chiefs are most likely going to try to sweep in a similar fashion across from Study, or maybe might even try to approach from a little bit closer to home.
Well, the drones is prepped for Southside at the moment. Like, we look at where the Chiefs' drones are. There's not a lot going on here. We actually have Digital's got his drone all the way in Astro. That's such a good drone spot. I think if we can actually look at his POV, Mandy, for a second. How good is that? How good is that? Hidden on top of the projector. Like, this is a pretty common spot. It takes a little bit of parkour to get it there. And obviously that makes a lot of noise because you've got to jump. So, I mean, the fact that he was able to ninja his drone there during the prep phase without Rhythm hearing it is pretty significant.
I mean, it gives you sight all the way through to bricks, right? Like,
It's
that's
so good,
just,
yeah.
you can see all the rotates into Master. You can also see the Astro into Bart. Like, that's outrageous. And certainly will be a lot of information should it go unchecked, which you would just imagine it's going to be. And let's see how confident Chiefs are. Let's see whether this pre-phase of the droning has really set up a confident round for them. They have already lost 3 in the first 40 seconds of the round, though. So that starts to indicate maybe... Oh, no, it's actually just 1. I do apologize. It is Worthy that's on the Twitch, so
Yeah, true.
I
So they
retract all statements.
It's funny, yeah, because they don't have... they don't start with 10 drones. They start with 8 drones because Worthies don't count.
Baited.
Yeah, I feel that. But at least Vast has got a couple extras. Let's see where he's going to send this one in through. It's going to clear that first Banshee. Easy as you like. Also opens up some vertical lines. Probably won't be impactful, but there is a vertical angle there the defenders could use. Nice job from Fish, though. He's opening up the lines of sight in a stat from Master, and Chiefs once again just slow and methodical, taking the map control that they need. Next up, need to make sure that all this Astro and Trophy and stat is completely clear before they get in. Then they're going to start on the vertical play, but they do need to be careful about C4s, especially when Drex has some black eye cameras upstairs.
Yeah, you kind of feel like maybe there's a C4 prepped. Actually, there should be 2 C4s prepped by the looks of it, with the fact that there's still technically... Is it 2 that are being unused? Yeah, so 2... 1 has definitely been used, but there is 1 that's been pre-prepped, and I'd love to see where that's going to play dividends. Drex obviously with it in his pockets, just waiting for someone to give that information into any of the pre-placed cameras. And Chiefs are just going to have to play the hot potato game and not stay on dry land for too long.
Not sure if this is trying to kill. Just to clear the jammer for now. Here comes the setup onto Laundry. A breach onto site. God Legion finds the opening. Traded. The Chiefs have a really strong position now. Vetakes has got 1 gas left, and he's been taken out, so unimpactful. And here comes the execute.
Yeah, it certainly does. Fast and furious with only 10 seconds left. That's a great C4, but unfortunately can't find the player behind Tetris. In fact, he was getting closed on by about 3 different angles. I'm pretty sure from what I saw, that very first player from Chiefs just sent it in through sheets. There was a small little rotate hole for him to make his way onto site, and maybe it just caught Rhythm off guard. From there, very quickly did it just slip away. Like Butterfingers, the round's gone, and the Chiefs are looking so strong in these mini-games, Dev. They just seem to be winning them every single time.
And the difference there as well is like that roam was not contested at all from Rhythm. Like they didn't contest the top floor really, and Chiefs took back control really easily. So even though like Chiefs were in a 5v5 for the execute with 26 seconds to go, they still won that 5v5. Like you'd have some teams that if they don't find picks early round, like I'd look at maybe a team like Rufflecopter to potentially be an example of this. Like they're really good if they can get a man advantage. But if they can't find those picks early round, they really struggle to execute. But Chiefs are not one of those teams. Like, because they're so good at clearing the utility on site, clearing these positions, and they've got someone who's ready to make a play, like you said, through sheets. I don't know exactly where God Legion made his playthrough, but he'd be another player I'd look to there. And the fact that Chiefs could just make that 5v5 execute works really impressive. And what's great, Rob, is they're just looking to inform. Like, this is the Chiefs that we saw win OCN last season. This is the way that they played then. They just looked like they were in control, executing a game plan. But also having the flexibility and the individual skill to just be able to make plays when needed.
Yep. And that really is the big thing of this meta. new meta is certainly favoring that kind of play style, you know, being able to have a solo and hero play. For example, anyone who was watching APAC South last night would have seen, especially for Wildcard, a completely different approach. In fact, they were really starting to favor, you know, the kind of bold individual plays because they do have that capacity. And I feel like with Chiefs, they have always been able to do that. So this is certainly, oh my God.
I think almost every round has opened with a nade kill from Chiefs. Almost every single round.
That is just, you love to see how well timed that is as well. And Drex will be, I think he'll be pretty dirty at that. But it's good to see him on his cams. He's doing his duty for the team. That's all I'm going to say. That's all that matters at this point.
The downside is that it was Drex, of course. He's the Smoke. Everyone loves to mention the fact that Smoke's utility is active, not passive. So once he dies, you know, that's it. And Digital's actually trying to jump on top of the box. You don't necessarily need a buck if you have a sledge. If you can jump on top of these boxes, you can actually open with your sledgehammer some of the ceiling. Kind of funny, imagining wielding a giant piece of hammer onto the roof. But hey, he finds one through the floor, through the vert holes.
Oh, geez, doesn't that work well? Oh, my goodness. The Chiefs are just swarming all over Rhythm right now. They've got essentially games control if they wish it, and it's only Lev on site from what I can see. Wherever Supremacist is, he's going to need to try to come up big. He's just joined his teammate by maps now, but surely this round's done. How on earth do you bring this back with such a huge amount of time left?
Ooh. All Chiefs need to do is just slow and steady execute their game plan here, and they should have this. But how you need to get back into it is with plays like that. Now Leb's found two. Supremacist eager to find his own opportunity.
Angle. This is getting really dangerous for the Chiefs right now. You can see two players underneath, probably going to be flanking up red, which is exactly what they're going to do. I love this. They use the time that is afforded to them, and now they can start to kind of pinch in a little bit more. Supremacist knows that he's got to deal with more than one angle. Leb finds a third for the round. Digital, he trades quickly, and Leb is stuck outside the site. God Legion can hold the line straight into the map's entrance, and just like that, the Chiefs bring it back. But goodness me, Leb gave it his best effort, and Digital, yeah, I'd be so hyped up if I just won a 5v2.
You gotta get your mental right, you know. I love that. Look at us having a good drink of water there. Stay hydrated, folks. Look at this 2K, man. Plays like that can bring a 5v3, and this one as well. Like Leb was the only one to find kills that round. He found 3. Unfortunately, wasn't enough. Chiefs are just so damn good. Like the way that they've been playing, like, you know, another stat to back it up. Like all but one round, Chiefs have either got the plant down or won the round while planting. Like got all the kills. And just goes to show that they're just so good at completing the checklist. And even when things don't go to plan, you know, they always have a contingency. Like you said, the way they rotated back to red came up there.
Patience is honestly a big virtue, I have to say. And the virtue that's paid off in a massive way for the Chiefs. A 5-1 half. I'm not going to say it's in the books, but it would really just spell disaster for Rhythm. A map that I would say you're always looking at the very least a 3-3 half. I really do feel like Stat Trophy and AVG seem to be such strong sites for most teams. So at the very least, it's quite common 3-3s, but 5-1 on the attack is outrageously good to start things off.
Definitely would not expect a 5-2, a 5-1 rather, even a 4-2 would be really, really strong here for Chiefs. So at the moment, like no matter what happens, they have won this half. It'll just come down to their defense. Of course, if they can really just continue demonstrating this exemplary attack skill, it'll just be even more impressive. Look at that drone getting so much info. Little rats running around downstairs for Rhythm.
Speaking of little rats, digital.
How'd you do him?
Oh,
did you see that claw?
I did. I
That
did
was
see
nice.
that claw.
Yeah, underneath. But yeah, that's why you got to contest the vertical, because if you're actually putting your utility to defend that reinforced wall downstairs, you need to defend downstairs.
Yeah.
But I mean, Chiefs contested that. Where was that shot?
Right
through the vertical hole. Did Drex see him, or was he just opening the vertical hole? And happened to get him?
Can we pretend like he was just opening the vertical hole?
Oh my.
I love like you can almost see the body language on digital. He had no clue as much as we didn't. Oh, this nade could be nice, but no. Oh my god, I thought he was going back into it there.
Attackers have located a bomb. Bomb located by attackers.
The thing with Astro Control, it does give them the ability to split either site and cause mayhem, but you dare say that the Chiefs are most likely going to look to approach from, once again, a pinched angle. Digital underneath. What's he got? What's he got? What's he cooking up here? That's an okay nade, all things considered. Oh my god.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Dev, that's pretty much it. Stick a fork in it. It's done. The round's done, and so is the half. That is absolutely outrageous. 5-1 from the Chiefs.
On the back of that very, very difficult half, Rhythm to take their tactical timeout. Chiefs are up 5-1, Rob, on their attacking side with some honestly amazing methodical attacks.
Yeah, mini games just seem to be won consistently. Time and time again, they were flushing out roams from Rhythm. They were winning the util game. You know, we saw the Rotero drones really come out to shine. Across on red, we highlighted that. We're consistently seeing the Chiefs put up a good attack. Now they have to do so on their defensive side. Of course, attack right now for Rhythm, Dev, much needed.
Yeah, you know, that said, they're taking the attack as soon as they go into their attacking side. So a lot of teams would kind of, I guess, do it in their, you know, like, let's say 3 rounds ago, right? Like, Rhythm they just lost 4 rounds in a row. Surely at some point in that streak, they would have considered taking a tactical. Because at this point, like, they are going to have to go monstrous on their attacking side to even have the hope of pulling this to overtime. I feel like the degree to which they lost that first half has made this game almost unwinnable for them. So you better hope that tactical timeout was bloody brilliant. I really hope they have just reinvented the wheel or something here, and they're going to come out swinging, literally, on their attacking side. Because if not, that's it.
Certainly will be. It is a dangerous time to be there in that position. But I am convinced that they have reinvented the wheel. I am convinced they're about to pop off here, Dev, and show us something that we have never been seen before.
One step at a time for Rhythm. I guess let's talk about Chiefs here for a minute, because yeah, like they had some great attacks, but let's talk about what this means for the grander scheme of things. And we are going to have a chat to, I believe, Digital after this game, presuming they win, which they, I mean, I'd be amazed if Rhythm can pull this back. But for Chiefs, right, this is an important game. They've had such a poor stage 1 so far, lost in both APAC South and in OCN, including that really, really tight 8-7 to Ruffle last week. So getting this win under the belt would mean a lot for their confidence.
Would. Having said that, Supremacists may not allow them to. I mean, it's a very, very long string to draw, but it could well be the factor here. Rhythm, they don't give up without a fight. They're known for pushing teams to overtime, regardless of the scoreline. 5-1 just seems a little bit out of reach, though. However, it's not my job to say no. I could not dare deny them of such a storyline.
Yeah, well, for me, the place Rhythm are at the moment is just that they're looking like the weakest team in the league, which is such a shame because they did not look like that in Stage 1. LFO have stepped up, and Rhythm, unfortunately, haven't kept up with the times. Now Leb looking to make a play at such a tight angle. He's actually walking into a crossfire as well.
Oh.
Goodbye, Pop.
Jeez. Walks into a crossfire, walks out, finds a quick kill on a vert. That's not a really happy sign for the Chiefs. 2 players down now with 3 left. They're really running out of options here. How many of the C4s are still in play? It looks like none of them are pre-prepped either. So right now, it's literally Dev, their will to live, that is going to have to drag them across the line here in round 7.
It's a very good start for Rhythm, but execute is everything. 40 seconds left. They've got a lot of picks. I feel like the point now of getting this vert is not to find picks, it's just you have to clear those key positions. But they're running out of time. They may just have to monster this and push through the site, use their man advantage and just refrag it out, because you can tell visibly watching these players that they know they're running out of time.
Yeah, it gets a little bit chaotic. The body language doesn't really pose too much of a threat now. It's just worthy, unfortunately. And he nearly missed the first kill. Yeah, you hate to see that, but there's nothing more left in this round. Supremacists open. He does close it. And that is, I guess, an important tack pause after all.
Pays off for them. Supremacist getting a bit of energy there. I love to see that. He doesn't stop. He's back in the team. I wonder what was it like before when he wasn't on the team. This team would have been so, I guess, lacking in energy, right? And if they had BB playing in the previous weeks, a bit mellow. So I mean, I like that. I like that. You know, every team needs a hype man, right? I mean, you do have some teams like Knights that are just cool, calm, collected, and cold, and they don't bat an eyelid during their games, but I think you need that energy to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I get, you know, it's a discussion of 2 different sides. You know, there is the calm and composure that you need for moments like that where things get chaotic. You just need a bit of a level head. And then on the flip side, when you win that round, you want to get up and about. And I guess when you look at most teams, they'll generally have at least one of those players, if not a couple. I mean, you look to Order, who have multiple. You look to Chiefs, they've got a fair few, in fact. You know, Digital is usually the most, do we say animated? I feel like animated is the right word.
Sure, and look, Vast really gets out as well.
He does.
Even, I was seeing God Legion come out of his shell a little bit today in the face cams, which is nice.
Yeah, it's. I guess it's a good thing of face cams. We get to see a little bit more. I feel like with Vast and Digital's more of like the teddy bear that, like, you know, it's like, yeah, we won a round. Vast is like, we won the goddamn round. It's just, it's 2 completely different approaches, but I guess it's the same conclusion, right?
We need to get the replays with the face cams to have comms in it at some point.
Oh, no, we don't. No, we don't.
I don't care if the players are worried that they're going to say inappropriate stuff. We need that. That has to be public. The community deserves to see this.
I don't know why I can't. Oh my god!
Worthy!
Oh, Worthy. What is the timing on that? Surely is anyone giving him info there? It looks like there's a fair few players that could have been, but Supremacists once again opens the rounds. He's not here for just a cheeky name on the score sheet, Dev. He is making a difference.
That's opening pick 2 rounds in a row for Supremacists. Digital walking through fire. Bisho does finally put an end to Rhythm's most animated player. But this is, of course, a stat defense, stat and trophy, so Rhythm needs to do a lot more work after they take this vertical control. Novaic's trying to clear U2 off the wall. Or there's a vertical angle with Bisho upstairs, and he loses his head.
Yeah, that's a one almighty kill, we'll say that much.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
And
Attackers have
minute
recovered
20
the
left, you
diffuser.
don't have the smoke, you've got 2 C4s left to play with. As unfortunately, Worthy being taken down and out, eliminates one.
Vast might make a play here.
You reckon?
Digital's going to do it. Vast is baiting for Dig. They're actually going to push together and take down this player. But Gore's watching and helping cover his teammate. Vast is gone away, but he does find a kill on his way out. Traded once again, leaving it just on God Legion in a 1 versus 3. 50 seconds, but he's got no C4, and the recoil on this 416 is quite the beast to control.
Doesn't matter. They're all coming from the one position, Dev. This is God Legion's time to shine. Oh, I played you all up, and that's how it ends. Goodness me. Cleanly done from Rhythm. They are making a statement here, Dev. However, you'd have to feel that Chiefs go to what is, I would presume, the most favoured site of all, and surely that is across in AVG.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to take a tactical timeout, so they'll have a minute to discuss this. So they better, I mean, because 5-1 is great. 5-1 is dominant on Villa is really impressive, but yeah, for Rhythm to come out of the gates on their attack and after their tactical timeout, find 2 rounds in a row, both fairly dominant rounds, does get a little concerning for Chiefs. But I like the fact that Chiefs are getting on this early. They're not waiting until they're 4 rounds in a deficit like Rhythm did.
These tac timeouts in online leagues have changed the game. Honestly. They have really opened up the door for teams to take... It's a minute, right? You think about that in the grand scheme of the game and you go, pish posh, you know. What does that really, what kind of impact does that have? But time and time again, we see how much it changes the mental, how much it changes the approach to the game. You know, you listen to the Knights talk, you know, from Juicy's perspective in the interview of last game, and he said, you know, we just had time to be able to talk out what was going wrong against Roffelkopter, and we figured out that they had a weakness, and we utilized it. You know, like these are the things that these tac timeouts are really starting to open up. And I really think that Rhythm have done a good job at using theirs. What about Chiefs? What have they got up the sleeve? Do they have enough here to halter what has been, let's be completely honest, a really great start from Rhythm in the second half?
That momentum though may switch now. Rhythm have had a chance to cool a little bit, and Chiefs have had a chance to chat. On top of that, you already mentioned this, but Aviator is generally regarded as the best site on the map, and Rhythm are yet to attack that. So we haven't really seen if they're any good at attacking this bomb
10
site.
seconds left before insertion.
And Chiefs have had a little bit of extra time as well to discuss how they want to play this.
5 seconds left.
The fact that they've lost 2 picks in the previous 2 rounds, very early, Supremacists found the opening pick both times around the 2 minute 10 mark. It does show us that Chiefs fighting with a little bit more they can chew. You can see 4 players shaping up for the map clear from the master side across. And Chiefs are actually setting up quite a significant amount of reinforcements. Even a mute jammer in stat as well. So they're going to try and hold on to this. What I think Chiefs should do, shoot some drones and then fall back. Don't give Rhythm the opening gunfight.
Certainly been an impactful start each and every round that Rhythm have had on their attack. And they may well just listen to the advice of Coach Dev here. Certainly Worthy has backed away to landing. It's not having the impact that we generally see from him. 2 and 4 right now. But at the same time, you know, Vast has really been playing quite well this game. And here we go, Rhythm.
Now clearing out all of that northern side of the building. It really gives them a lot of room to move.
Good map control now for Rhythm. Though, unlike the previous rounds, they weren't given that opening engagement. So we're gonna have to see how Rhythm do in a 5v5, right? Like, this is testing Rhythm's problem-solving skills rather than their entry fragging skills. But I think it's smart by Chiefs. Because we know that Rhythm have proven to have good entry fragging. But when it comes to cracking the really hard nuts, like trying to break 90 control or Tom's control at top of main stairs, or like actually exposing the players on site and go for an execute, that we haven't necessarily seen Rhythm do, at least not when they don't have a significant man advantage. So doing that in a 5v5 is, I think, going to give Chiefs the best chance to take match point here.
Significantly more difficult without a little advantage, without a little lead, and now you're starting to see it. Really, how much of Rhythm been able to accomplish in the last 2 minutes. God Legion's still stuck in study. Getting flashbacks, I believe it was of an order play in that position, but it looks like they have a pretty good idea. Digital has gone down. Cool's actually going to start planning. What has gone on here? Oh, the smoke! It doesn't hit its mark there. They can't deny it. Post-plant 5v4, this is chaotic.
Worthy's on for the retake below, though. Vast swinging outside of study, loses his life. Drex holds it down. Now Fisher, guys, the last man standing. He might try and stick it, but no, Vagues comes around swinging. And Rhythm have just found 3 rounds in a row. Right on the back of Chiefs' tactical timeout. They keep that momentum flowing.
No, Vagues throws up the L. That's exactly what they've delivered to Chiefs. That's 3 sites in a row, all different. Dining, Stat, and now AVG. Signs are not all that promising for the Chiefs. I'll be honest, Dev, we had really hoped for the Chiefs to come out firing in this second half. We needed to see a good showing from them. We needed to see the Chiefs of stage 1. And right now, slipping into old habits. It's not a pretty look.
The one point of failure for Chiefs that round was the fact that the gas missed from Fisher. It's funny, like I'm looking at a screenshot of the replay right now, and it looks like it's so close, but somehow Ghoul survived that. It just tucked in the corner a little bit. Of course, keep in mind that the way that Smoke's gas propagates was changed coming into the North Star season. So maybe Fisher hasn't, I guess, nailed all the smoke lineups like he used to. Because that one unfortunately did miss, and it did cost them the whole round. Now, fortunately for Chiefs, when it's something as simple as that that's a problem, you can kind of be like, all right, all I have to do is have better plant denial, and we win that. But instead of retrying Aviator straight away, they're actually going to go back to Dining. Now, we saw them play this on the first round. Now, since then, they have had a tactical timeout to talk about this. I really sure hope that the Chiefs have something here, because that 5-1 lead is now dwindled to an almost even scoreline. Yeah. Rhythm are well and truly on the comeback.
They certainly are. And you want to talk about that first round, it really felt like Rhythm had the upper hand the entire time. Regardless of kills, you think about the kind of vertical control that they had so early on. And with a site where really you can just be displaced so easy from your anchor holds, you do need to hold that for as long as humanly possible. Right now, Rhythm really just are not taking any time in setting up. They are trying to get in there and in the faces of the Chiefs, trying to disrupt any kind of rotates out, but it does leave a little gap, and a gap that Digital's found.
Novax has done a great job of delivering a lot of information about where all the gadgets are to the rest of Rhythm. Now that he's been taken out, things do get a little bit more difficult. That said, Digital's been taken down. It's his C4 and Pulse cardiac sensor not going to be used for the rest of the round as well. Rhythm is starting to take some good map control now with Living in their hands. I think they're starting to shape up really well. Now, my question is, how are they going on the vertical control? Do they have any presence upstairs? Because if they choose to ignore this, well, they better hope that Worthy can't deal some serious damage from upstairs.
And now Vast going side and side. Brothers in arms. It feels quite dangerous the way Rhythm are shaping up right now, all starting to approach from around that mud area. Worthy as well could get into a really, really dangerous position. I mean, surely they are able to spot this out and they won't fall to an easy kill. But it just feels like this vertical control is going to be so important.
Oh, Premises unfortunately concusses himself on that entry. I just want to know what the execute plan is here for Rhythm. Because there are so many angles to hold, and there are so many places and players to be cautious of here as Rhythm make the execute happen. Ghoul has the diffuser. He's going to push in through China. Supremacist finds the entry kill. God Legion does take down Drex and Ghoul and Supremacist! God Legion! He is a god!
You can see how much that means. So animated. My God. I think I've seen a couple of them hit the stage 1, you know, Super Saiyan mode. I think mainly digital, of course, because that's just what we expect to see from him. But God Legion getting very, very vocal there, and needs to as well. You know, you don't know what happens if God Legion doesn't even find 2 kills there. Honest to God, there is no real telling what Rhythm are able to do if they can trade that kill out. So that is an absolutely massive play that we will definitely not be understating in this post-match, but it really gives map point to the Chiefs. Puts them back on the right foot again. Surely the morale for Rhythm in the bin.
It must be. When 3 players all fall and still there's no refrag and God Legion swings the final corner with the pistol, for God's sake. Man, that's just insane. That is not something you see every day. And it's definitely going in the highlight reel. I really hope that after this game, God Legion chucks that one up on Twitter so we can see it with his comms as well. The reaction of the team must have been unreal.
Surely the focus was just nothing but screaming. Surely. Anyway, it's just absolutely massive from a player that, in my eyes, has been so consistent for the last 2 years. Talk about someone that hasn't really had many lulls, that has been a phenomenal presence on this roster. And maybe again! Oh, he got baited. Both of them were right there. Oh no, and Worthy's being caught out. Dev, it's happening again.
Yeah, good live droning there. Does get Novax the first kill, and unfortunately, like you said, that C4 unfortunately not landing. And while Chiefs do have match point, they don't have much of a buffer here. Rhythm are right on their heels, and this has been an unbelievably attacking-sided Villa thus far. As Rhythm start to take map control, they've done a good job of AVG. They don't fully have control downstairs, but of course, God Legion's a lot less dangerous down there now that he doesn't have that C4. Still, Vast has one. He might rotate and take God Legion's position. At the moment, he's... In fact, that's exactly what's... Is that exactly what's going to happen? He's currently playing Stat. As we see the rest of Rhythm start to shape up.
Is that led through the skylight?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Things you hate to see, 101. And now, Chiefs, they just continue to dwindle away. Surely the heroics of God Legion is backed up here. Digital and Fisho, 2 players who are completely capable of doing the unthinkable. I mean, this is just a really, really bad sign overall.
A difficult position. Oh no, the timing! Supremacist, you are goddamn lucky that that worked. And now Fisher has diffuser. He has some gas babes to start to dictate how this plays out. He has a lot of info as well. And he is a demon with this SMG-11, but he's got to waste a lot of time here.
He does. Having said that, he can find one and fall. That he does. Diffuser still in his control. Does he catch them on the way out? No, he lets them escape. Drex, knowing he can hold that line, keeps him at mats. And that's big, because it's map
point and they're not allowing them any further. Rhythm are going the distance. This is the last round before we reach overtime. The Chiefs have it in them. Because right now, Rhythm have convinced me.
Rhythm have done an astonishing thing right here. They've sat down, stared at the barrel of a 5-1 deficit, taken their tactical timeout on the side switch, and done unbelievable things on their attacking side. The only defense round that Chiefs have won was on the back of that ridiculous 4K from God Legion that, let's be honest, like that shouldn't have happened. It wasn't like that is something that's simply replicatable for Chiefs. It's not like they can say, well, at least we won this bomb site. That's a strong bomb site for us. Nah. Rhythm have beaten them on Kitchen, Stat Trophy, and Aviator Games. Chiefs are at a loss here. And I mean, Rhythm, they may well continue this into overtime, which would firstly steal points away from Chiefs. Or Rhythm could just take the whole game away at this point as well. With the momentum that they have built, I wouldn't count them out.
Nope. Not even slightly. Such a dangerous position to be in. And, you know, this is... It's echoing the issues that we've spoken about. And not to play... Not to be that guy, but really we are going to start asking huge, major questions of the Chiefs soon.
You want to hear something else?
I do. I would love to hear something else.
Rhythm start on attack in overtime.
Oh, that is not a good sign.
They can't let it get any further than this, the Chiefs, because they're going to have to win a defense anyway.
Here I was batting on about the security of the defensive side, and well, that's been all squashed and completely shut me down. Regardless, it really is on Chiefs. It really, I cannot stress this enough. They have to tighten up here, and that's one way to do it. Worthy with a massive pick onto Novakes.
Worthy has had a very quiet game. Now, we did have a rehost, so this isn't the full scoreboard, but Worthy was the MVP of Stage 1. Most dangerous player in the entire region at the time. But he's had a quiet game, so it's nice to see him get back into it. Supremacist has also been really dangerous on these entries. Rhythm overall have been great on the entry. So the fact that Chiefs have found that is big. There's only been one round in this entire game where the opening kill has not been converted. So by Chiefs finding that, it has just immediately skyrocketed their likelihood of winning this round.
Which, to be fair, coming into it really wasn't that high, or so you wouldn't think. Although the last time Rhythm approached this site, they did go for that very deep plant, and unfortunately not protected by Fisho Guy. The smoke just missing on the other side of Vault Door. This time, sure that lightning will not strike twice.
Honestly, I think that the play here for Chiefs is just, you have your pick, just completely fall back. That was a bit of damage. Oh, actually, it wasn't any damage at all.
It was close.
A very nice effort there. But I think the play here for Chiefs is just play it slow, like wait for Rhythm to try and make the execute, and then play for plant denial. But Fisho's actually fluffed up another smoke. He only has one left. We have C4s on Worthy and God Legion. It's a bit iffy on whether they'll be able to get into a position to deny, and I don't know if I'm even confident in Chiefs' plant denial anymore because of that.
God, it looks like Supremacist has a very good idea. Surely that sound cue was heard. I mean, it's a very far way away. And the thing is, he can really get into a position to deny this. I don't know what Rhythm have to really stop Worthy from getting underneath them. This could be everything that they need, Dev, with 10 seconds left.
Why are they... Okay, they are going to go for the plan, but they feed everywhere else. And this is just looking impossible for Rhythm. A flawless round from a 5-1 advantage. Chiefs get pushed to the wire, but they close it out when it matters.
Oh, goodness me. They will push to their limits then, there is no doubt about it. And you really have to take your hat off to Rhythm. God Legion, what a tongue, man.
Oh, man.
What a bloke. But honestly, props to Rhythm. Once again, just another highlighting moment of how dangerous they can be when you let them in the game, how far they will push you until you can respond. To be fair, that was Rhythm's half. That almost could have been Rhythm's game.
Yeah, in fact, that final round was just by far the worst attack from Rhythm and the best, most convincing win for Chiefs. If God Legion had not found that 4K on Kitchen Dining, then I don't reckon that we would have seen Chiefs win that game. Simple as that. I do wonder what happened there for Rhythm, though, because the final round, they'd won that bomb site before, and yeah, it's one thing to lose the opening pick, but after that, they had no presence downstairs, they were vulnerable to the C4s, and they just kind of push into the meat grinder around study and classical hallway, instead of just focusing on getting that plant down. Bit scary for them. Unfortunately, they do fall at the final hurdle.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Unfortunately for them, and fortunately for the Chiefs, you know, this...
Yeah, production, you had to do him like that. You had to do it. You had to catch the replay.
do him dirty. How about this to kickstart it, though? 2 versus 4 from Worthy and Vast to even make that to a point where it's a post plan. I mean, the brain there is unbelievable, and honestly, the way that this started, the fact that Rhythm were even able to get back into the game is just absolutely absurd. And they deserve full props for what they have achieved here. Unfortunately, you know, what you can achieve in one match really means nothing in the grand scheme of things if you don't walk away with any points. And that's the sad truth is the 5-1 half that they had in the first half really just ensured that it was going to be utter devastation for them. You know, nothing to take away from their character, but at the end of Stage 2 and heading to Stage 3, Dev, we are looking to them to be really the lowest seeded team, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it's a shame really, because Rhythm did have a strong Stage 1 and they did beat the Chiefs back then as well. They had a lot of really close overtime games, as has been the story of Rhythm for such a long time. They were relegated out, of course, and they managed to get back in, fortunately, with how things panned out with the old Melon Cat guys. But I think Rhythm, you know, they have definitely had a disappointing time so far in the season, but they've certainly had flashes of greatness. Like we talk about the games that we've seen them play like already, like for example that Knights game, they got smacked 2-7 in terms of the scoreline, but they actually played really well. I remember casting that game and I was like, okay, Rhythm have a lot of really good things. And I think it was even Juicy admitted in the interview, like 2-7 doesn't represent like how close that game was. So Rhythm have a lot of good things. It's just unfortunate for them that they're not able to close out a lot of games. And unfortunately, yeah, looking like potentially the bottom team in the league.
Yeah, 2-7 may not have been a good scoreline for them on the first day and not represented how close they played, but certainly 7-5 is. And I'm going to speak to Digital and find out how close that game actually was, because Digital, it's good to see you again, my friend. It looks like a little sigh of relief there. Is this the case?
Yeah, a little bit. We're always like in the game, our levels. We were maintaining our levels throughout the whole game. It did sort of seem like they were sneaking back in, but it's just good to close that out, I guess. I don't know. That last round was pretty textbook from us. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to talk a little bit about your defensive side, because you know what was happening there. It was really, really difficult for you guys to get back into it.
Yeah.
And then on that final round, you know, very, very convincing. So maybe can you break down a little bit what was actually going on in terms of the gameplay for you guys on you know, what led to that?
I know for a couple of rounds, like for 2 rounds specifically, one they just walked onto site and we didn't even know. Killed me. We have no vault players. We couldn't hear them planting. They planted. So that was a bit of a how you going moment, I guess. And then there was another round where we were playing really, really sort of split up, trying to contest their entry. But in the end, sort of was our downfall, because they were also doing the same thing. I don't know. It was just like, instead of playing together, it was like forcing the 1v1s, which is what you don't want to do against a team like this. So I think after that, the round started to get a lot closer, and we sort of just started to gain control of the map again.
Now, there's no doubt that the first half, 5-1 scoreline that you guys ran off to is
that's a really decent buffer for you to play with. But I would love to I'm not, don't worry, there's not a dig. I'm not going to have a dig at you. I can see you get a little cheeky smirk there. There's no shade being thrown. I did want to figure something out on their attack, because your attack, obviously, you were winning those mini games just left, right, and center, consistently winning the roam clears and everything like that. Did it feel like that when you were actually on your attack? Like where does the sense come from?
We're just playing step by step, just sort of textbook siege, if you will. Sort of assessing each step, and establishing cutoffs and just like nading them out of their positions. So I don't know. That's just like against a team like one thing this season I think we're really good at is like being able to switch it up like that. So versus teams like South APAC, you don't really want to do that step by step sort of play style. You need to be able to like switch it up. So, but a team against like Rhythm, you can sort of enable that play style again. So, yeah, that's how we played tonight. And it was easy on attack, but on defense, yeah, we were letting things slip away. But yeah, no, good to close it out, I guess.
Yeah, it was beautiful watching your attacks. But I mean, let's talk about your season in general. Obviously, you did amazingly in Stage 1. You ended up taking the championship. And of course going deep in APAC South as well, but Stage 2 has been a bit rough for you guys so far. You had a good opening game against Order, but then you lost last week to Rufflecopter, and of course in APAC South you've been struggling as well, 7-1 against Q-Confirm, and then you lost 7 rounds in a row to Elevate. How do you guys feel like you're tracking in terms of your form? What have been like kind of hiccups, and what are you guys doing to combat them?
Look, those games, I feel like I could go over each game and sort of explain why we lost. And I think that's why we're not worried. We know what the problems are, and we can easily assess them and fix them, and we know how to go about those sort of fixes. So, yeah, some minor hiccups. I think we had a similar sort of start to last season, but it's finished strong. So, here's to sort of replicating that. Just game by game. That's how we got to play these tough weeks. We play so many matches. Yeah. No, we know the problems. We're familiar with the solutions, so just a matter of executing it.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? I've only got one more question for you, and it's: can you break down every play that you have specifically so that everyone watching can get a good read on you for the future? Because apparently you guys have a big brain. You just got to use it, mate. That's all you need to do is just use it. You know what? We're going to leave it there. DGTL. It's always a pleasure to see you, my friend.
Matic always for running his mouth. Thank you, guys. Cheers for the cast.
Hey, you know what? Like, okay,
that's why I'm not with this guy.
Look, I'm a coach behind this, not in esports, in sport, and the very first thing you talk about is, can you identify where you went wrong in your own individual performance? And if you can, it's fixable. That's just it. And by the sounds of it, the Chiefs have got a good idea.
Honestly, that is the best possible answer you could get from a guy like Digital in a moment like that. When I asked him, what went wrong? I know, have you had a poor form? And he's like, yeah, like I could speak for hours on each of those games and tell you what went wrong. That is exactly what you want to hear. The more issues you're aware of, the more things that you're going to be able to do to fix them. And when you see a game like today, right, Chiefs, particularly on their attacking side, like Digital said, it was textbook. It was really, really good. I don't think it was Rhythm playing bad. I think Chiefs had a really, really good attacking side. And I'd say the same on Chiefs' defense. I don't think Chiefs played that poorly on the defense. Like, yeah, Digital mentioned there were a couple of how you going moments, but Rhythm really, really deserved to push it as deep as they did.
Oh, that did crack me up, the how you going moments. Well, you know what?
He's so well spoken.
Yeah.
I love him.
Is he? Is he? That's the real question. Anyway, we love Digital and we love the Chiefs. Of course, we love Rhythm too. But you know what we love? We love an absolute banger. And up next, we have none other than Order taking on Wildcard. We'll be right back after this.
Ready? 6 years ago, I met a pilot. She saved my life.
Damn.
That symbol, what does it mean?
This jacket was my father's. Dagu Wakan, Wichachpi. The Creator's star has many meanings. Love, wisdom, bravery.
Suits you.
Listen, I need to get this bird in the air. You try to get some rest.
You're the boss. What's happening? Shh.
Wait, that's it? What happened next?
Why don't you ask her yourself?
Do you want to go? No, it's you then.
It's me? Okay.
Yeah. Wait, what was it? Breaching and clearing the air. Breaching, clear air.
I'm Blast.
I'm Turtle, and this is Breach and Clear the Air.
This is shit talking our teammates.
Friends.
I think that's pretty obvious. He doesn't like dying to a lot of stuff, and he generally shows that in his temper.
He doesn't mind a bit of a what the fuck was that moment.
Worthy will probably die to something he deems kind of an idiot play, and he'll generally yell about how stupid that play was or that player was. Oh, okay. You go
Right
first.
I love how, don't get me wrong, he's our other coach and analyst, but a bit too corny for my liking sometimes.
I chose God Legion because some of his jokes just don't really make sense and no one really laughs at him, to be honest, so. Well, actually, I was gonna write Turtle, but I thought about it and his jokes are a bit more awkward than bad, so.
Okay then.
Who's got the weirdest habit? It's gotta be someone.
I know my answer.
I know.
Nah.
Oh, yes.
No. Nah, god damn it.
A lot of my teammates, we take the piss out of Pat. A habit of his, when he finishes a sentence, his voice generally will go a lot higher pitch. Any examples that you could offer?
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one.
Can I change my answer?
You were.
He's not wrong. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I kind of got him there. I was so glad that I thought of that.
Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Ooh. Oh. Oi. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna put myself in.
I picked Digital. He rocks the slides and socks combos. He doesn't mind the trackies here and there. I don't know. The man's always looking like $1 million with that chief salary. So yeah.
I picked old mate here because I don't know, just can pull off anything. Just chucks it on in the morning, and it doesn't matter what it is, but you pull it off.
Yeah, you're too kind, Pat.
Yeah.
You're too kind, mate. Pretty obvious, Pat's, he was a lifeguard, so he's got experience saving people's lives. Yeah, I don't know, my other teammates, I don't really trust them with my life. Physically, I don't think they're capable of doing that.
Why'd you put yourself? Because I'm the best,
Because I'm the best. See, I don't even know what people eat, except I'm just...
Can we do somebody's drink?
Someone's drink. I picked God Legion because he is English for one. They have pretty weird food combinations, and also he calls French toast eggy bread, which is an injustice. So I think he's a weirdo just for those reasons.
I chose Rain Digital because of his, not his food choice, but his drink choice. When he uses pre-workout or like energy mixes, he chucks it with sparkling water, which I don't really get, but hey, to each their own.
I know. Oh, that's pretty mean. Oh, geez, this one's got me. I actually have no clue.
Copying off my answers, typical.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust your instincts here.
Yeah. I rate him, but I feel like he would make an inappropriate joke to my parents straight off the bat, just after meeting them. So for that, I'm gonna have to, you know, keep him away from them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he'd be like really awkward and just making like anime noises or something.
Oh my god, man.
That was a bit of improv.
Jeez.
Genius.
Anime noises.
I'm very happy that Pat didn't put me down on any of them.
Yeah, give you best dress.
I'm flawless. That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
best
But you
dress.
didn't put me down on any bad ones. So.
Yeah. Feel like I'm gonna have a few angry messages from teammates now, but hey. We'll see how it goes.
All right, we're back. Down 2 games to go. We've kind of started on a really strange note, in all honesty, but the 2 teams we expected to be out on top have given us the satisfaction of doing so. And now this one is anyone's game. If you were watching APAC South last night, you probably would have lent more across to Wildcard. However, before that, probably more so to Order. It's a bit of an awkward one.
Yeah, especially because we did our predictions for this like a week ago. So if I'd known about the result last night, I might have actually predicted Wildcard.
What? Did we? Are you sure? I'm about
Yeah.
to call you out. I did mine yesterday, mate. What
What?
are you talking about?
I
Hang
did
on.
mine when the Snowball reporter Ducky actually asked for it.
When?
which
Hang on.
was-
Hang on. When? No. When? When did you say? Because guess what?
He did ask yesterday. I swear
Ducky asked yesterday.
I swear
Yesterday.
Okay, yeah, technically it was yesterday.
So.
But it was yesterday at 12:46 a.m., which was technically like 2 days ago. So it was before the wildcard order game.
Well, I guess the big blaringly obvious question for us is, can Wildcard back it up? You know, it was a good game. They showed us some pretty magical things, but all things considered, when push comes to shove, can they do it twice in a row? Because Order are absolutely no slouches.
That's true, but the thing with Order is they've had some big roster changes coming into this season. They have had Itby-Style move to a coaching position. He was one of the premier fraggers for this roster, and he traded spots with Nico, who obviously used to play with the old Melon Cat, the old Noble roster. And yeah, he's back in playing again. It's been a while, and things have changed a little bit. He's, I don't know, had mixed results so far. Nate used to be the sub. Now he subbed in for Specker a couple times last season, performed really well, and now he's taken Joker's place. The other thing is that Cutie has renamed to Bailey, so that's not a new player, it's just a rebrand. But yeah, these guys, I think they're still finding their footing with this new roster, just not quite packing the same punch they used to.
No, and it's a real concern because we had such high hopes for them coming into 2021, you know, especially when we kind of looked at the scene as a whole, and we looked at Chiefs, we looked at Knights, we looked at Wildcard and Order, and even though Wildcard had an unbelievable 2020, we honestly didn't know what to expect, and every single one of them are vibing. Every single one of them. Do we try to like play some music for them?
I like how Jack's also like alt tapping between something really light and something really dark. It's like he's at the club.
But no, like let's bring it back to the point.
we had such high hopes for them, and Dev, they just have kind of been missing the mark, honestly.
Yeah, look, 7-3 to Wildcard last night was not so great. They did beat LFO last week, but, you know, they also lost the Chiefs in OCN and to 7th Heaven in Apex South. So, really, you know, poor start from them, sadly. You know, we're looking at players like Bailey to step up with big impacts, but, you know, even players like Specker, you know, kind of known for being a big hitter in the fragging department, hasn't been so, like, he's been a bit quiet individually. It's difficult to get a read on exactly how much that matters, right, though, because it's really about the team gelling. That's what is most important. I think that's where they're lacking a little bit. It's just taking some time to introduce Nico.
Yeah.
One thing I can say for certain is every second these guys' player cams are on screen, you want to be watching.
They're going to entertain you regardless of what happens. And, you know, if their storyline is all about they've kind of missed the step, they've missed the mark as to where we expected them to be, a team that has kind of fallen from grace, if you will, is unfortunately Wildcard. They have essentially been the Titans that have been slain. And much to their own dismay, I'm sure, they are now trying to go through a period of change. They are really... they have shown us highlighted moments, and they have shown us promising signs. But really, we are going to give them, I would say, another 2 weeks. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, I just think as long as they're making progress, that's all that matters to me. Like, yes, these guys were once the kings of Oceania, and yes, they have been slain, but maybe they're just a phoenix that is ready to rise from the ashes. They've had 2 really large roster changes. Like, Stage 1 is just a complete write-off. They had their manager playing for them. Right now they've got Milo, a proper 5th, and he's subbed in, and they've got Rousty, a very experienced and mature coach who's coming and bringing a lot of knowledge and structure to the team. And the big story for Wildcard is they're not trying to be the old Wildcard. They're haunted by the ghosts of their past, and they're trying to get over that and adopt this new play style. All of these players are insane fraggers. And all of these players are really smart as well. You know, Milo and Pat are big brains, huge brains, monstrous brains. And they are bringing that into the game and shot calling. And this is a Wildcard that's more keen to take opportunities and eager to just seize the moment and make a play.
How big are their brains?
Or just...
Well, look, it's a storyline that could almost become a fairy tale for them by the end of this stage. You know, the complete transformation, the Cinderella story of them really, you know, scrubbing up nicely. I think last night was such an incredible showing, and you know, I'm giving them, you know, the whole 2-week timer and blah 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 blah. I'm kind of just, you know, putting it out there, but I do think that this roster is going to continue to improve week on week, as you say, Dev, and that's a scary prospect for a lot of teams that kind of had free wins against them. Now, one thing about this matchup, Dev, is the veto, and we have to get into it. So let's have a look at where we're going to be heading. Maybe Clubhouse again, maybe Villa! How good. Hashtag Xenox hates Villa. But we love it here at OCN, and we are just as keen as ever to get into it. Once a map that Wildcard dominated, it's kind of, I mean, understandably so, fallen off the radar. However, is this the time for them to revive this?
Yeah, well, Wildcard did lose to Invictus in their opening game of Apex South 7-3 on this map. The most recent time they played it outside of that, and the most recent time Order played it, was when these two teams played each other in Apex South in their second to final, one of their final playdays of the previous stage. So, look, that was the old Order, and it was, I believe, Ippy Style's second last game, if I recall correctly. So, look, I will say that Order do have that going for them, but the fact that this is a very new Order does give me a lot to be confident for Wildcard here. I honestly, I think Wildcard's going to take this. Like, it's not their best map, but I think that it's really, for both of these teams, it's not about this map or that map and having these insane strats. It's about developing the team synergy. It's about just getting a move on and starting to really get used to this new roster that they're playing with.
Yeah, it's a point that I was actually just going to bring up, which is, you know, changes aside, do we literally just throw out previous results of both of these teams because of how drastic the last 3 months have been for them? It does feel as though you kind of just give them a clean slate and you say, guess what, stage 2, it's all yours. You write your own destiny. Villa is a map where I think both of these teams have the ability to shine on. We've seen some incredible moments from both. You know, you slap that logo on either victory and it would not be a surprise to tell. So I'm really keen to see a fresh slate, a completely new look for both of them. I just hope we see what we saw last night from Wildcard. Honestly, what they did on Clubhouse, and mind you, against Order, it was beautiful to see. And Dev, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Order weren't even playing badly last night. That's the crazy thing.
Order had definitely some things that they could work on, but they had some great plays. We saw Nico pull off some pretty Nico moments, these crazy wallbangs. I'm going to be looking for more of those tonight. But yeah, for me, the story for Wildcard is the fact that they are trying to rebirth here. They are trying to come and rise from the ashes with a new playstyle. That's the critical thing. Which of these teams will bring it tonight?
Guess we're about to find out. Villa is where we lie. Villa is where we head to. Not to necessarily determine anyone's fate. I mean, you know, we are actually, after today, kind of heading to the second half of the season. It's really important. It is vitally important that these teams really do utilize this stage 2 as a building ground, as a proving ground for what we can still come to expect. Now, I do know that Order love to play a lot of the Yana, so I would dare say Wildcard will probably lean into that ban. Now, that will most likely leaf out the Thatcher and the Ace. I mean, we could see the Thatcher ban, don't get me wrong. There you go.
Surely just Thatcher Valkyrie for Wildcards. They love a good Thatcher Valkyrie ban. Well, while we got a moment, I'm going to point out Milo, top left on Wildcard, and Nico, bottom right on Order, live together. They live in the same house. And they are currently playing a professional esports match against them.
Again, just to reiterate.
The second time in a row.
It's ridiculous, right? 2 nights, back to back. That dinner is going to be mighty awkward.
It's so awkward.
Imagine waking up in the morning to go and get your cereal, and the other's just standing in the kitchen staring at you. You know, these are the kind of images that keep me up at night. Just, I mean, to be fair, you know, both of them are absolute legends. So.
Oh, totally. You know, they get along very well, and they're both very mature people.
No, Deb. They hate each other.
They hate each other. They were forced to live together.
Yeah.
You know, by their, you know, crummy landlord.
You ever seen like Seth Rogen?
Yeah.
You ever that movie? You know, Bad Neighbors. Seth Rogen and Zac Efron. I'm really disappointed in you. How have you not seen that? It is. Oh, come on, man. You can't do me like that. I even interrupted your point to say that, and I thought you were going to get on board.
I'm sure that there's at least 5 people in the Twitch chat who get the
5? Man, am I that young or am I that old? Which one is it? I'm confused.
Wow, that is a tight community vote.
That certainly is. That is actually, I think that's representative of what we come to expect from tonight's matchup.
It's 7-3 wildcard.
You reckon?
7-3 wildcard.
Didn't you predict Order?
Yes.
Okay, you know what's really funny? The context of people that obviously do not have access to our private Discord. Vinny came in before.
Oh, yes! In the, like, official production Discord that we use to cast this, where we talk to, like, production and league ops and everything. And Vinny's got access because he did the OCN playoffs with us. And what did he say?
He said, whoever... here you go. Hey guys, whoever tipped against us, and then used the gif of the teacher that stands up in the class and says, your mom's a hoe!
All right. Thank you, Vinny. Let's see if you can walk the talk.
Oh, goodness me. Fun times ahead, no doubt. Both of these teams really do give us moments of joy. Now, where has that been opened from? Did Nate open that himself?
Oh!
Oh!
You gotta be careful there, my friend. I mean, surely that they opened themselves. Oh, that's a long angle. Nico loses his head. Nate's starting to peel back as well. Wildcard have made some good progress, clearing Aviator across. Nate does have a C4 though, and he starts to lurk. He's going to pre-place a C4. Is he going to have info? Maybe he's going to wait until a gunfight happens and then detonate it. Gio's sending out his Retero drone to clear that Banshee, and so it goes. Wildcard have made great progress so far.
They have, and you know, as long as they keep this pace up, Order will find themselves anchored on site quicker than they can say the word Milo with a sledge, which takes a little while to say, I guess, if you want to put it like that. Now, clearing out, this honestly is just absolutely gorgeous to see how much Flores is really being an impact in these rounds, Dev.
Yeah, I'm loving the Flores. It's just so good for clearing that util. So many, difficult to counter it, and this is something we've talked about a little bit so far with Order. They love banning that mute. They've done it again today. They did it the other day against Wildcard. And that does mean that there's just less util to get. Oh my god, Nate! Holy crap! That is a jump scare and a half.
Oh, well, Nate's about to get one of his own, that's for sure. The nade will surely finish him off at this point. Milo, there we go. It's been confirmed. And on that, Milo's just going to send it straight into the walk-in closet. You got to remember, there's only 20 seconds left in the round. All of a sudden, it's going to come to a head. You've got Emo Rin pushing in. Milo's going to need to try and support him. Can they plant safely? Yes! Milo holds strong. Are they going to be able to stick this? It doesn't look like it. What is going on there?
Oh,
is he coming around the other side? The timing! Milo can't do anything about it, Dev.
Operators, you are out of time.
How did Wildcard not have the info? Milo went so deep on the Astra side, but he was not covering the push-in from landing. Cutie was able to deny it, Bailey rather. Man, that was tight. That was tight.
Too tight, if you ask me.
Way too tight.
Like a man in AFL shorts, just too tight. I hope we
I'm glad that this is OCN and it takes at least some. I mean, the thing is, we're Victorians, right? You know that AFL is not nearly as popular outside of Victoria.
Well, I suppose the same thing's true for rugby, though. Rugby in their toit shorts.
That's true.
You know, whichever one you want. There are just shorts that are not meant to be worn that tight, and those are two pairs that are not meant to be that tight. It's not even a fashion statement either, so... Moving forward, Wildcard. It's, you know, really great first phase of the round there, and it kind of just crumbled from there, didn't it?
Yeah, just Order, especially in that late rounds. I think part of it is the fact that, you know, you mentioned it, so little time left for Wildcard. It got so very, very close down to the wire. The dying moments, Order had a 3v2 advantage. Milo did his best. Kind of did start with, not sure which player it was, but, you know, that swing from Nate in Master, Pat. He got taken down, and you know, that swing kind of spiraled, had a big effect. So I like that aggression from Order. Does make a difference. And they're also going to try and play some map control here in some contest. Nico in the castle. He does love his castle. See if the barricades can hold some map control on the Master side. A lot of util for Wildcard to counter it though.
Oh, Vinny for the early peak. In fact, he's going to push Specker back into the arms of Milo. So that's a really nice start from Wildcard. Once again, opening the round when push comes to shove. And now we really are going to see, can they capitalize on this? Last round, not so much. This round, it's really up for contention here. And I do like the fact that Order haven't necessarily rotated back to site yet. There's nothing that's really, you know, ringing those warning bells. So there's no need for them to come hurrying back just yet. Nate just needed to be careful how far backwards he moved there. Oh, I love that. He actually goes for a peek through the pre-prepped, if you will. It's not even pre-prepped. They've just given him the opening.
Know exactly how that first Gas Babe was taken out. Nate really feeling the pressure at top main, so he does fall back and reel off the rotate hole. Line of sight here will give him a cheeky crossfire. He's going to watch the bottom of the main stairs, but he loses that fight through the floor. Vinny, really aware of that angle. I love seeing all the ways that these players are shooting out the Banshees now as well. Really just goes to show how much of a difference it makes, even not having to enter that knife animation. Nico still has 90 control here, so even though Order are fallen down a little bit, taken down a peg, they have some good control, though. Here comes the clear from Emo.
It's halted just for a second. He actually doesn't know that the player's still there by a pillar, and that could be... I reckon it looks like he's got an idea. Nico with a really nice pre-fire, unfortunately for him. Emo Rin had completely backed away for now, still trying to take this fight. It's not really a great fight for either player, and in fact, in the meantime, Bailey's gone down. How did that fight go for so damn long?
But the thing is, even though Emo didn't aggressively take that peek onto Nico, he completely locked him out of the game. There was nowhere that Nico could go, and Wildcard had a numbers advantage, brute forcing the site. Order fell apart. A very, very dominant round, nigh flawless for Wildcard. I really do wonder what's going on with Order. It's just really been lacking punch. I mean, yes, they won the first round, but I don't know, it was pretty concerning. Just the fact that a lot of the time Order seem to only really win rounds when it's just like an aggressive play. Like if Nate hadn't found that really aggro peak on Master in the first round, I feel like this would be 2-0.
I'm gonna hold any comments until we start to see whether this trend continues. The problem is all signs point to yes, right? Literally, it's been something that has been highlighted on multiple desks now, which is what is truly going on. Because you talk to any of these players behind the scenes, and they're loving it. They're loving playing together. Not loving losing, by the way. Let me just make that very bloody clear. They are not enjoying the fact that they're copping L's, but they are really comfortable with the team that they have. They're very happy in the way that their mental game is going. As we know, it's 95% mental, especially for this team. But something just isn't clicking, and there is going to come a time where that question needs to be answered. And you feel like stage 2 is where we really do have to decipher it, I think.
Time will tell, but it's a similar case for Wildcard, right? Like, I feel like with this new Order roster, we haven't necessarily seen, like, that's the identity of this roster, right? Whereas we have seen that with Wildcard, right? I think as of their game last night, we are starting to see, okay, this is how the new Wildcard want to play, but we haven't seen enough of that to say, okay, this is Wildcard, and they're great, and they're consistent. So that's what really today is. Now, obviously, it's only a game against Order. It's something they've already proven. They're going to have to do this against more opponents to really prove a point. But I think that if they can consistently beat Order at this point in time, it's a massive boon for them.
Guess some of it will be starting to take shape within the next month, as it is very, very important. Now, this second floor control is going to play a huge impact. The longer Order can hold out Wildcard, the better it's going to be. But we've seen before that sometimes those fights are more impactful on site. We saw it a couple in the Chiefs rhythm game before. Bailey now is actually caught backing off of the angle. However, no one has been able to really convert that into a kill or into anything more than just the information it was.
Here comes the Lions' roar. Nate, his position clearly exposed. Wildcard know about it. He's going for a very aggressive peek though. Prone making a lot of noise, meanwhile droned out. The problem with Wildcard is they're being a bit slow. We need to see some explosivity from them.
I think they were trying to give it just then. See the ping coming out so Milo can open up the rotate. Allow them into sheets with a little bit more accessibility. Oh no. They're just being so cautious. This approach, Dev, you're 100% right. They have no top floor control. They're just going to have to go for these fights. The bait may have worked perfectly
because they find the first 2 openings. They're looking to play off this, Dev.
This is the wild card that we expect to see now. This new wild card with the explosive push, but Order do meet that with their own firepower. Pat now has to have an impact. He spots out the arm of a player, but Bailey's holding the cross for the double. Order hold down Tetris position and take their second round.
Oh, so clean from Bailey. I guess that's the biggest issue with that choke point right there. It's so hard to get through without really being contested from Tetris. And let's be completely honest, for Bailey's perspective, that is such a clean shot on both members. But you do have the safety of Tetris. You have the safety of those tables. And it just makes that fight from an attacking perspective so awkward. So awkward. And really, time is of the essence. And right there, the essence was burned before Wildcard knew it.
Yeah, it was for a moment there slipping to being kind of the old Wildcard. You know, they took map control, they slowly and steadily started to take things, and then sat there for a little bit while they decided what they were going to do. Not a lot of conviction. And it did make me a bit scared. I do wonder, you know, if Wildcard had gone for that play 30 seconds earlier, maybe they would have won the round.
That's the ums and ahs, the ifs and buts of Siege. Buts don't lie either, Dev. They don't lie.
10 seconds to go.
I think I had that on So Fresh 2004.
Oh, God. Oh, the memories. Spring Summer Collection, which one? Oh man, that brings back some absolute banging memories. No, it's actually funny. I listened to a So Fresh list on Spotify the other day. Almost a tear in the eye. Almost a tear in the eye, Dev.
Yeah, I bet. Oh. Careful not to get too nostalgic here, even with these older teams. Order and Wildcard have some veterans. Your players like Emorin, Nico, and Jack. Been around since the dawn of Rainbow Six. But it's not always the veterans that shine. Sometimes it's time to pave way for new players. People like Milo, currently 6-1. That's kind of nasty.
Yeah.
Really, just such a nuts fragger. It's crazy. Like he's one of the callers on this team, like one of the brains, but he's also the brawn and the looks. He's just everything.
He certainly has the jaw that you know. Yeah, I think most of us are. You know, women want him and men want to be him. You know, it's one of those cases. It's a bit of an international man of mystery situation.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's Jackal once again from Geo. This is Aviator, of course. Very, very slow. Not any engagements early on. Order just kind of slinking away into the shadows after establishing a bit of presence. Wildcard slowly but surely clearing out these positions. They need to have a really good execute though, because when it does come down to eventually planting on that vault door, we've got gas from Nate that can deny. It's going to be really about Wildcard making sure that they can also take study control, have some presence over there.
So that's exactly what the idea may be here. Now Nico on the kill for Emo. That's quite large considering that's the clash.
It's also the study control gone. Like that, he was the player from Wildcard to try and push study, and without him, like it's gonna be so easy for Order to just peek that. Like this vault plan is, I just don't see this vault plan working without someone playing study.
Did not even realize that that was actually the study player. So yeah, that's a real issue. You can see now Wildcard sprinting into position. Fortunately enough for them, they have time. Now this is a play that we saw only quite recently, Dev, and it's something that is quite devastating. Playing the clash behind the Aruni gate. The second you fade away from it, there you go. The gate's back up. He can step back in. The nades are coming out, but how much damage can it really do? Bailey's playing close.
Oh no, Bailey!
In, but Bailey plays through the smoke and once again comes up absolutely nuclear. A flawless round for Order and Wildcard. They are left guessing.
What was that? that looked like it was going so wrong for Order. The Clash was down. Bailey gets gassed by his teammate, and he's just sitting there choking. And he sprays down to him. Look at this. Nate just gasses the default plan spot, and Bailey's like, oh, okay, I guess I need to move. And he just goes and fades away.
It's one way to make sure that the attackers have absolutely no idea that Bailey's there.
That's true.
No
one would gas their own teammate.
No, surely no one would gas their teammate. That's absurd, Dev.
Again, wildcard falling victim to being too slow, which is funny because we've been talking all about, oh, this new wildcard, but the fact that they're slow just looks like old wildcard. And the old wildcard was slow and steady wins the race. They were slow, but they did everything perfectly, and their executes were flawless. Plus, it was in a simpler time. It was a time when the game was very much about defending heavy utility positions. It wasn't as free flowing. It wasn't as chaotic. And you can't play like that anymore. That old play style for wildcard just doesn't work now.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
Really just, getting with the times is always, it's always going to be a difficult task, especially when you're a team that did rely on it and played so well in it, but we are hoping for bigger and better things from this roster, and I think that may well be that missing piece of the puzzle is their ability to adapt and change. And we'll just have to wait and say, well, geez, you thought Milo was really leading out in the front. Bailey 8 and 1.
I swear when Milo was 6-1, I swear Bailey was like max 4 kills, like maybe 3. But
yeah.
Bailey did pick up at least 3 that round.
Yeah.
So, way to pad those stats.
Oh, jeez, how's the beat? Oh, that's a bit cheeky, Dev.
Come out wherever you are.
Looks like Wildcard might actually be tempted to go for a bit of a rush. Early pressure in. Vinny does land the shot onto Specker. This is great from Wildcard. Heavy contest downstairs from Order, but they are traded back.
This is... Oh, how does Nico miss that? You can't miss that. Milo punishes. And the odds are even once more. Although, I say the odds are even, but we do have a cheeky little frost out. I can already hear it. I can already hear the chomping, the jaws of death.
Oh, Pat, please tell me you look down. Please tell me you look down. Pat! Oh, thank God. Oh my God, there you go. Oh, but the wall bang! Bailey! Double digits!
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Oh man, this guy is
wall banging everyone.
Yep, he just doesn't give a damn. Nade doesn't hit anything. No information for Wildcard right now. They've got to try to play for something, but what? That's the question. The Banshee, it lets them know of the position, Deb. Oh, goodness me, you hate to see it. Oh, Milo, there we go. Confirmed at last.
Emo and Milo could do this. 2v2, 35 seconds to go. Oh, that mirror window is a bit awkward. Milo's going to try and clear that from below. Ping comes out from Emo. Not a lot of time, though, and this makes things very difficult. Emo sneaking on through, has a line of sight for Stat, but no entry, and there's a player hiding at bricks.
Oh, contact from Emo, just tickling the foot of Jack, and Nate swings from bricks, my goodness. It all just collapses on top of Wildcard. And this is the Villa we're used to seeing, Dev. One that is more favored for a defensive side, and it's looking like there's no slowing down for Order.
Yeah, I don't think Wildcard and Order got the memo, but didn't you watch Rhythm and Chiefs? Like, this is an attacker side of memo. I mean, it could just be that this is Order really, really flexing a lead here. It could be that we switch on to Order's own attack, and they just run away. But yes, these defenses have been very strong for them. I really like that mirror window. It is funny, because Milo could have cleared that from below. Like, he was so close to shooting the holes in the floor. But I think he just decided there wasn't enough time. I think he should have spent the extra 5 seconds reloading and shooting that mirror through the wall and then going upstairs, because it gave Order so much control and meant that Wildcard had to funnel through.
It's been, what, 4 times now we've seen Wildcard really have to force through choke points with kind of nothing but a hope and a dream, it feels. You know, it certainly has not favored them in any of those engagements, because Order have been trading out so efficiently. And this is looking so much better for them, but at the same time, is this looking better for Order or worse for Wildcard? Like, what side of the coin do we go on?
Yeah, I think the Order are playing into the fact that Wildcard are struggling a little bit when it comes to the problem solving. And if Order could just like have good setups and just put a sprinkle of aggression on top of that, like good refragging and just run at your opponent a little bit, it's just making it very difficult for Wildcard to juggle both of those things at once, dealing with that aggression. But then frequently, like, Wildcard don't have enough of a numbers advantage to just kind of monster on through. So they have to do this problem solving and end up bleeding a lot of time.
Vinny, the deep line. What's it going to... it's not going to pay... Oh, that's a really disgusting line, Dev.
So bad. I'm going to do that in casual now. Oh, he's been droned. He's actually been droned. He can't see the drone because of the perspective. Geo should just pre-fire this. Like, you can shoot through that little couch. He's just scared to take the fire. I would be too. It's Bailey.
There's the live droning coming in. Can he catch him? Geo gives him a nice little buzz cut on his way out. And that is the opening that Wildcard will have been praying for.
Very pivotal opening frag. Funnily enough, Wildcard have been great with the opening picks. They found that almost every round, all but one, so far in the match, and we've seen that not convert reliably to a round win. So this is the pivotal mid-round. This is where Wildcard have been struggling.
Oh, Geo. There's a player right on the tip of Astro's stairs there. He knows exactly the position he's fighting against.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, some really nice holes being made here from Havana Dev.
Yeah, very unusual attack from Wildcard, but they're trying to clear Memorial from that position. Milo snuck in upstairs, but was traded out. So still that control in for Jack Dad. Wildcard have a numbers advantage, but not a lot of map control here. No control upstairs. I think their best bet is just to flood through China, take the 3v1 on the Specker, and see what they can do with that control. That's what Geo's droning right now.
Yeah, it's certainly shaping up that way. You could see Pat was making their way across there with Vinny. And, I mean, it does feel as though if they make this play, they just need to be cautious that Nate isn't too close by to try and trade this out. That C4, preemptive to say the very least. Now it's going to give his position away. Oh my goodness,
oh, no.
Emo Rin just runs straight past him. Nate and Jack Daddy, they can hold here if they're able to keep them on site. This is not a great position to be playing from, Dev, but they need to confirm it.
Wildcard are on the cusp right now. Geo holding this angle. Jack Daddy! What a shot to land! But it's all on him now. The 1-on-2. Oh, and he lands the second kill! And the Claymore! My God, Jack. You need to land this.
Backs away and plays it perfectly. Time is starting to dwindle. Pat just needs to hold on. He does so. And at the very least, it gives us a second breath for the second half.
Wildcard closed the half with a little bit of success there. Great execute eventually. An attempt on the retake from Jack, but was not on, and now Order go to their attacking side with a 2-round lead. Now, if you hadn't watched the Rhythm versus Chiefs game earlier today, you'd probably think, hey, this looks pretty standard. The Villa, 4-2 half on the defense. Wildcard can definitely win this. I would usually be inclined to agree with you, but that Chiefs Rhythm game was insanely attacker-sided. We only saw 3 defense round wins in 12 rounds.
Man, if you're a wildcard fan, you're going to hope that what we saw earlier is not a premonition of the future, because, yeah, 4 rounds for Order have put themselves in prime position. However, before that game, really, Dev, I think we all would have said that this would be favouring the defensive side, and a 4-2 half is not completely awful to be trying to come back from, provided it is, of course, a defensive-sided map. And we will just hold with bated breath for Wildcard as to this first round. A really important start that they will need here. They cannot allow the momentum for Order to swing.
Definitely. Takes Wildcard a little bit of time to get into things, it seems. His presence downstairs. Milo does take down a drone. Order looking to contest vertically. Oh my god, Nico! What are you doing? And the 2 housemates play ring around the Rosie. Oh, Milo does take down Specker. Nico's keen for a refrag, but Milo has hit double digits and not looking to let that stop. That said, Bailey says, mate, I'm going to be the top fragger of this game for a while yet. Meanwhile, Nico's downstairs with the iron sights on the SMG-11, his recent trademark. Absolutely ugly, but, I mean, don't question his methods if you can't question his results, right?
Well, that's the thing. He's always that player that just manages to do some pretty outrageous things, and it pays off every bloody time. Now they're going to note that there's a couple of players playing in it around. They're going to be careful with the vertical lines. Or was that Geo from main stairs there?
I believe that's exactly what it was. Order starting to slip away here, going for a Tom's take. Geo's very well supported by the gas from Pat. That nade only does a little damage to Vinny. Geo doesn't realize there's actually one under his stairs right now to his left, while he is looking at living. And Bailey's been such a strong player today. I would back him to win this fight.
Have to. He progresses. So much noise, so many sound cues. Given a wild card. Wait! Oh no! Jack Daddy had the line to vault. There was also a player prone at the game's door, and that gives the man advantage completely away.
28 seconds left. Wildcard try to hold on the 3v3. Nate's doing his best, proning in through sight. My god. Jack has the diffuser though, so Nate can't just safely plant, and Jack walking through the middle of sight. This is very risky. Pat has no gas left. Emo has to go big, and he does with the C4 traded. Now Jack does spot one player, but he can't plant in the vault. Has to go all the way back to the vault door. And now Pat and Vinny have to make this work. Vinny has the perfect position though. He can just swing skull, but the plant is gonna go down. Now Vinny may have missed his opportunity, and Bailey is locking this down. Wildcard let it slip through their fingers.
Oh my god, Pat nearly returned. Well, no, not Pat. It was actually Bailey that would have returned the favor. Jack Daddy securing what was an unbelievably chaotic round, Dev. I mean, what even was that? I'm pretty sure the diffuser walked straight through the line of sight of Geo, found the kill in Vault, went and planted behind Vault door, and got away scot-free.
As Wildcard take a tactical pause, they'll have a lot to think about. That was a very, very haphazard attack from Order that they really probably should have been punished for. Like you said, Jack just walked straight through the study breach, through multiple lines of sight. got a refrag in Vault, and then unfortunately for Wildcard was not punished on his rotation. It's just crazy as well that, you know, Vinny clearly didn't have much info as he flanked from 90. Like, he needed to be quite a bit faster there. If he had just been faster and just swung and planted Vault, like denied the plant Vault door, because he could just swing past, cross the line of sight of Bailey without probably losing the fight. I think I'd back him to just swing past. Bailey probably wouldn't land that shot in time. So totally Wildcard could have won that if Vinny was a bit faster, but he didn't have the info. I love you can see the operators through his glasses.
Well, he's not happy. He's not happy. I'll tell you that much. Wildcard right now. Oh, God.
Death stare. Is he frozen?
Yeah. No,
I hope he's frozen.
I hope he's not frozen. I hope that's just emo ruined the entire game. Just. I think he's gonna
Production
visit me in
really
my
did him
nightmare.
dirty just then.
that is what visits me in my night terrors.
Oh, poor guy.
Definitely a death stare. But you know what? Like, all jokes aside, it is a very serious situation. Because this is not, you know, we were singing the praises of Wildcard last night. And, you know, much to my dismay, Guz did mention all good and well, but they have to be able to repeat this. And right now, they're just not doing it. We're not seeing the same Wildcard we saw last night. And that in itself is a huge talking point. But the fact that Order have been able to capitalize, again, Siege is just such a big game of forced errors and making sure you capitalize on them. And Order are doing that.
Yeah, and Wildcard isn't capitalizing on all of Order's errors. That's another thing I would point out.
Yep.
I think that last round with where the diffuser was kind of doing a bit of a dance through Aviator, like that is the best example of that. Order probably should have been punished for that. It wasn't really clean, but it worked. And Wildcard have a lot of work ahead of them to bring this back now. 3 rounds deficit. Order 1 round off of finding at least 1 point, guaranteeing overtime. I think they're probably going to do it at this rate.
Oh, most definitely. The mentality and momentum, 2 M's of Order that I think we've all talked about for so long. M&M really has given them such a large advantage in this game. Now, I guess that's something to start with, right? Wildcard not only take off Jack Daddy, who's the ace, but also a big fragger right now. And as far as I'm concerned, Jack wasn't able to use a single Selma charge. So quite a big loss, all things considered, for Order.
Yeah, definitely going to punish Order not having a hard breach, but fortunately they do have the Flores and did some really good work there. Oh, here's a drone and a half from Bailey.
Cheeky.
Vinny's position completely exposed, and the vert is just so good. Completely pinched in a crossfire. That is a tilter.
I can almost hear Vinny's desk slamming from here. All the way out in the countryside.
Does happen.
It do be like that. But, you know, Order. This is looking much better from Wildcard, much safer as well, with Milo being able to give over any information he so pleases.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Milo dings. You thought that was Nico?
For a
then,
second
didn't
I
you?
did. For a second I did. The timing was perfect. All right. I love the Valentine's Day skin as well. It's an OG one, but yeah, I mean, if Nico can make this work, SMG 11 iron sights and Valentine's Day skin. I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something. Oh, there's no way. He doesn't know nades. He can't clear the shield.
Maybe give him a kiss.
I would give him a kiss.
I don't really need a reason to give him a kiss. He's just a good-looking bloke, so
yeah.
Wildcard.
What a round from Milo, my God. Like, he found the opening with a C4, and then I'm pretty sure he found 2 others.
Yeah.
So, definitely running rings around Order with the Pulse. I do think for Wildcard, something they should prioritize is just information. They've banned the Valk, so they can't take that, but keep bringing information ops, because Wildcard are the kind of team where when they know what the lay of the land is, they're going to make good plays.
Why do I feel like this lineup for wildcard's so toxic right now? You have 3 potential plant denials. In fact, Echo has been swapped out. Pat, what are you going here?
Oh my
God.
If you ask me, like, how can I make this lineup any more terrifying, like, and just abrasive to play against? Yeah, the Clash. Gotta be it.
That is one of the more enjoyable lineups I've seen in a while. So, the one difference that we're going to see from the way that Order approached this, the Aruni, was obviously, I believe, the swap for the Tachanka in this scenario. And it certainly does make things hard if it is a landing push. Right now, you'd have to imagine that with an operator like Clash, it is quite important that you do have both study and landing pressure, so that, essentially we can't see... Oh my god, that's 2 straight after... What? That's 3 drones in prep phase. Excuse me, don't worry about what I'm saying before.
It's pretty good. Especially with how many
4
pre-placed drones. Yeah, how many strong pre-placed drones Order have had. For example, how they killed Vinny last round. I think that's really great, especially because they're going for a map take. When you go for a map take, you need a lot of drones. Maybe they can leverage Bailey's Yana to get some information instead. Thankfully, they do have Nate's own Flores drones. You can kind of use that for information as a last resort.
No, Dev, it's doom or gloom. It's the worst scenario. I mean, 5 drones left. The Wildcard have done a great job at really utilizing any overextensions or any default placements of those cams. Now they need to really deny whatever information that Order try to gain through those Roteros and likewise through the Geminis. It's much, much harder to do though. I like the use of that there from Nate. Opens up that long line.
He's actually going to put one on the wall as well to further expose this bomb site. As Order do have the long lines of sight. Oh, he's actually got the DMR as well. DMR with the 1.5, so he has quite a deep line all the way into sight. That's what Order's going to try and utilize. That said, the Clash can also steer back through these and give information to the rest of Wildcard, so they won't have to peek unless there's a reason to.
It's like a living, breathing mirror, right? It's you know it's there, but you can't do anything about it.
Next step is Nate over the top of Vault, I believe, from Nico.
Big.
But Gio does take down Nate, one of the big hitters. And that's the Flores gone down. As we hear Emarin start to use the Tachanka gadget. Is it called Shamikwa? What is it called? I'm not sure. I'm going to get it wrong. I don't speak Russian.
A new rule on broadcast, don't ask Manic the names of that.
I like how he just was silent.
Not throwing myself under the bus. Not throwing myself under the bus at all. That's all your job here. But look at this. Oh, the timing, Dev.
Bailey's found an entry, though. And another one and Order? What is this? Pat and Emo, the last 2 left. Emo's done some good work. That's a second now. It's all Jack. He's the last one up. They don't know this. They can pick up Specker now, but he's going to take a lot of damage to the Clash. And there's the fire. Nico burns. It's just 2 players to hold on as they walk into the meat grinder.
Oh god, this is unbelievable. It's the Tachanka to save Wildcard. There's no chance Jack Daddy's going to be able to stick this. Pat can walk his way over there. He can make all the noise in the world. What a play from Emo Rin.
Never doubt what tick damage can do, whether it's gas base, whether it's the Tachanka's fire. My god, had such an impact there. Really massive credit to Order. They found 3 fast picks, including Bailey having such an impressive entry into Vault. Eventually, though, it did come down to the walking turret himself, Emo Rin. Great usage of the utility and of that beautiful DP27.
I'll cut it back in this. Never say never. Even though Order had given us pretty much anything that we would have needed to have confirmed their placement, their 3 points here, Wildcard are not giving up without a fight. And that is a scary prospect, especially when you start seeing some little cheeky picks, like that. And now we're seeing the Oryx, and goodness me, Wildcard are being quite adaptive right now.
Yeah, I do like the Oryx. It's something that we actually see. I wouldn't say it's super common on this side. I know Milo's done it a lot to mix success, but if there is any bomb site on any map you'd see an Oryx, this would definitely be one of them. Lots of hatches you can jump up late round.
5 seconds to go.
The study hatch, for example, the 90 hatch, even just going up and down the
Attackers are moving
hatch
to
in
defuse
laundry
the
up
bomb.
into master as well. You've got a lot of extra flank opportunities when you play the Oryx. So I like that. Milo's also been fragging out. And Oryx has the T5 with the 1.5 times scope, which is really, really mean headshot machine. And honestly, like, it kind of flies under the radar, but one of the big linchpins for me of this round for Wildcard is Pat on the pulse. Pat's the primary shot caller for this roster, and he's playing the information gatherer. And when Wildcard has information, they can make plays.
Yeah. And just like that, we're going to see our first signs of what to expect for the moments ahead. Guess that's actually that's a huge piece of the puzzle there. Vinny has to win the one-on-one though. At the very least, he just needs to stop the player from pushing in. It's Nate. So if he goes down, that's at least 3 Rodero drones that will not be used. Unfortunately, the C4 doesn't find success in the kill as much as it does the damage.
Still, we've seen that just damage alone can do a lot. Now, Pat, as Order start to get control above, Pat will have a little bit less flexibility now that the vertical game comes about. But I'm sure he wants to keep an eye on this player downstairs so that Vinny can go for a flank. Now he's just playing really patient here. I actually like this. He's just playing to punish Vinny, and while he might not be achieving much overall, he is making sure that he will stay alive, and he might actually find a pick here if he's reading this right.
Surely. We're just waiting for it. Almost feels like the Jaws theme song. Oh, goodness me, surely. Now, Bailey has just, again, what is he on right now? Another 2K in the round, and that might just give Order what they need, Dev.
Bailey's 16-6 now. Pat, thankfully he lands that shot. It's just him and Milo left. Now they don't know where Milo is. He's the X factor. Pat on site. Gonna try and get a little bit more information. He has no clue where these players are. He starts to hear those flashbangs. This is still winnable for Milo and Pat. It's on Order to play this right.
Pat's in one of those do or die situations, prone on the ground. If he misses that shot as the player comes around the corner, it's all but done and dusted. But it looks like it's actually Nate who's on the other side of that. Still has 2 more drones to use, so he can just sit back and rest on his laurels as the rest of Order start to get into position. There comes the information. Pat's forced back to sight. Nico plays it perfectly. Unfortunately, Milo can't get anything done because, of course, it's the bloody iron sight. Of course.
Oh, the double. I know we usually go to player cams, but thank you. I mean, actually, I'm not sure whether you guys were watching player cams for that, but we saw the replay with the SMG-11, thankfully. Iron sights. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's match point now for Order, though.
No, I don't care about match point.
All
I want
right.
to know why the iron sight.
You'd have to ask him, honestly, because I just cannot think of a reason. It looks terrible.
No, but seriously, big ups for Order there. Huge round to take when, that was in the balance for such a long time. But again, Bailey has just been an absolute beast here for Order tonight. And Jack Daddy stood up to the plate, no doubt about it. It's just it's a 2-man show at the moment.
Yeah, it's been an insane performance from Bailey on Order. Always somehow just finding entries on the site. And we're not seeing a lot of them, so we don't know exactly where they've been. But I think that the entries came around China, which is just at the entryway into Kitchen. Just big moves overall from from Order. Those big impact players turn the rounds on their head, and as soon as you start to dislodge some of these anchors, the round falls apart. There was a way back into it there for Wildcard, but Nico locked it down. I'm loving some of these pre-placed drones though for Order, and not a single one was taken down this round, so they kept all 10 drones intact. Here on match point, it looks like Order may be ready to seal the deal with Wildcard.
Man, that revenge must taste pretty sweet. And it's always a dish best served cold. And to be fair, it's not really being served all that cold, is it? It's pretty fresh, actually. 24 hours notice.
Oh no, please don't do that. Dude's on 16 kills and he's like, yeah, I'll take another one.
Through a drone hole.
Yeah, surely there's a freebie here. Gonna see him. Oh, he drones right past him! What?
No way.
Oh no. Well, the player has vacated, so it's a bit too late to nade it now. Somehow did a little damage to Emo through the floor though. This is a stat trophy hold. Now this bomb site was won by Wildcard on the previous defense, so there is something to be said here for Wildcard getting back into this. Now what was impactful that round was Milo had a big multi-kill, and it started with taking down the ace, so there was no hard breach for Order to use. Now I don't see that happening this round, but Wildcard have 2 players going for a big flank.
Interesting that it's Milo as well on the pulse. Like, I kind of expected him to really be giving a lot of the information to the rest of Wildcard. Instead, Emo Rin is playing in a really open position. I mean, did he not have the ability to fall back there? That's really unfortunate timing for Wildcard, but Order would be absolutely smirking from ear to ear.
And now they have Astro control as well. This is a very, very strong start to the round for Order, and it just starts to crumble further. Pat and Vinny, the last ones remaining. It could well be a flawless round. Order put Wildcard to bed. Revenge is a dish best served hot.
24 hours after... Those heads, what are they called? The handstand
ground harnesses.
The ground harnesses. Yeah. God damn it, Jack Daddy. I'm trying to make a goddamn point. Specker as well. Oh, geez, everyone giving the knuckle dusters there. Well, they certainly gave Wildcard the 1-2 good night. They got it done in as little as 11 rounds. Big.
Very strong defensive hub for Order, put them in a great position to take it. Yeah, Wildcard had a couple of defenses of their own, but Order 1-3, and that's all that matters. Really big game from Bailey. Honestly, he's just been on fire this year.
Yeah.
Stage 1 and into Stage 2 as well. He's always that shining light for Order. Just ridiculous that he managed to get such a convincing scoreline. And God, there were some close rounds, weren't there?
Yeah, there certainly were. And, you know, one or two rounds go the way of Wildcard, and maybe we're at overtime rather than what we're seeing right now. You know, maybe the momentum might be enough for Wildcard to swing a better looking half, but you really have to give props to everything that Order have achieved in this game, because no doubt coming into this, it would have been pretty tilting, you know, finishing up last night's game, getting absolutely bullied out of the server on Clubhouse. This is the statement that we needed from Order, and this really, it's not by any means answering the bigger questions, but it's certainly answering some of the questions that we have, like what is going on? Are they able to bounce back? The answer is yes.
There's no doubt about it. Order are a team not to be underestimated, and here in OCN they have had a great showing, and they have quelled some of the doubts that was cast over them. Great game there. Jack Dad somehow was the highest rating. There you go. Goes to show kills are not everything. Jack Dad just, I don't know what he did. I guess he must have planted a lot or something to actually outbid Bailey in terms of the rating, but credit to him, my dude. He also died the least of any player in the entire game.
how do you only die 4 times in 11 rounds?
He literally only died in... Oh, no, there was a couple rounds where, like, he saved instead of...
Oh, yeah, he did too.
Yeah. That cheeky little bastard.
Jack Daddy, we see you. We see you, you cheeky devil. But look, you know, great showing from Order and a great day out for them. I'm sure that the Org are very happy with their roster as well, because those are the signs that we've needed to see for a very, very long time.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm really excited for Order. That was a great game from them. It was revenge. And Order need to prove themselves with this new roster. They have struggled to really find their footing since losing Itby Style. Even losing Joker was a bit of a big deal. And yeah, Nate's been firing on all cylinders. We've seen Nico start to look a little bit more comfy on the team as well, even though he's just doing his crazy stuff like usual. And Bailey is always there for a hard carry.
Apparently so. When someone's here for a hard carry the interview, and that is none other than 95% mental himself, it's Specker. Good to see you again, mate. You guys were looking rowdy at the very end of that matchup. I mean, smiles all around, surely.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with performances like how Bailey's pulling, you just got to kind of be happy. That was pretty, good to see, and he's having a good game, and just, back that up and to facilitate that, it's always good. So, I mean, how easy, boys. I get to sit back and team wins for me. I don't have to stress. Cheers, boys. Easy.
Oh, that's how we like it. So, I want you to tell us a little bit about the how the roster changes have been shaping out. Obviously, now that you've had a little bit more time, have you really had to kind of change the way that the team functions now, incorporating Nate like in a permanent way, and Nico finding his role? Like, how's that panning out?
Yeah, look, I'd say it's always an evolving process. We kind of went for a different meta, I would say, in playstyle. We've been scrimming a lot of Japanese and Korean teams, and it's actually like a different kind of region, right? And we're really used to adjust it to that hyper-aggressive playstyle. However, this more structured kind of style, we're starting to now incorporate and bring in. So slowly, all these players are starting to, kind of find out how they fit into the puzzle, I suppose. But what I'm saying is the whole purpose of that development, I suppose, is that we can kind of play a lot more of a fluid play style, and people are a lot more individually responsible. They have a better kind of ability to dissect a situation in an abstract sense. They don't always just default to the same thing. It's kind of, you have X amount of options in the round, and kind of picking the best ones, and that hyper adaptation is good. So now we're starting to bring in that kind of structure. We still have a lot more to go, a lot more development, where it's nice to get a win, but we got a long path ahead of us, boys.
Speaking of the fluidity, now you jumped around a couple operators on your attacking side, Zafia, Lion, and Gridlock. Really feeling the Ash nerf, hey?
No, not so much, honestly. I mean, I would play her, but she's kind of fallen out of, I guess, being viable, right? Especially with the Gons, or Gongs rather, coming in. Is it Gong or Gon? It's awful of me to not know, but...
Gon 6.
There you go. Gong 6, something like that. So anyway, you got this kind of secondary utility which kind of facilitates a different play style. For example, Lion coming on is almost a substitute for Ash at this point. Considering she only has one explosive now, right? But yeah, I'm just kind of jumping around to these operators, I suppose, and actually just trying to fit that in. Of course, I didn't really have too much effect, but until the last round, went back to my old girls of fear. No stress, boys. I'm getting in there. I'm swinging.
Look, better late than never, I gotta say, Specker. Look, there's always two sides to every story, and I'm gonna give you a chance to very quickly touch on what happened last night, because from our perspective on the casting desk, Wildcard kind of came out in a completely different way to what we've seen from them from a very long time. Did you get that sense as well? Like, what's the difference between tonight and last night?
I don't want to chalk it down to a map, because I still see Clubhouse as a map that's viable for us, but it's almost like a Chiefs situation where, they tried to force Chalet twice, and it's just like they kind of lost on it twice. I feel like it was more or less something similar with us with Clubhouse. Again, it's, just something that we're going to have to rework, and it's like, well, next time that we bring Clubhouse, it's going to be a completely different face and team, I suppose, right? But it seems like they were kind of prepared for us. We were kind of prepared in the same time, like in the same breath saying that. However, not as prepared as we should have been, I suppose. It was kind of, I myself was playing pretty timid, pretty, not my normal self, but I'll eventually get back to that kind of aggression. I think that kind of stems out and leaks out to the team. So I think today we kind of collected ourselves, calmed ourselves down, and, just brought it in together, and we're just like, we're here to have fun, boys, so let's look good whilst doing it. So, yeah,
well, I can tell you what,
back some wins.
Well, look, you looked good doing it tonight. I'll give you that much. You boys were
Thank
out
you.
and about. We'll let you go, mate. But congratulations on the win.
Cheers, gentlemen. Love chatting as always. Stay well. Big shout outs to you all and shout outs to the viewers. Shout outs to Order. By the way, if you want some fresh merch, look, Puma Order, boys. Hey, it's drippy, alright? It's drippy. So check that out if you want to support the boys. But no, much love to all.
Get out of here, you plug-in boy. Get out of here. We don't want that face here no more. No, seriously, what a game from Specker and the lads. Again, he always tries to take the fall for a lot of the players, but it does seem like they're trying some different things at the very least, Dave.
Yeah, great to hear from Specker that things are starting to work with the team, and they're starting to carve out their identity. It's something we talked a little bit about at the start of the map. We kind of thought we had an idea of what Wildcard's new identity was. We were not sure about Specker's. Really interesting to hear about them scrimming so many Japanese and Korean teams and starting to embrace that playstyle a little bit. Also, Order, I want some merch. I'll wear it every broadcast if if you send it to me.
You'll do anything for free.
I will. I'm like Xenox. All I care about is free stuff.
The only two words that get Xenox going is discount and free. Well, the only two words that get me going are LFO and Bliss, and they're coming up right after this break.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
Hi, I'm Josh Campion. I play support for LFO, but what you don't know about me is I was in a High School Musical. I was in Seussical the Musical.
What the hell is that?
Okay, hold up. The Seussical Musical, which was a musical about Dr. Seuss characters. It was interesting, obviously run by a high school, so it wasn't the highest of production, but we had spirit. I was Who's Town person, the guy with the pointy ears and the glitter all over his face. I also was a part of the circus because I'm a bit of a clown. One of my friends was playing Clash of Clans and he was one of the main actors or singers, whatever you want to call them. He had left stage and he walked into the changing room. But what teachers didn't know is we abbreviated things in high school. So Clash of Clans was COC. He walked into the room and started screaming to the other guys, "Hey, do you want to see my?" What he didn't know was the microphone was on and the entire hall was hearing all of this conversation and the teacher just bolted to the room and turned off his mic. It's one of the funniest experiences ever. I always think Jaeger would be a great theater actor because anytime anyone plays it, they always act so dramatic. They always act like they're the only one that matters. So I feel like that's key to being a good theater actor, so yeah.
My name is Marty Koshnom and I'm an entry fragger for Team Bliss. But what you don't know about me is I'm an actual athlete, unlike the rest of these guys. I play mainly two sports, being soccer and basketball. I used to play Division 3 at a professional club. I'd say I'm pretty much better than everyone that competes in soccer against me or basketball. I guess it was just watching a lot of Messi and just getting inspired by that, and I'll just take it on the field, and then from there I guess magic just happened. My biggest achievement in sport would have to be the MVP award. back in 2015. My most memorable moment would have to be when it was overtime 3-3 and I scored the winning goal. Nothing too fancy, just a standard kick. The worst thing I've done would probably be when I slide tackled someone and I kind of injured him. He ended up breaking his ankle.
You mean you ended up breaking his ankle?
If you say it that way then. I definitely did stop the goal, that's for sure. The siege operator who would be the best soccer player would be Capital because he already shows off his skills in his elite skin. I definitely got the inspiration from my brother as well. I used to watch his games all the time. Unfortunately, he was a tier above me, so I never got the chance to verse him, but I'll definitely kick his ass in Siege.
Well, we always get entertainment here at OCN, and it never seems to really disappoint. And I have no doubt that our next matchup is pretty much just going to follow the trend of every other match tonight. Even though, I guess in a way, last match did disappoint because Wildcard didn't really show up, Dev. But let's dive into this one, shall we? LFO and Bliss. There is a real sense that this game will go the distance. LFO have just really broken into this season, showing us two massive performances, a 7-3 against Roffle, and then a unfortunate defeat 5-7 against Order. But it's the way that they've gone about it that I think really has caught a lot of this off.
And the fact that LFO were dead last in Stage 1 and since then have made 2 roster changes, bringing on, well, Deptra, right? He's a well-accomplished player, played on Rhythm in the past, for example. But, AFX has kind of come out of nowhere, and Wettables is still relatively new as well. So this team does have, some question marks over it in terms of what we would expect, and we kind of just said, hey, based on last stage and the fact that they lost Jigsaw, who was their best player, surely they're going to kind of flop. And they have definitely not. They took down Rufflecopter 7-3 in their opening Playday and pushed Order to a 12th round, which, not even Wildcard could do. So we'll see how the LFO can go. I think that they're definitely gunning for better than a bottom place standings than they did in Stage 1. And honestly, I think they could shoot a lot higher than that.
I do as well. A team that really is just reaching new heights this year, Dev, is Bliss. There's no two ways about it. This roster is really just tearing things up. The addition of Jigsaw to an already dangerous lineup is just, it's scary, man. It's like Fright Night. That's what it is. It's Fright Night all over again.
Yeah, Bliss are something else, man. They come through first week, 2 Playdays, and they are flawless so far, sitting comfortably on the top of the standings. And even with Knights' strong game at the start of today, due to them losing the head-to-head to Bliss, they are currently tied for points, but could not jump above Bliss. So Bliss could even extend their lead now with this game. They're looking hot. They have some experience and old guard players in Shed and Todd. They've been around since forever in Siege. Oda's only been playing for a couple seasons now. Repix is very new as well. And Jigsaw very much even newer. And of course, a former LFO player ready to face his former squad on his new home.
We always love to see it, don't we? Just some cheeky banter going back and forth. No doubt, no bad blood. Hopefully there is a little bit of bad blood, but let's just go straight into the map, Veto, because we need to determine where we're going to be going. We're flying through it. We're going to Consulate again. Goodness me, 2 Consulate, 2 Villas, maps that we have not really been seeing a hell of a lot of in the last 2 years, it feels, have really come to light tonight, Dev. But I am happy to be here. I am expecting utter chaos from both of these 2 teams.
Yeah, there's a lot to be scared of on LFO's side because Bliss beat Knights on Consulate last week. They've also beat Wildcard on this map in Stage 1. And those are the only 2 times that they've played it, in Stage 1 or Stage 2. So not a lot of info to go off if you're researching Bliss. And right, LFO, literally no info. Like I'm looking all the way back to September. Stats that I have right here, LFO have not played Consulate. So this is brand new and fresh for LFO. It's a map that they haven't tested in the competitive frontier.
Yeah.
But Bliss have done so, and they've achieved some pretty significant results. LFO has the element of surprise.
And that's the thing is, you know, going into this, there's a certain amount of uncertainty surrounding both teams and what they're really going to be able to do. How consistent they're going to be able to keep these results up. Because you do have to keep in mind, 4 of the teams in OCN right now are playing in 2 leagues at once and would be incredibly hectic. So I am looking at these kind of teams, LFO, Team Bliss, to stand up to the plate and really knock it out in OCN. They have a huge opportunity to do so. And it starts now. Why does AFX look like it's just like he looks like a cardboard cutout, dude? He looks like a cutout.
I think that's literally what it is.
What? Is that a cutout?
Is that
AFX? What?
I'm so confused. By the way, the reason why Oda put a sad face in the chat is because Deptra said, "Good luck, have fun," except Oda. A little bit of banter going on between these teams. Jigsaw, of course, playing against his former team. Deptra has been a big hitter. He's had a fantastic return to comp. There's AFX. I don't know what we were watching before.
I don't know either, dude. I was tripping out. I'm not going to lie.
All right. Well, looking at these bans, Nomad's off the board. Going to have to actively watch those runouts. Thankfully, those runouts will be a little bit less dangerous thanks to the Valkyrie going down. The Thatcher and Kaid ban. It's funny, you know, banning the Thatcher, usually that would mean you're going to play the Kaid, but banning it just means that it's a lot easier to breach the garage wall because it's got to be mutes or bandit batteries, and they're a bit easier to clear off through vertical or through nades. I wonder if the Thatcher ban is targeted at other things. Maybe they've got an idea of doing like a hard, I don't know, yellow stairs hold on the top floor, and maybe they want to do like some through the floor mutes on the basement. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Yes, Dev, we will see. Because guess what?
No one will care because it's analysis anyway.
No one listens. You need to bring more hype to your color, honestly.
Well,
you need to bring more hype to your color. Sorry.
Whoa! Now look at that 6-pick onto the Lion from the Glaz. That is a massive pick from Oda.
Help me. Help.
That's what you asked, bro.
You did. I can't fault you for that. Honestly, I was really excited to see the Glaz pick. We have seen it picked a handful of times. Not obviously any time recently, but certainly could be viable on a site like this, Dev, if you can open up the garage walls.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Glaz is not useless anymore. When they changed it so that he couldn't use his thermal scope while moving, that definitely made him struggle a lot. But they've actually buffed that quite significantly. I've been a bit of a Glaz fiend in ranked as of late, and I can confirm he's pretty good. Main problem with him is just that there's so much counter smoke utility on the defensive side, and those smokes only last for a certain amount of time. But for LFO, they're 6-picked onto the Clash, so they actually have a shield at their disposal. Come to that late push. Looks like Bliss is really just focusing on the garage for now. I quite like this, keeping it nice and simple. And I don't want to say rush, but this is just so effective. Like less than 30 seconds in, they've already got the breach open.
Yeah, Deptra was running for his life from the side of the car. And obviously they don't feel fully prepared. That's huge. Look at all the information. They found the other yokai drone as well, Dev. This is 40 seconds into the bloody round. What?
These guys just know exactly what they want to do, and they waste no time doing it. Now it's up to retakes using the Flores to clear any utility on site. They've already taken out one of the yokais. They don't have to worry about any evil eyes. There is a shield. And retakes jumps out, takes down that one. That's easy as pie. There's another shield that pipes that he's got to clear. And look at all this. Like, well, my magnets, ADSs, it doesn't matter. It's Flores.
Yeah, this new Flores meta, if you will, is going to really shape competitive play. You can no longer just sit back with ADSs and hope that your shields don't get destroyed. You are going to have to start trying to front the damage, trying to raw peak, ensuring that those Rotero drones just don't have enough in there. Now, there is a cheeky little magnet in between
that pillar there. You can see it being pinged out. Retakes takes first blood here. I'm loving how patient Team Bliss are being right now, but in saying that, it did just allow Hills finding a flank from the top of yellow.
And while Sushi seems dangerous, Jigsaw's here with the concussions out, and as long as he's got a teammate to watch, then this could be an easy kill onto the Clash as the shield is knocked back. He's used one concussion. Here comes a smoke from Todd. Very, very shallow smoke, though. They're going to try and make a play on the back of it. Todd is planting just on the edge of that smoke, but Sushi can see it, takes him down and trades.
It's big though, because that's the Clash. The trade is so prompt, and it's exactly what the Doctor ordered here. Team Bliss, they secure the plan. LFO, this is one of, if not the hardest site to retake as a defender. And I mean, Team Bliss, they have everything they need here, Dev. I just can't imagine LFO doing it.
Yeah, and the plan is in such an exposed position, there's no way you can long arm this. Got to nail it down. Oh, nice shot there from AFX. But Bliss, my God, they show why they are currently sitting #1 in OCN.
An explosive start from an explosive team. It's a good statement. In fact, nay, it's a great statement. As LFO are forced off of the basement site. Now, this is going to be a big talking point, Dev, because the lack of Kaid may actually force teams to, you know, have that vulnerable link in the basement defense, which we see to be so strong so often. There are cheeky little places you can hide those Kaid claws that are near impossible to collect unless you're able to really face check them yourself. And so without them in place, maybe that wall is so much easier to open. Maybe that is going to make that site so much more unstable and ensure that a site like Tellers, hell, a site like CEO may need to be used here to bring out a round.
And look, LFO didn't even bring any wall in our last round. I think partly that's because they know how easy it is for attackers to clear any mute jammers or bandit batteries you put in the wall. Like whether that's just one Flores drone coming through the drone hole, or maybe a nade coming through the drone hole, or you can even just repel on the piano windows, go upside down, open the floor, and easily shoot it through that. Unlike the electric claws, which are a little bit harder to take down. But, you know, there's another basement site here, and that is the split bomb site we're going to right now. Archives Tellers for LFO. And with this bomb site, they're just going to rush? Oh my God.
No
They're just going to drop the hatch with the Gon 6!
Oh, Dev, I love it. I absolutely love it. AFX can't hold for long enough. He'll find one kill, but it's just not going to be enough. Bliss are on site, and now this is where the onslaught comes. This is where things are going to get really tricky in a 4v4 retake.
And LFO will do their best, but as the Lion roars, there's not a lot for them to do. Bliss of this perfectly red, and they bypass the entire setup. LFO in a 3-on-3 now, but 30 seconds time ticking away. They're feeling that pressure. Bliss can play patiently.
They can. They're essentially the defense right now. And it's a 20-second meta. LFO need to get a wriggle on here. They haven't been able to find anything. Deptra looking like he's trying to make the first point of contact. Retakes can't hold for long enough. Sushi's in, but it's all done and dusted. There's not enough time. No matter how good Hills plays this, there is not enough time. Team Bliss run away with round number 2 on the back of an explosive rush. Oh my God.
I love that. It's just open the lobby door. You don't even telegraph that. You just have 3 people knife it at the same time. So that's your 3 hits needed. And then I think it was Oda with the Gon 6 just opens up the elevator hatch. They all drop it. And even though they lose the first pick, right, AFX finds one, traded, and then they have full site control. I don't know whether Bliss knew site was clear or they just took the gamble. The thing is on that bomb site, like, you defend it typically from a lot of different places at once. Like you'll have people roaming garage, maybe admin, people on tellers, and so it does leave very few players left on site. Bliss played it perfectly.
LFO re-attempting Dev.
Yeah,
They are to me.
If you lose to a rush, then yeah, just don't get rushed.
Can you imagine? Could you imagine? Surely not.
If they rush
Surely
again.
not.
Well, if they rush again, they're going to be going up against the mirror window from Hills. If Mirror is not banned, I just think she's too good to give up on this side, honestly. Like, that mirror window is unbelievably strong down in this basement hallway. The exact place where Bliss rushed, this mirror window is just unbelievably strong. You can't get vert on it. And you could easily mute jam it up if you want. You can see a long angle, you can pick up the hatch. Like, it's just so strong. You can also put a second one up here. Plus, you know, Mirror's got a C4 and a shotgun. So she can make the vertical holes on the side or C4 the side. So she's just such a good operator for this bomb site.
Much to my own disappointment, there is no second rush.
It would have failed.
It would have failed miserably, but I don't care, Dev. That's not the premise of rushing, you know? It's more about,
it's about the
I
spirit.
don't give a damn. It is. It's the spirit. It is just all about, hey, a bit of how you going. Yeah, not bad yourself. That's what I'm really here for. And retakes is, oh, man.
You know what's funny here is that if LFO had gone back to basement, which is unlocked still, LFO, well, Bliss would not have had any hard breach to deal with that other than the Hibana. So you don't have the, ooh, okay, that's quite an angle. You don't have the thermite that they would usually want. So I think that like LFO had gone garage, this would have actually been a really strong hold.
I guess they were just playing the long game. They were risking it for the biscuit, as some say. And it is a point for Team Bliss where, you know, they take this round and really, what do you say as LFO? You've been bamboozled at every turn. They've got the man advantage as well, which is probably the most dangerous part of this round. Finding that opening pick and allowing you to take that admin control. They just need to be careful of exactly that. Sushi re-aggressing. I believe that was from meeting. And the odds have been even, but they do have top floor control.
Where are the positions of the LFO players now? Still some pressure upstairs. Hill's late reinforcement on Tellers, trying to protect his position on site. He's very exposed to retakes and is just going to fall. Sushi still loitering around the red stairs, but about to feel the pressure. Bliss have some good map control, and there's not a lot of places left for LFO to hide.
Guess they may just have to hope that Team Bliss overextend and give them an additional kill. You can see how well Team Bliss is setting this up. 25 seconds. They're taking their time as well. Due diligence being done. Are they just hoping for the Yokais right now? They've got one C4 left that's already prepped, but apart from that, Dev, I just don't see anything else possible.
Let's see if the Yokais, though, can deny the plant in the late round. This could be massive. Oh, not going to happen when retakes goes deep. Even though he's traded, it doesn't matter. The Yokais is all that needed to happen, and Oda cleans up the last player of blood from Bliss.
That is absolutely gorgeous. Right there, you're going to see the fact that LFO had absolutely no clue that Team Bliss were actually down in archives and not tellers. So you could see the second that the Yokai really got any information of one player, they just automatically assumed that they were up top. They were just trying to trade out. Little did they know, Team Bliss sitting back, sipping on a pina colada, planting in archives. And now that's 3 rounds straight, back to back to back. They're not messing around.
Yeah, honestly, just does not look like anything is stopping Bliss. And look, LFO have looked pretty dangerous so far in the league. Bliss themselves, Shade, I had a chat to him during the week in his MVP interview, and there he is. Look, he said that they weren't expecting this to be easy. He highlighted Chiefs as the most likely to be the most challenging opponent, but the fact that this is going so easily now for Bliss against LFO is a surprise.
Yep. That's just it. It's almost like they're just kind of brushing them aside. You know, that's what it almost feels like. And at a certain point, I guess you could almost say they have. There hasn't really been too much that has stepped in the way. Hills, you alright, mate? Did you get lost, did you?
I like how he's got his, you know, some people like kind of tilt their keyboard a little bit. He
Yeah.
had it like full on vertical.
Straight, literal vertical. Like, look at my man's wrist, the way he plays. That's gnarly.
I can't get how people can tilt their keyboards. I know it's like, I don't know. Just, no, can't do it.
Nah.
They don't look very happy. LFO.
I mean, would you? Would you be happy if we were in the
I would-
castle stack and we were getting slapped?
I would not. But, you know, peace, love, and positivity. That's what it's all about.
I don't know, Guz is definitely not about peace, love, and positivity in the castle stack. I have been yelled at multiple times by that man. So I don't know what you're talking about or what universe you think that we're in right now. There is no sunshine and daisies, I'll tell you that much. And I'm sure in the camp of LFO, they're trying to keep high hopes, but how high can your hopes really be when Bliss are just demolishing?
Well, we go back to Garage Cafeteria, and Todd is sticking the thermite this time, so that's great for them. Sushi is going to 6-pick onto the mirror, though. I like that. The thing last time, Bliss went for a complete garage take. Didn't try and take map control. Stick one guy at yellow door and focus garage. They cleared all of the utility on site. That was the Yokais, just by droning them, pinging them, and shooting them. And all of the shields they cleared using Flores' drones. It doesn't matter that LFO had Wamai magnets and ADSs because they don't stop drones. But at least that mirror does not get countered by the Flores so much. So I like this, a little bit of an adaptation from LFO. Honestly, I don't feel like there's much point in bringing the Wamai. I feel like the Wamai or Jaeger, like you're kind of doubling up on utility that I don't feel is going to be super impactful. Difficult to say what they should bring though.
5 seconds to go.
What would you bring, Dev? You know, let's play that game.
Trying a Rooney or something.
Fair.
I don't know,
Love this, Deptra. Oh, goodness me. That's very ambitious, you know. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, almighty.
Oh, I mean, I just, you know, cogs are whirring, turning. Honestly, if I was playing up against a 5-second blitz, I'd probably just Alt F4, do some spreadsheets instead.
Yep. I'd claim a sound bug just every round. Sorry, rehost.
Well,
Need another rehost.
I will clarify, it was actually Bliss that called the sound bugs.
Yes, very true.
Don't want to throw any shade to LFO.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. Let's be honest, though, LFO have the ability to really turn this on a dime, a roster that can be explosive nonetheless, Dev.
Just look at all the util. Boom. Oh, that is so big. What a play from Deptra. He doesn't get punished for it as well, but Todd goes down. At least there's some breach on, but this just means that Hills is way safer because of the middle panel still being reinforced. He has so much more mobility. Wettables does go down. That's the Yokais, no longer able to deny plant in the late rounds.
Oh.
Though, LFO are really keeping pace.
It's good, as long as you can, you know, at a certain point, keep up with the Kardashians. Kardashians being Team Bliss right now. You're going to keep yourself in the game, at the very least at arm's length. Now, big point, 3 drones left active. That's at like the minute 40 mark. So Team Bliss would have been going into this, regardless of how many players they had or didn't have, with very, very little intel. And that kill onto the thermite without opening the second wall to the left, it's very dodgy, and detrimental.
Oh, down the hatch again. Hey, not going to pan out this time, I'm afraid. Jigsaw's done some amazing things, but not even going to get that one. Let's see. Hillsy boy, nice little one tap to get the first round there for LFO.
Well, we had asked for it. We had asked to see whether LFO had a response, and that they do. The biggest point here is just making sure, like you said, you keep up with Team Bliss. You just cannot allow them to bully you in the server. No matter who you are, they will attempt to do so. You know, I think that the two players I've really have just consistently highlighted throughout stage one individually were both Repix and Jigsaw. And, you know, the fact that they're on the same team among the names of Shade, Oda, Todd, formidable.
Defenders
Utterly
protect the bombs from being
formidable.
defused by attackers.
There's no doubt about it. This is a very stacked roster on Bliss and very unproven roster on LFO in large part. LFO are going to try for the third time to defend Archives and Tellers, and it has been struggle street every time over here. Rush the first round. The second round wasn't so much a rush, but slow and steady. They did lose their grip. They're not bringing the mirror this time. Back onto the Echo. I feel like they felt desperate. They needed more information on site. Oda, speaking of, has a lot of information using that drone on site just there. I think that's actually in the utility room. Couldn't quite tell. Like the attempted aggression here from Deptra. I would have liked to see the mirror stay in this lineup, but
yep.
You know, I won't question it if it works.
Well, the old saying of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, doesn't really matter here.
It's certainly not, it's certainly broken, I think that's all we can say for sure.
It's very broken. Was Hills covered then? When he was reinforcing? Like, that, from my dodgy old man eyes, looked 100% like Shade would have been slicing and dicing.
I think he was reeling the other side of the wall. Oh, that's an angle. Hills,
Dirty.
oh, just barely. Don't give him the fight, Hills. Well, there goes the HP advantage he had. He's gonna try and pop the hatch here, Epics. Running ahead now. Yeah, okay. Gonna open up the floor there. Clears the barbed wire and importantly does expose that line of sight downwards. Pushing for the flank. Hills is in a really cheeky position. Shade with the Gemini did not spot him. Not sure if it was called clear there.
Alright, it's the only issue with being a commentator. We have absolutely no idea what's going on at the team comms.
Oh!
One thing that definitely will be is Oda spewing after that one. Sushi with the freest kill of his life. Make that two as he rotates back to site. Now Hill springs into action. Oh my goodness, it's crumbling all around. Team Bliss like a warm apple pie.
Oh. That was quite the play there from Sushi. Great of Hills to double down when Bliss was feeling a bit chaotic. Good Goomine's going to get some info. Now there is so much info on Hills, but doesn't mean he can find the angle. Sushi finally punished. Oh, that wallbang almost lands. It's just Todd left. Desperate attempt now in the 1v4. LFO looking to grab their second round.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were just saying before, Dev. LFO are a team that will turn a game on its head, and they've done exactly that. Round 4, they were given an opening. Round 5, they took their opening. And now, what looked like a game spiraling out of control, a white flag almost being thrown in, has just... it's come to life. Just like both of these teams really have done in 2021, especially LFO in Stage 2.
Yeah, look, this is, I would say, an attacker-sided map. That's also what Juicy said in his interview for the Knights earlier today. Knights went 4-2 on their attack half. Rufflecopter went 3-3. And so, yeah, like, if Bliss go 3-3 on their attack half, you know, that's no better than Rufflecopter did against the Knights. And we saw what ended up happening with Knights coming back and winning that game. So, if LFO can finish this half with the rounds, honestly, that sets them up incredibly well.
Certainly will. Alrighty, lobby, the last site, the last stand for LFO. Almost the helms deep of their defense.
I get that reference.
Wait, full.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You do or you don't?
Of course I do, bro. I've read the books.
5 seconds to go.
Oh, I read the books. Look at me. I'm a book reader. I'm better than everyone.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Oh, book friends.
I actually have all 3 of the films on DVD. I have one of the extended editions as well, but they're a bit harder to get your hands on.
Isn't it
All
Guz
right.
that hasn't actually seen a single one of them?
Oh, I believe that. I would believe that.
Sweaty
Yeah, I've got
boy.
a flex. All right. So my great aunt went for a job interview with J.R.R. Tolkien to be her secretary.
Oh,
Is that a
sorry.
weak
Was
flex?
that what you had to say?
You're the worst, man. Can I get a new casting partner, please?
Oh, goodness me. I hear Blue Panda's looking for a new co-caster after his incredible entrance into APAC South last night.
maybe
So,
we
oh
can
my
get him in
god,
instead of you.
Jig-
Jigsaw! I don't even know what to say at this point,
Jigsaw.
man. Jigsaw, I mean, he's finally
No.
on the scoreboard. LFO
Yeah.
just trying to make plays left, right, and center. Hills is palpably tempted to jump out that window. He's just waiting for Hills to turn the corner.
Given any chance, and he will take that with both hands. AFX just getting lit up a little bit there. Really, at this point, it's just about how long are LFO going to survive for. The more they continue to peak, the less HP they're going to have. And unless they can find 2 very quick trades, just doesn't feel like they're going to have enough to hold this site.
Ooh, here's an angle, but Oda's waiting for him on the vert hole, and this may well be a flawless round. Sushi FMG in hand as the rappel comes through. That's the diffuser down. You got to be careful with those. But his position exposed, and there's just no way he gets out alive. Bliss finish off the half. 4 rounds to 2.
Now, this is a really devastating blow for LFO. That last round, I feel, may have just given Team Bliss too much of an advantage heading into their defensive half, Dev.
It may well be the case. LFO's going to have to match that on their defense. I don't really see LFO finding 5 here and closing it in regulation. Maybe 4 and pushing overtime, but even that I think is a little bit of a stretch.
What is not a stretch, however, Dev, is us welcoming back one of our favourite sponsors to OCN, and that is Livin, a mental health organisation dedicated to breaking the stigma around, well, you guessed it, mental health. They've been incredible working with us for the past 2 seasons, or 3 seasons it's been almost. Now, if you do want to go ahead and support them, you can please feel free to buy some of their merch, right? It's high quality merch. We absolutely love it here at OCN. Now, you can also use the code OCN15 to take 15% off, and just type !Livin in the chat and follow the prompts to, of course, get into the store. Speaking of getting into the store, these guys are not missing a damn beat, Dev. What on earth?
And he didn't even put down his utility. He's like, guys, I'll put down my other ADS once I spawn peak, okay? And look, fair cop, he deleted Deptra.
That's not a very kind way for Deptra to see into the second half. And it is the Zofia. Very quickly the Ash falls as well. Repix is just doing Repix things, most known for Repix things. There go the ADS systems though. I guess it doesn't really matter. They've also been able to open up the right-hand side of the wall for a vault, but that's it. They've only got the vaultable wall right now.
Once again, the Flores drones come through to clear util. I don't know what that one was trying to clear.
I think the mute jammer.
Trying to clear the bench. Oh, the mute jammer, I guess. Yeah, interesting. I thought that when they announced Flores, they said that you can't destroy mute jammers because it'll be too close and it will get muted. Oh, that's a nade.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
But doesn't matter when LFO are being picked to pieces.
You've, I will say this, you've been very observant tonight, Dev, saying what is C4s and what are nades. I think the viewers at home are really appreciating that. And I tell you what, Team Bliss would really be appreciating. Like, that is a trade.
That is a double kill. And we get to watch the Tachanka. That's cool. Well, that was a round, Rob, that Bliss did win. Fairly convincing little thing. Retakes was gunning and running around, and then he got back to side safe and sound.
Heard happily, is that you from Parks and Recs? My goodness.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Well, one thing we most definitely will be confirming and denying is, well, mainly confirming is the fact that Team Bliss are absolute bloody animals. Jigsaw has not even needed to have an impact in this game, Dev. Not even an impact. It's been Retakes through and through with Oda just backing him up. Like, scary if you're LFO. I just realized.
Yeah, I'm really looking at what?
Yeah.
What did you realize?
The Doc and the Rook. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it, Dev.
I mean, you know
what is it? You know.
You know what they're gonna do. You know what they're gonna do. It's a little swamp peak.
You gotta. He's gonna know these things. Just a little one.
Just a little one. Just a little one. Just a little swamp peak.
5 seconds to go.
I hate them. I hate them so much.
Attackers must locate.
Retakes is not spawn picking. What is this? Hey, get on it. Why else are you picking the Doc, my dude?
No, he had to go and get his armor. He had to go and get his armor, the fool.
Oh, shame. I think Jigsaw was on like a cheeky prone angle there for a minute. Look at this strat. This is sweaty. I love it. Bliss are straight up sweating in OCN right now. Look, you've got like the castle barricade at top Visa stairs with like the line of sight into admin. But they don't have any util to protect the guy playing admin, so that could be an easy nade. But we'll see if LFO actually do that.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, the question is big. Is it sweaty if you're playing in a competition that for the season has a $100,000 prize pool?
I mean, it's still sweaty. Like, I'm sure professional athletes sweat. There's nothing wrong with that.
They are certainly styling on us, no doubt about it. Deptrap found his way in the cafeteria. Does have wettables on the side. This is a gnarly vertical line, Dev. Goodness me, I don't like that.
Does not pan out though. Wettables takes a lot of damage. The Sushi's now above as well. Hills finds the first onto Shade as this push is starting to come to shove. His presence really starting to be felt here in lockers as LFO look to flood the side, but Oda finds one.
Yeah, certainly does. That allows Todd to swing, but he doesn't realize that AFX is behind him. Look at these trades coming from AFX. Absolutely needed. Now, this is dangerous right now. Hills is nowhere to be seen. If they were able to find this, they may be able to turn the tides of this game completely. Hills is bloody over at Spiral, Dev. What is going on right now?
He's just gonna heal up his 5 HP that he lost. And there's Hills. Finally comes to support, but Retakes. Oh god, you know this is gonna be scary. Hills has to land this shot, and it has to be a headshot. Retakes is gonna be a tanky boy waiting for the shot, and he clutches it. Bliss on match points.
Just felt like AFX was stuck there for so long. Unfortunately, I'm sure that if one other member survives the the trades in that aspect for LFO, you know, that's a much easier round to win. But just the fact that Hills had played for, you know, the more prolonged fight, it's just a little bit of an unfortunate side effect to a strategy that has you split up in the end. And Repix is just having an absolute rip tear of a night, my friend.
Definitely one of the highlight games for Repix. I think Shade, it was him who said, look, we kind of have the idea that, you know, we got Oda, Shade, and Jigs. We got Oda, Repix, and Jigsaw. You know, as long as 2 of them pop off, we're doing fine. And hey, we got that. I mean, Jigsaw's having a bit of a quiet night. Repix and Oda are styling. And hey, match point 6-2 on for a good 7-2, which will rocket Bliss up the standings onto 9 points, 7-4 wildcard, 7-5 Knights, and then a 7-2 over LFO. These are convincing score lines, and yeah, they'd be far above the competition.
And you know, you look to teams ahead, and
5 seconds to insert.
Really, where are they going to start to drop these points? I feel like the order game, they'll be feeling confident going into. Chiefs, they played well against last season. It's just...
What is this?
Oh man, why do we keep saying really dirty things?
It's because they just don't care. They just have so much confidence. So he's going to keep spawn peeking even when the site is right there.
What?
Oh, and he almost has it as well.
Oh man, Bliss are playing with full confidence and no concerns whatsoever. Todd as well is just giving absurd amount of information as Repix finds the opening. Consulate is not a fun map to play an attacker as.
Oh, and there's a nade. Jigsaw does get down. Shades actually might well just go straight away for another one. The second nade did miss, but Sushi has another nade. Oh, no, sorry. He's running smokes. So maybe the res could have been on. I just assumed, you know, Yana playing on the window could follow through. Sushi takes down Shade and then going to follow up. Finish off Jigsaw. Not bad for LFO. They've actually got a pretty good position now. Todd, though, below is the main player that I'd be worried about.
Well, that info game is just going to be so hard to fight against from LFO's perspective. And what do you really have to try to counter this at the moment? It looks like you've only got 2 live drones left. In fact, you've only got 2 drones left. You've got the use of the Geminis. But apart from that, you're really not going to know too much about Todd and his positioning. So this becomes a little bit of a tough situation for LFO if they don't start to press site and push players out of position, at which Oda is sitting, I would say, relatively comfortable here. He's going to be able to play for that in the late game as well.
Yeah, Bliss are playing really passively now. It's interesting. Oh, hello. There's Wet going down. Repix has found another good trade, though, from AFX. Really good trade. Most teams, when they're down a significant disadvantage, they'll play really passive, but not Bliss here. Oh, they'll play really aggressive. Bliss play passive instead. AFX going for the plant. Oda's in the perfect position, not dislodge. The call did not come through. AFX is sticking this plant, though. And now, oh, the final pick through the wall. That's LFO. Find another round, keep themselves alive just a moment longer.
That was really unfortunate from the Echo player there. Literally the second AFX jumped through the window, vaulted through the window, repelled through the window, whatever you want to say, he looked to spiral stairs. Of course, for the right reason, but it could have been a double kill on the 2 players in Piano. So once again, timing reigns supreme. And LFO, you know, it's not completely out of reach. However, you have to go through 3 potentially different sites of Team Bliss, and the way that they've been starting these rounds, it's just outrageous.
Defenders, protect your
LFO have got a long way to go here, though. on the attacking side as well. I like the 0 pick though. It's something we see every day of the week. Hill switching on to that instead of the Ash last round. I don't know, it's pretty hard to see a world where LFO can come back here, Rob. Especially considering Garage is just like, I mean, LFO, they win one attack, right? One attack onto lobby press. They still have to show that they can attack Garage Cafeteria, which last time they just got spawn picked out of the high heavens. Can they start to deal with this aggression a little bit? Because we started to see flashes of that last round. We're going to need to see a whole lot more though, because I don't think Bliss is going to stop playing their playstyle here.
No, they're extremely confident and with good reason. And look at this, retakes. That's going to be the first opening kill. You wait and see. Nah, he made too much noise. That's a shame. I was really hoping for it. It could have been a beautiful, poetic start. Yeah, very early. But you know, that's just, you got to know these things, you know.
Isn't it just crazy that players can do this and just not get punished? Like, I swear every time I try and play like this, it's just boop, destroyed. Right at the start.
That's because you stand at the window.
Well, I mean, there is a lot of skill in the subtleties of it.
I would say that retakes is retakes and you are you, you know? That'd be like asking why am I always on a donut when these guys get like 10 kills a game. I can tell you why, but I just wouldn't want to, you know, crap all over myself like that.
Located by attacker.
That's not good. That's
No.
what you're telling me.
Terrible.
Gutting. I have just received some very sad news, and I'm absolutely gutted, but I will move on. So far, not a lot of map control taken for LFO. We will. I don't think LFO are actually going to go for map control. That's the thing with the Kaid banned out by Bliss. You don't really have to go into piano to clear that. The util off the wall.
Nope.
Bliss playing quite passively here. They've still got a lot of map control though, so they can make plays. Oh my god, this is a long line with the Tachanka.
Yeah.
AFX is going to get this plant down. This is going to land! There's no C4!
Oh, I mean, like, if Oda goes straight for this defuse right
Oh
now,
my
they might be
god,
able to stick
Shade!
This. Are they? No, Oda, he's going to start sticking it. This is absolutely outrageous. It is so hard to retake this. The C4s can come through.
Oh my god!
Depthra's doing the damage. Apex gets burned, but it won't make a difference. It's, oh, Jigsaw! Oh! The crosshair was crisp on the depths, but oh, he shuts him down. That would have been one of the most outrageous clutches I've ever seen. It falls short. I just don't... How on earth did they manage to do that?
5v5 plant down in a minute and a half. Just over a minute and a half. That is ridiculous. Very, very close. Look, there was a moment there where I wondered if Bliss could stick that, but thankfully LFO did not let them get away with it. Some nice showcase of the Tachanka there, but it was not enough for Bliss. And hey, maybe they need to give LFO a little bit more respect and make sure their plant denial is on point. Because you got Smoke and Tachanka, which is all well and good, but it's tick damage. It's not an instant kill. And sometimes you do need just that hard stopping power when it comes to denying plant.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Like this from Shade. Really like to see this. Monkey Fist has given us a visit.
Yeah, the Warden's a great pick when LFO are going for these smoke plants. Funnily enough, LFO have actually increasing the amount of smokes that they've brought. Look at that, 6. So they were already bringing the Thermite and the Yana. I don't know why Sushi's bringing smokes, honestly. It's like, you don't need 6 smokes, just bring nades, mate. Anyway, Hills is bringing smokes now as well, because he's on the gridlock instead of the 0. This is a really good pick, I think. Not only are the smokes great for covering the plant, at least when there's not a warden on the table, but you've got the track stingers. And the track stingers are great for masking plant sound, and also just really, you know, being a gridlock, clogging up these pathways that defenders might want to use to retake. And it could be a big distraction as well. That said, I think if LFO try and go for a similar plant now, assuming Shade is in the right place at the right time, it should fall flat in its face.
No wall denial whatsoever, so AFX will be able to get these open extremely quickly, not wasting even a second to do it. And I mean, it's not like Team Bliss are playing for any type of denial. They are more than happy to wait for that plan to try and come in, win that mini game. Just leave the fact that they need to open those doors up. That way you've gotten rid of all of the hard breach at the beginning. But I like this from LFO. They're actually changing things up here a little bit and putting a bit of pressure into lobby dev. But unfortunately, it was met with a bit of aggression. So now they've just got to be a little bit more cautious. Retakes up top as well.
Two very dangerous players on the roam here, but LFO are prepared for that. That's why they've taken the gridlock as a bit of flank watch. It's not quite the Nomad, but of course they banned it, so they've got to find something else to use instead. The gridlock's not a hard stop, but especially in tandem with drones, it can slow down any flanks. Shade's playing really far back, going to try and make himself a line of sight where he can just play the narrow angle with the bomb.
Dev, I'm really liking this from LFO. The approach is very different to what we saw last round in the fact that they're taking this so much more methodical approach. Wettables just dealing with all of this area that can be played with in cafeteria, but Shade does hit the first shot. Jigsaw replies as well. Are they about to send their regards to LFO? That's the big question. Oh my god!
What a shot for Shade. It's been the Repic show all day. But he's, for the first time this map, he was the first one to fall. Doesn't matter when Shade goes large, but Wettables has had his revenge. That gas is perfect, though, for locking LFO out of the site. And it should be fairly clear-cut from here on out. Sushi, though, holds on a little bit longer, and Wettables has done some damage as well. It's a one-on-one, Rob.
Absolutely massive. Wettables, can he come up clutch when it's needed? No. Todd plays as the gatekeeper for the points. And, well, it's Team Bliss. They'll take all three. They'll secure top place once more in OCN. 9 points. And Jigsaw, he's already in bed. He's already asleep. It's that easy.
What a breeze for Team Bliss. 7-4 over LFO. They take it away and don't leave a single point wanting. They are flawless so far in OCN, taking the full 9 points from their 3 playdays so far. And Rob, they are looking unstoppable. They're not in APAC South, but it doesn't matter because they have OCN all to themselves.
They certainly do, under lock and key, Dev. And again, we look forward to the matches that they have. You have to imagine that against Rhythm, Rafflecopter, they should be points on the board for them. Chiefs and Order in their current, what's the best way of putting this, in their current form, I just don't know whether they're going to have a good enough response to take on Bliss at the moment. They're really just head and shoulders above the rest, and you can see it in the way they play, the confidence they're exuding. It's gorgeous.
It is. I just want to know if Bliss can take this into playoffs, because that was unfortunately what happened last season. They ended up very, very highly rated coming in through the regular stage, but you know, when it came to the playoffs, you know, 3rd place from the regular stage was not enough. They were eliminated by Rafflecopter, believe it or not. Yeah, that was just the most unbelievable shot. Repics had a field day. And Bliss are looking very, very strong, but of course there's a lot more work that needs to be done for them. Locking out, I think, 1st place would be massive. As if they can lock in 1st or 2nd place, then that already guarantees them a higher final standing than they managed last season.
It's really a crazy prospect that they're even going to, you know, be competing against the absolute best. I'll be completely honest, you know, we came into this season expecting them to do well. Sorry, into this stage. But really, it has just, it's been the Bliss show through and through. LFO have shown, yeah, go, shoot.
I didn't realize Sushi was 15-9, 1.56.
Yeah, man. Sushi was absolutely popping off in the game, and you know, like, he really did give them a lot of their rounds, a lot of their openings. Even a look in sometimes can be enough with these teams, and to be fair, I think full credit needs to go to Sushi and also to LFO. It was not like it was a clear-cut game for Bliss. They certainly took the fight to them. Just a different pedigree at the moment for teams.
Yeah, definitely. It does beg the question, who's going to stop them? Can anyone stop them? If they manage to get first seed at the end of the season, or the stage, I should say, then yeah, they will go into playoffs. Guaranteed for that grand final means worst place. They could possibly get a second. And you know, that's a damn sight better than fourth they got in stage 1. And honestly, I almost can't see a world where Bliss at this rate don't end up on the top of the standings. They haven't dropped a single point so far. Chiefs might give them a run for their money, but I'd probably back them in all their other games. And for Chiefs to then take above them, you know, Chiefs would have to like win all of their games. And I feel like Bliss is just running away with stage 2.
Well, let's see if they're feeling so as well. We've got Jigsaw on the line, waiting to have a chat with us. Very quickly, Jigsaw, before I ask you about how you're doing, was that you having a snooze before?
Possibly. It possibly was.
Look, we love a little bit of banter. It did seem like you guys were head and shoulders above LFO in this match. Is that what it felt like in the server?
Not overly. Like, we definitely were like pretty confident. We were happy with how we were playing, but at the end of the day, like, it's like every single round, retakes and even the others were just saying like, you know, don't like miss at them. You know, they can come back, they can pull it off. Like, Sushi had our number. Like, he was going mental. Like, they're all extremely strong players, and they can like bring back rounds like they nearly did in the end there. So yeah, definitely like a bit back and forth. We were confident, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, Jigsaw, you know, welcome to the interviews. This is your first interview. We've been watching you for quite some time, of course, on LFO and now on Bliss. Maybe you could give us a little bit of an introduction, I guess, a little bit of a history lesson about your tracking through Comp Siege. You know, when did you start, and what was your path to being where you are today?
Pretty much, like, I've played Siege for a long time, but I've always been a bit of a pug star, but kind of gave away from that side of the game because it's kind of, you know, everyone's running around like crazy people. But as soon as I finished high school, I pretty much just, which was like 2 years ago, I just pretty much said like, I want to dedicate to Siege, have a good time with it, and see where it goes. When I was in Skyfire for around 9 months or 6 months or whatever it was, and then LFO asked me to have a go and trial for them, and I was pretty excited with that. Even though we didn't do too well last season or last Playday, I still had a really good time with them. And then got a message from retakes asking me to give it a go with them, and I was through the moon, had a good time, and I've just been playing with them every single day. Love the boys, good team, very, very good environment to be in.
Well, you kind of just snatched my next question about the environment that you are under in your new banner, but you are one of the hottest prospects at the moment. You are looking a very sharp player, regardless of how many hours in ranked you've put in. This is absolutely a gorgeous sign for you and for the entirety of Bliss. Now, we were saying that you guys are looking comfortable to kind of almost see out the rest of the season and end up in that #1 spot. Are you guys feeling that too?
Definitely. I've been saying it since the start. Look, we're looking pretty hot. It's definitely Bliss season. We're gonna pull through and hopefully come first. I'm not too worried about anyone. I don't know if the boys are, but I've been saying it like, just look what we've done so far. We can definitely keep going. Not too stressed about anything at all.
No. To be fair, it looks like that in the server, mate. Look, I'll let you have the floor for a second. Do you have anything that you want to say to friends, family, fans, if there are?
Just keep watching. Have a good time watching this. Like, it's only going up from here. Still going up.
We look forward to it, mate, and we look forward to seeing you and the rest of the roster blossom a little bit more. So we'll see you next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good of him to wake up from his nap to have a chat with us, Dev, and really positive signs from that interview.
I just love the thought that he was playing that entire game with like the Duna and Pillow sitting right next to him on the side, just waiting, and as soon as he's over, he's like, grab it. I mean, that's just such a funny imagery. Like, the players, like, plan out their gags, like, days in advance. I mean, they put more effort in than we do sometimes. I respect that.
you're literally sitting there with a whiteboard trying to figure it all out. God, I'll tell you what, Dev, you really get some weird thoughts in your head. So let's have a look at the results from today and talk about whatever we do so, please. I mean, let's be completely fair to Wildcard. Just was not a good game from them. And I'm sure that they would admit that too. But apart from that, all of the results have pretty much ended up the way we thought they would.
Yeah, look, the Rufflecopter Knights one was, I guess, a scary one, because even though Knights were in good form, I feel like we hadn't had quite enough evidence of that, especially with their loss last week to Bliss. And Rufflecopter did beat Knights last season. The Chiefs game, I think, was the most clear-cut, though Rhythm did really push them. The Order Wildcard game was a surprise, I think, to most people. Like, Wildcard 24 hours ago beat Order, and then come back tonight and Order wins. So I think that does leave a lot of questions for Wildcard. Maybe they're not quite as progressed as we thought so last night. And yeah, Bliss are just cementing even further everything that they've been saying, everything that Jigsaw has running through his head. This is the Bliss season.
It certainly is. Let's have a look at the predictions and see where everyone ended up. Why did I go for Rufflecopter? It's so painful, Dev.
Slipping, bro.
Oh no, not Guz again, man. Not again.
Why did all these other people go Order, not just me? Like, I was hoping that would be kind of my ace up the sleeve, but no, not so.
I'm really disappointed in myself. You know, I'm down on Ducky's level. I'm on Ducky's level. Like,
that's bad, bro.
That's not a good I'm down real bad. I'm down real bad, Dev. I don't think I'm going to come back from this. I am having a terrible prediction so far in 2021.
Yeah, look, you're not wrong. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And yeah, I think looking into the rest of this season, there are a couple teams that I think we're going to be looking out for. A couple teams that we're going to be praying for upsets. You know, I did go for LFO today. I just thought, come on, someone's going to take down Bliss. But no. I think I better back in Bliss for the rest of their games.
Yeah, you could have been up there with the boys, but instead you decided to dog them. Now, speaking of someone who we've been looking out for all today, my man, Bailey, as the MVP, he was absurdly dangerous, Dev.
Yeah, I mean, especially after watching the Bliss game, you know, it was hard not to give it to retakes, but hey, I think if you cast your mind back to that incredibly tight wildcard versus Order match, Bailey was the name on our lips every 2 seconds, and what was it, 16-6 I think he ended up with. He was just absolutely unreal, the plays that he would make, and we get the player cam as well, you can see him. So many impact moments from his side, and just opening up the game. Even when his teammate gasses him, he's like, yeah, no worries, mate, just clean him up, and I'll take that one too, thanks.
Cool, calm, and collected. God, you gotta love it. And oh, he knew that one. He knew that. That is hilarious. I mean, you know, it is hard to talk about who should and shouldn't be MVPs, because at the end of the day, there are always a number of players that do deserve it. But I would say that Bailey, you know, really was that highlighted player from that matchup in particular. So we'll have a look at the standings and how it has all unfolded to this point. Team Bliss leading by 2 points out in front of the Chiefs. Underneath them, Order and Knights tie 6th place. Dev, anything blaringly obvious that you want to talk about?
I guess just the big thing we've been harping on all night is Bliss. This is their season. They are currently flawless, 3 wins, never even losing any points in overtime. So that's big from them. Wildcard down the bottom, still not quite as good as we'd hoped. Rhythm, you know, unfortunately sitting there right at the bottom with 1 single point from that overtime loss, and they have a lot of work ahead of them. I think that it's really going to be those top 4 teams you're looking at. I think they're probably all going to stay in the top 4. I have a feeling that this is their season. Whether Bliss is going to be ahead or Chiefs, it's hard to say at this point. I think there's a chance that Chiefs could overtake, but I don't see Order or Knights taking #1 spot as it currently stands.
No, that's very fair. And I think that whoever does end up on top at the very end, it's not going to be an easy fight. We've still got 4 Playdays to go, Dev. And if they're anything like the 3 that we've just had unfolded in the last, 8 days?
it's going to be too hard to call.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm looking at the next Playday of matches. We've got Wildcard LFO, Order Rufflecopter, Rhythm Bliss, and Knights Chiefs. Oh boy, that Knights Chiefs game, that is going to be a massive one. So yeah, I think that we've got everything lined up for an explosive season of OCN.
Certainly do. All our ducks are in a row and all the games are done for tonight. We'd like to thank you very much for joining us throughout the OCN Playday number 3. We'll be back next week with some more hot fire action. Until then, stay breezy, stay cool, and enjoy. Now going to be dropping down Bobby. Can he find the kill on the bounce? Oh! But he does on the Warrior who just gets off the diffuser. Surely he can't.
Oh!
Hayward!
Better than chips. I'm going to say it.
Oh, Nicholas better than anyone.
What is that name?
Ridiculous, man. No way that they're going to be able to pull this out. The flash.
Actually,
is it going to flash in longer?
It does.
Oh, no way, Dan.
Oh my god. Oh. The air jab as well. And now it's a one-on-one worthy Vtrex. Those flashes were unbelievable. Ghoul has the diffuser. He's going to push in through China. Supremacist finds the entry kill. God Legion does take down Drex and Ghoul and Supremacist! God Legion! He is a god!
The nades are coming out, but how much damage can it really do? Bailey's playing.
Oh no, Bailey!
In, but Bailey plays through the smoke and once again comes up that.
Like, have good setups and just put a sprinkle of aggression on top of that. Like, Pat and Emo, the last two left. Emo's done some good work. That's a second now. It's all Jack. He's the last one up. They don't know this. They can pick up Specker now, but he's going to take a lot of damage. The clash, and there's the fire! Nico burns. Yeah, I've got a flex, all right? So my great aunt went for a job interview with J.R.R. Tolkien to be her secretary.
Oh, sorry. Was that what you had to say?
You're the worst, man. Can I get a new casting partner, please?
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time. I can't find a bolt. Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fire. Shine a light.